Chapter 351. It is too late for the youth to realize. Blood spray, pain from the roar, his body was severely shaken out. Click, click. The sound of bone fracture can be clearly heard. This move, Yichin Blood Dragon Empty Shadow and True Chi Burst, who can stop? On the 10th day of closing up, he displayed tens of thousands of times in the reincarnation cemetery. Although every time is blocked by the black-robed old man, but what level is the black-robed old man? Ancient great power. How can we compare the garbage of the Chinese blood plum hall? From the moment he stepped into this place, he was seeking death. The young man's body hit the wall of the hall, even the wall also appeared a crack. The strong vibration shocked the sleeping teachers and the whole teacher's apartment. Bang! The young man's body fell on the ground and spat out blood in his mouth. His face is close to the ground. Yu Guangzhong looks at Yichin coming. He clapped on the ground with one hand, jumped up violently, and then smashed 2 round beads in his hands. The ball fell to the ground, and smoke filled the room. Cover Yichen's sight. The next second, the youth directly got up and went to the window. Even if this is the 10th floor, but also do not care about what. The battle level of this child must be re-evaluated. If the Blood Plum Hall's elders and the temple master don't fight, the boy can't be killed. His body fell rapidly, and the wind howled in his ear. Seeing that he was about to hit the ground, he was wearing a steel wrist guard that shot out a steel wire. The wire goes straight into the wall. Mars erupted, and the sound of Zizi was heard. Bang! His body still hit the ground. Fortunately, there is a steel wire to do the strength buffer, otherwise he will die from such a heavy injury. Far above the rooftop, Jiang Zhenye holds his hands in his chest, his eyes slightly narrowed, observing everything around him. He soon found the young man who had landed in confusion. His eyes shrunk slightly and his expression was strange. Isn't this man going to assassinate that evil killer? How to become so embarrassed, even bleeding on the body? Has the assassination failed? Looking at the figure that quickly toward the school gate, his eyebrows twisted into a Sichuan character. No, the killer has only been there for a few minutes, so miserable. He was full of doubts. Just then, he found something. Above the window on the 10th floor, a young man stood like this. Ingmei is like a sword, covered with a trace of cold. The cold eyes were directed in the direction of the killer's escape. This is the evil. He thought Yichin and the killer had a fight, at least both sides were hurt, but at present he saw that the boy was not hurt at all. Weird to the extreme. Is it possible that the boy crushed the killer in the first battle? No way. Just then, the young man at the window moved, and his right hand was raised to the back. Step on your feet. The key hand is actually holding a steel bar pulled out of the wall. The steel bar is about 1 meter long, just like a spear. Then, Yichen's mouth appeared a sneer, arm chi flow, the hands of the reinforcement directly like a javelin shot out. Hiss! In the air, there was a sharp sound of breaking the sky, and a black steel bar just like a meteorite across the sky. With a roar of strength. Directly to the fleeing Xuemei Hall killer. The killer's pace is more and more slow, as long as more than 10 years of career, so that he first found the danger. He turned his head subconsciously. When I saw the rolling steel bar, I was completely shocked. What the hell is this? Before he finished speaking, the steel bar went straight into his heart. Extremely accurate. Bang! The powerful assassin in the Hall of Blood. Blood splashes. Ding! The steel bar and the killer's body were nailed on the ground. Like the judgment of the devil. A strong sense of desolation quieted the whole school. Rolling dust swept, blood gradually stained the earth. Jiang Zhenye, far above the rooftop, saw this scene. His eyes shrank and the picture just now is vivid. It's frightening. His breathing seemed to have stopped. Just stare at the body with steel bars, he even felt that his heart had been hit hard. The steel bar seemed to penetrate his body. And it broke his heart. This is the son of Jiang Perong. Waste? Just Fan Zhen's waste? Everybody spurned. If this kind of strong people are all rubbish, most of the people in the martial arts circles of the whole capital are rubbish. From the windowsill to the steel bar falling, such a distance, the strength of the general strong simply cannot do it. Even he can't be so precise and terrifying. What the hell is this? Jiang Zhenye takes a breath of cool air and drops his sight in the direction of Yi Chen standing. Strangely, a pair of extremely cold eyes also stare at him. He was found by that evil. Jiang Zhenye subconsciously went to the rear. He even forgot that he came to waste Yi Chen today. Seeing that Jiang Zhenye is going, how can Yi Chen let the tiger return to the mountain? He did not know this person, but this time appeared on the roof, absolutely related to the blood plum hull. May even be hidden in the dark. Yi Chen no longer hesitated, 5 fingers caught on the edge of the window, the body jumped, at the same time the strength burst. His body turned to another building in an instant. When he fell rapidly, his 5 fingers caught the window edge of another building, and his real chi acted on his hands. Keep moving towards the roof. In a twinkling of an eye, he came to the rooftop and looked at the faraway back of Jiang Zhenye. If you want to go, have you asked me? Yi Chen mouth exposed a touch of cold, Sanglong phantom body definitely surging, faster and faster. Jiang Zhenye also felt something wrong. He stopped and turned to look at Yi Chen. Why did he run? Today, he came to scrap this sun. If Mr. Jiang knew he was shrinking, his head would be cut off. The Jiang family is extremely concerned about dignity. Yi Chen also steps to stop, cold and pressure cover open. You are also blood plum hull people? Jiang Zhenye shook his head. Instead of showing his identity, he spread out his hand and ordered, as long as you give me the foreign things you get from Huiyan province, you can live or not. Some people want you to be a waste man. Yi Chen put his hands in his pockets, his eyes twinkled with a different kind of cold light. It seems that this night is doomed to be an unsafe night. Not only does Xuemei Hall want to kill itself, but there are forces to rob him. His whereabouts in Beijing Normal University have been completely exposed. He stepped out and sneered, you should have seen that corpse. He was also peeping at me just now. After such a field, do you think your end will be better than him? There was no trace of temperature in his words, and he did not know when a sword appeared in his hand. Cut dragon sword. The killing intention seems to break out in an instant. Chapter 352. Jiang Zhenye clearly feels the opportunity and pressure coming towards him. He snorted coldly, step out. The rooftop of the teacher's apartment unexpectedly appeared a crack, and Yi Chen's pressure was mercilessly torn by a force. Yi Chen, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. Why can't you understand the saying of the ancients? Jiang Zhenye's interest in Yi Chen is far higher than that of his murderer. Although Mr. Jiang asked to abolish this sun, when he saw the picture just now, he wanted to let go of the other party's way of life, because the abolition of Yi Chen might be a great loss to the martial arts circle of China. What's more, if the other side said that again, it was a part of the blood of the Jiang family. What about the roots? If it had not been for Jiang Peirong, the master would have lost face. Yi Chen, I won't kill you. I'll give you one last chance to hand over foreign things. If you leave safely, there is still a gap between our strength and ours. I don't want to. Jiang Zhenye's words have not fallen. Yi Chen moved. If you want to fight, you can't have so much nonsense. Yi Chen rushes out, in the hands chopping dragon sword a turn, the cold light flickers, straight takes the river town industry's vital point. The sword of chopping dragon tears out a cold light in the night, and the air trembles slightly. He clearly felt the strength of the other side is very strong, far higher than the killer of the blood plum hull. There was even a sense of danger in him. Yi Chen, dare not be careless and keep your hand. Jiang Zhenye is the same. He feels Yi Chen's strong sense of sword and his fierce and astonishing powerful sword sense. He looked at the suddenly rising sword of chopping the dragon, and his heart was shocked. Under the dim light, I can see Jiang Zhenye tearing away, like a thunder from the sky. Even staggered Yi Chen's dragon sword, and went directly to Yi Chen's chest. Tear. Yi Chen's clothes are torn directly. There were several bloodstains on the chest. There's a constant flow of black and red blood. However, Jiang Zhenye was not very well. Although he avoided the sword, the spirit of the sword also made a curve on his cheek. The clothes are broken. A trace of blood oozed out. Under one move, the two are even. Of course, Yi Chen's eyes are extremely serious. Is there such a master in Beijing? The key is that this kind of master has come to deal with him in person. This also too looks up to him, Yi Chen. Just then, Jiang Zhenye's knees bent and rushed over like a cheetah. Don't plan to give Yi Chen time to react. He has been aware of this sun's adverse weather. Once the water is released, the consequences are unimaginable. This time, just one punch. This blow, bursts of air blast. As if to break through the world. Yi Chen moved in situ into a shadow. When Jiang Zhenye smashed the shadow, Yi Chen clasped the wrist of the other party with his 5 fingers of genuine qi, and all the real qi of Dantian gathered on his arm. Go in one direction. Bang! Yi Chen directly swung Jiang Zhenye up and smashed it to the ground. Jiang Zhenye was stunned by this blow. How could the ancient warrior make such a move? It's totally barbaric. Is this boy just a body of strength? He clapped his arm on the ground, slightly exerting force, and his body soared. Standing steadily on the edge of the roof, almost fell. When he just stood firm, Yi Chen rushed over again. This time, Yi Chen used the burning sky palm. The true qi of Dantian is all gathered in one palm. This palm seems to split the whole roof. Jiang Zhenye's eyes reflect the fire. And panic. His pupils seem to shrink to the extreme. On the contrary, the mouth can almost swallow a fist. A second ago, he also felt that Yi Chen's fighting style was disorderly. After a second, he even displayed this strange and powerful martial art. What kind of palm technique is this? Why is he unheard of in Chinese martial arts? Or, this is an illusion. Strong air wave directly led him back a step. One foot is empty, his body unexpectedly falls down. Jiang Zhenye's face is pale. He wants to stir up his vigor, but he finds it impossible. The ancient warrior needs to borrow some strength to display his martial arts skills. Now he is in the air, and there is no borrowing point. There is no steel wire of the killer of Blood Plum Hull. Fortunately, there is a giant tree just below. The branches and leaves of the giant tree directly relieve his pressure. Bang! In the case of losing his center of gravity, he hit the ground, and the bones of his body were almost broken. The back of the head is even more in contact with the ground, the blood flows out, as if concussion in general. He forced himself to wake up, and Yu Guangzhong saw a dark shadow falling on the roof. How can the villains of Jiang family pursue so hard? You have to kill him. Not only that, he found a group of people in military uniform coming from the direction of the school gate. Chinese dragon soul. No longer hesitating, he got up and went towards a fence. In a flash, he was out of sight. Because Yi Chen uses the burning sky palm, Dantian's true qi is almost exhausted. It is almost impossible to run Sanglong's phantom body. He can only watch Jiang Zhenye leave. However, there was still a silver needle in his hand, which shot out, penetrated everything, and directly fell into the back of Jiang Zhenye's head. Jiang Zhenye naturally felt something, headache to crack, but ignore everything, directly over the wall to leave. After a while, Ying Qing came with several strong dragon spirits. Should hold up Yi Chen, concern Wei, Mr. Yi, how do you feel? Yi Chen shook his head and said curiously, how did you come? Mr. Yi, someone from Longhan has been monitoring the capital normal university for 20 hours. We found that there was a problem, and we immediately came over. Yi Chen nodded and took a look at the stone of the killer in the Blood Plum Hall and said, deal with the corpse. Yes. Then Yi Chen went to the teacher's apartment. He found that the wounds on his chest turned black. The other party's fingers are poisonous. The key is that the poison is not a common poison. The general warrior may have been in trouble for a long time, but he is not afraid of this poison. He is the same as the god of medicine. This kind of garbage poison is really not in the eye, but it is a bit troublesome to deal with. Chapter 353. If Yi Chen is right, the poison in his body is not fatal, but he can nibble at his cultivation and blood. In the end, he became a waste man. Huaxia actually has this kind of poison. It seems that the middle-aged man really wants to abandon himself. However, since the other side wants to rob foreign things, why not kill himself directly, but retreat to the next place and abolish himself? Isn't it more troublesome? Yi Chen no longer thinks about it. He takes a pill from the tomb of Samsara and takes it directly. Then he takes out a herb. 5 fingers pinch herbs, exude green juice drops on the wound. This herb is called kudakeo, which has a certain effect on relieving toxicity. After all this, Yi Chen went to the teacher's apartment. As soon as the elevator opened, Yi Chen saw a girl in pajamas standing at his door, with a trace of worry in her eyes. Wei Ying, of course. Wei Ying also heard the news and woke up from her sleep. She even found that the source of the noise was Professor Ye's room. Very clear. Is there something wrong with Professor Yi? Or is it the person behind Tang Pengfei who retaliated during the day? She quickly got up, even the pajamas are not changed, directly knocked on the door of Yi Chen. But no one responded for a long time, so that her heart sank to the valley. Wei Ying, why are you here? Yi Chen frowned. Hearing the sound behind her, Wei Yingjiao's body is stunned. She instantly reacts. She looks at Yi Chen in surprise and trots over. Because she doesn't wear a bra, the magnificent thing trembles, sexy and flattering. Professor Yi, how can you come back from the outside at this time? I heard a lot of noise in your room next door. Could there be a thief? Before she finished speaking, Wei Ying noticed Yi Chen's broken clothes and the scars on her chest. Professor Yi, how did you get hurt? Wei Ying looks pale. The next second, a hold Yi Chen's hand, directly opened her door, excitedly said, Professor Yi, come with me, my room has bandage things. Yi Chen shakes her head helplessly. She wanted to refuse, but she has been pulled into her apartment by Wei Ying. Professor Yi, sit down and wait for me. Wei Ying lets Yi Chen sit on the sofa and then goes to the bedroom to get the medicine box. She completely forgot that Yi Chen was a doctor himself. However, Yi Chen does not intend to refuse. Although he recovers quickly with pills and some herbs, he still needs to be bandaged. Soon, Wei Ying took the medicine box to the sofa, took out the alcohol and bandage and said to Yi Chen, Professor Yi, take off your clothes. Good. Yi Chen directly took off his broken jacket, revealing his developed muscles with a strong sense of line, especially the massive chest and abdominal muscles. He seemed to give people the first feeling of being extremely manly. Wei Ying was the first time to see a man naked in front of her. Almost instantly, her face turned red. The key is still so close. Professor Yi looks very thin. Why does he take off his clothes and have such a good figure? Is it that the legendary clothes show thin, strip with meat? Wei Ying swallowed and salivated. She scattered the thoughts in her mind. Then she bent down and whispered in a soft voice, Professor Yi, it may hurt a little. Please bear with it. She carefully disinfects Yi Chen, because the body is bent, and the pajamas with big neckline are open directly. A vacuum. Large areas of snow-white soft exposed in front of Yi Chen. The undulating mountains and peaks make people unable to shift their sight. Even the 2 little grapes showed it. Yi Chen feels a little hot on the tip of his nose, and he turns his head subconsciously. This goblin. Can't you wear a bra? Professor Yi, how do you feel? I'll bandage you now. If it's hard, I'll accompany you to the hospital at night. Wei Ying's body moved a few minutes, that full and soft thing came to Yi Chen's eyes again, she did not notice these. Yi Chen is quite helpless, if remind at the moment, it will be more embarrassing. Well, fortunately, I trained this a few years ago. After a while, Wei Ying breathed out a breath and bound Yi Chen. She is elated to look at Yi Chen, as if to ask for credit, but found that Yi Chen did not respond. She followed Yi Chen's line of sight, subconsciously saw his own vacuum. She found herself in a hurry and didn't even wear underwear. Did Professor Yi see everything? She's red at the moment. Body is fierce up, straight as a pine. But it's very stiff. Thank you. It's late. You go to bed early. I'll go back. Yi-Chen also stood up. He did not want to disturb. After all, it's not good to be in a girl's room in the middle of the night. Wei Ying reacted and quickly helped Yi-Chen to go outside. You still have injuries. I'll help you to pass. Two people came to the door. Just about to open the door, a knock sounded. The door opened, and Wu Fan, who I saw at the school gate today, appeared outside. Miss Wei, it seems that there was an earthquake just now. Let me have a look. The voice stopped abruptly. Wu Fan stares at Wei Ying, who is naked and wearing pajamas. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a couple of men and women of about the same age came out from the inside, and their clothes were not covered. No one can think of what happened inside. Wu Fan wanted to take advantage of the earthquake, to express concern to Wei Ying, but also to strive to establish the image of a gentleman in the other party's eyes. Now it seems that there is no need at all. He did not expect Wei Ying to act like a pure heroine in front of outsiders. Now it seems that Wei Ying is just a whore. I don't know how many times they played in it. At the thought of this kind of picture, his face flushed with anger. He chased Wei Ying for half a year and lost to a professor who just came to Beijing Normal University for one day. By what? Anger burns in Wu Fan's heart. Professor Wu, why did you come in the middle of the night? Wu Fan glared at Wei Ying fiercely. There was no answer. The woman only felt sick in his eyes. No matter how beautiful it is. He turned straight to the elevator. I don't know if it's because of anger. When I get to the elevator, I swear in a low voice, shameless bitch. Although it is very light, it is still heard by Wei Ying and Yi-Chen. Wei Ying's face is even more pale to the extreme. Who could have thought that Wu Fan, who has always been a gentleman in her eyes, even called her a whore? This word is insulting to women. Wei Ying couldn't help it any longer. She said angrily, Wu Fan, what do you mean? Where did I offend you? At the moment, Wu Fan has already drilled into the elevator. Just at the moment when the gate was about to close, a strong wind swept through. Then, a big hand directly extended in. The two doors of the elevator bounced open when they touched Yi-Chen's arm. That hand caught Wu Fan's collar and threw him on the ground. Chapter 354. Bang! It was Yi-Chen who started it. Wu Fan only felt that all his bones seemed to fall apart. He looked at Yi-Chen fiercely. Yi-Chen, you still beat people. Believe it or not, I'll call the police and get you. My uncle is the leader in charge of police affairs in Beijing. Yi-Chen did not pay attention to, Light Wei, your mouth is very smoke. Language down, Yi-Chen's hand, gently in front of a wave. Although it is 2 meters away from Wu Fan, a stream of air surging, as if forming a virtual palm, severely fan on Wu Fan's cheek. This time, his face completely red. Not only that, but all the teeth fell out. What a terrible sight. Wu Fan is confused, and his expression is more like hell. He had no idea who was beating him. I apologize to Wei Ying. I only give you one chance. Yi-Chen Dao. His tone is very insipid, without a trace of temperature. The more so, the more palpitating Wu Fan. Wei Ying did not expect Yi-Chen to do it for her. She took a look at Yi-Chen and stopped talking. Wu Fan's back is completely wet. I don't know why. His whole body temperature keeps decreasing. This feeling is too uncomfortable. Looking at Yi-Chen and Wei Ying, he would not think that the slap was related to him. Fan in the air? This kind of thing can't exist in real life. Why apologize? In the evening, if you two don't cover your body, it's a disgrace to the reputation of the teachers of Beijing Normal University. Wu Fan has no sense of apology at all, chattering. When Wei Ying heard these words, her whole body trembled and her tears whirled in her eyes. Grievance to the extreme. And you, Wei Ying, cry a fart. I thought you were a clean woman. I didn't expect that, so I would go to bed with other men casually. If you want to have a good time, I'll find a few people to come. Words have not finished, Yi-Chen 5 fingers directly buckle Wu Fan's neck, directly lift each other up. In the air. A sense of suffocation hit Wu Fan, desperately struggling, but found it impossible. You let go. Yichen does not move, eyes only endless cold. Since you want to die, I will help you. After 15 seconds, your body will not be able to supply blood. After 20 seconds, your brain will lack of oxygen. Even if I exert a few more minutes, your neck will be broken. Words fall, Wu Fan panic. From Yi Chen's eyes, he really felt that the other side would kill him. He couldn't help it anymore. His veins burst out and he said in a trembling voice, I say sorry. I am bitch, my whole family is bitch. But Yi Chen has no intention to let go. Wu Fan's face is blue. Eyes are full of blood, but also gradually white, even the struggle of the strength are not. At this moment, Wei Ying wakes up and quickly says to Yi Chen, Professor Yi, forget it. If you go down again, he will really die. If people die here, how can I live in the future? Yi Chen Mao's son, a congealing nod, direct single hand. Wu Fan came to the elevator, pressed the door of the elevator, directly threw in. Bang! In an instant, the elevator vibrated, and Wu Fan lay powerless inside, just like a dead dog. The door closed and there was a complete silence. Yi Chen took a look at Wei Ying and said, It's almost 4 o'clock. Go to sleep. You'll have class tomorrow. Good. Wei Ying took a look at the direction of the elevator, looked at the wound on Yi Chen's chest, nodded, and even more reminded, Professor Yi, you should rest early. Well. Yi Chen directly returned to the room, looking at the mess around, also did not intend to tidy up, directly took out the Baichao Ding, began refining antidote. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Jiangjia in Beijing. Jiang's Hini is faltering. Its vitality seems to be gradually fading away. It has not reached the gate of Jiangjia, so the body can no longer support it and falls down directly. Lost consciousness. Seeing this scene, the two strong guards of the Jiang family shrunk their eyes and rushed up to help Jiang Zhinya up. They were also preparing to bring Jiang Zhinya to a place of restoration with rich aura. Two people's hearts seem to set off all kinds of waves. They know the strength of Jiang Zhinya. Although it is not a top-notch one, it is impossible for anyone to seriously injure him in the whole capital. This has offended the entire Jiang family. The old man has the habit of getting up early. Before dawn, he fights in the yard. Every move has a trace of charm. The air vibrates and the magnetic field changes. But soon, he stopped, his eyes staring at Jiang Zhinya, who was carried in, his face changed dramatically, and he asked the two gatekeepers, what happened? How did he become like this? When they saw Mr. Jiang, they didn't dare to breathe. They quickly explained, tell the master that we found Jiang Zhinya, who was seriously injured outside. We are going to take him inside to heal. Mr. Jiang stepped out step by step, 2 points on the heart of Jiang Zhinya. Many people in Zhenjiang would have broken their bones if they had not. Not only that, but all the vitality and vigor of Jiang's Hini are locked by a force. Now he is like a useless man. This kind of coma state, do not know when will wake up. Jiang Laozi's sharp eyebrow twisted into a word of Sichuan, and his heart set off a storm and a burst of waves. He clearly asked Jiang Zhinya to take back the foreign things from the hands of the evil. If the other party resists, he will directly abolish it. But it was he who was abolished. How could it be? He doesn't believe that the evil has the strength to seriously hurt Jiang Zhinya. Just Fan Zhen, even if it disappeared for 5 years, there is no possibility. Even if he is a genius, it is impossible for him to change from a waste to an existence that can seriously injure Jiang Zhinya in 5 years. His head flies quickly. The only thing he can think of is that Jiang Zhinya has recaptured foreign things, but he must have been seriously injured in the middle of the way. Mantis catches cicadas and yellow finches are behind. There is a power in the dark. Damn it! But in any case, the evil is to blame. In the eyes of Mr. Jiang, the value of that evil is far less than that of Jiang Zhinya. No longer thinking about it, he took out a pill and fed it directly to Jiang Zhinya. The pill melted in the mouth. Jiang Zhinya's pale face was ruddy, but there was no sign of recovery. Mr. Jiang ordered people to bring Jiang's Hini to the place of restoration. He also found some of the best doctors in the capital. Strange things happened. Those people used their means to make Jiang Zhinya look good, but he just couldn't wake up. It was as if someone had cast a spell. Mr. Jiang invited a wave after wave of miracle doctors. It's no use at all. Jiang Zhinya has no sign of awakening at all. How could it be? Mr. Jiang's expression is very ugly. If Jiang Zhinya doesn't wake up, he doesn't know what happened tonight. Chapter 355. Suddenly, Mr. Jiang noticed the 5 fingers of Jiang Zhinya. 5 fingers have a trace of blood, the black toxin has completely disappeared. It seems that this claw has hurt the other party, and the boy may have become a useless man. This poison can't be cracked by the Chinese martial arts circle. Even if you can't kill others, it's enough to make the ancient warrior more painful than death. You're just a bastard. You dare to fight against the Jiang family. You're looking for death. Beijing Normal University, teacher's apartment. The detoxification pill was successfully refined. He took it directly, and the toxin disappeared completely. He took advantage of this opportunity to practice again. Yichen wakes up slowly and spits out a mouthful of turbid gas. The blood dragon also penetrated into his body. After one night's practice, the blood dragon was a bit huge. Yichen is even surprised to find that there are only 3 things that can make the blood dragon stronger. First, practice. Second, chance and foreign treasures. Third, blood and anger. The more people he killed, the stronger the other side, the stronger the blood dragon. He stood up, went to the window, glanced at the Capital Normal University, murmured, "There is still one day, tomorrow night at 12 o'clock, Ghost Prison will open, finally can see his parents." He is not excited at the moment. For 5 years, he thought his parents had turned into white bones. When he knew that his parents were still alive, no one in the world was more excited than him. What Jiang family and Lin Juelong can't be mentioned in front of their parents? Of course, once his parents are rescued, he will personally take his parents to the Jiangjia in Beijing to return to the things he once had. As for Lin Juelong, how did he deal with his parents at that time? He would have to pay back 1,000 times. At this time, the doorbell rings. Yichen does not need to guess who it is. The door opened. Wei Ying, with long hair and shawl, stood outside, carrying some steamed stuffed bun and soybean milk in her hand. "This is the breakfast I bought for you. How is your injury? Does it hurt?" Yichen took breakfast and laughed, "Thank you. It's no big problem. Do you want to change the bandage? When I used to train, it seemed that you needed to change that kind of wound every day." Wei Ying worried. Yesterday, Yichen not only helped her mother, but also stood up to let Wu Fan apologize to her. She has a good feeling for Yichen in her heart. It was also the first time she had bought breakfast for a man other than her father. "No, my wound is healed." Yichen Dao. Wei Ying was stunned and immediately turned a white eye to Yichen. "Professor Yi, are you kidding? It will take at least a week for your wound to heal." Yichen did not want to explain more, directly took off the white t-shirt, revealing the perfect figure. Later, the bandage was untied. When the bandage was untied, Wei Ying was stunned. Because yesterday's scars have disappeared. How could it be? Even if there are elixirs in the world, it can't be so. She opened her mouth slightly, her beautiful eyes were full of confusion and surprise, and even more staring at Yichen, as if to see a ghost. "You forget, I'm also a doctor, and I have healing medicine on my hand to repair scars and wounds." Wei Ying thought of her mother's affairs yesterday and suddenly realized. Although everything in front of her is beyond her cognition, but the reality is in front of her. What can she say? "In that case, Professor Yi, I'll go to class first. By the way, didn't I get together yesterday? Today, the headmaster personally made a reservation in Yang Weijuan restaurant and invited all the teachers and professors to dinner. The principal called me and asked me to invite you, would you like to go?" Yichen refused, "Don't go." Wei Ying is a little lost. She nods and goes outside. Looking at the whole Capital Normal University, Yichen is the only one who dares to refuse the president's estimation. However, Yi Chen's identity is special. She has seen Yi Chen's means, and it is estimated that the principal is not qualified to be embarrassed. She wanted to ask Yi Chen's identity several times, but she still didn't say it. She thought Yi Chen was an ordinary university professor. After weighing left, Yi Chen intended to continue to practice, but found a figure in the house. What surprised him was Lu Hanshuang. Yi Chen's mouth outlined a cold, "Wei, how do you feel like a ghost? Can't stay in Jiangnan province? Have you come to Beijing?" Lu Hanshuang shook his head. "Yi Chen, I know that you will cause great things when you come to the capital. Now it seems that it is much faster than I imagined." Finish saying, Lu Hanshuang's hand appeared a flat plate, throw directly to Yi Chen. "Your name has been on the front page of the official website of Xuemei Hall, and those big people in the headquarters have been furious. And recall most of the killers in Xuemei Hall. I am one of them. Now the place where you live, your danger level and strength are all on the official website. How long will you use all your strength to kill Meidian? No one has ever been able to make those people in Xuemei Hall so scared. I don't know whether to praise you or to laugh at you." Yi Chen didn't expect that Xuemei Hall should be so active in order to deal with himself. He thought about it and said, "Lu Hanshan, where is the headquarters of Xuemei Hall? You should be very clear about it. I don't like threats. In that case, erase them." Lu Hanshuang shook his head. "Friendship is friendship. Don't forget that I'm still a member of Xuemei Hall. I'm here to remind you that I've violated the rules of Xuemei Hall. Even if I tell you where the headquarters of Xuemei Hall is, you will die faster. Yi Chen Mao's son Tinyamai, kill machine sends out, that you come here why?" Lu Hanshuang's body stood in front of the broken window sill, looked at the scene of the destruction that had not been cleared yesterday, and suddenly said, "I come here to remind you of one thing. You are not stable in the capital, and your strength is not enough. You'd better leave Beijing Normal University now. Because tomorrow night, at least 30 top killers of Xuemei Hall will come here to kill you. This time, those elders will do the same. Xuemei's Royal Highness will cover the whole world and summon the strong ones from all walks of life, just to prepare you to die without a burial place." The cold sound rang through the room. At this moment, Yi Chen's expression is a little strange. He is not afraid of those killers in Xuemei Hall. But this time point coincides with the opening of Ghost Prison. It's all tomorrow night. Who knows what kind of damage will happen to Beijing Normal University tomorrow? Once the key conflicts, there will be too many uncontrollable forces. Lu Hanshuang is aware of Yi Chen's accident and is surprised at the corner of her mouth. It turns out that this guy is also afraid. She thought Yi Chen Tian was not afraid of the ground. "I'll put it here. It's your business to be inseparable. It is estimated that this news will soon spread in the Chinese killer community. If you don't leave, you will never see the sun after tomorrow." Finish saying that, Lu Hanshuang then jumped down, a steel wire glides, bearing Yingran. But the whole room only leaves the Leaf Chin one person, his son Tinyamai, hesitates for a long time, still took out the black stone, directly entered the Samsara cemetery. What about the top 30? An ancient man is enough. Chapter 356. Samsara Cemetery. Yi Chen goes to the 2 tombstones. The ghost prison will open tomorrow. There must be no mistake. The Royal Highness of Xuemei had a lot of power to kill him, but they forgot that he had a title. Hunter. Since the Blood Plum Hall is ready to deal with himself tomorrow night, he will let all the people in the Blood Plum Hall not live today. He doesn't want the ghost prison to open at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. No one has the right to stop. If someone becomes a variable, erase it. As one of the top killer organizations in China, Xuemei Hall also has great prestige in the martial arts circle. Naturally, its strength cannot be underestimated. It is absolutely difficult for him to enter alone. The only dependence is the reincarnation cemetery. But he's not going to start right now. The opportunity of ancient great power must be appropriate. Otherwise, it will be wasted. After confirming that the 2 reincarnation cemeteries could be moved, he assigned it to Xiang Qingdong of the Yao League. If Lu Hanshuang doesn't say that, he has no way to know. In terms of identity, Xiang Qingdong and Huaxia General Bureau of Martial Arts are on a par. Although our strength is not comparable to that of the general administration, we must be clear about some things in China's martial arts and Taoism circles. I'll see you at the school gate in 20 minutes. Xiang Qingdong at the other end of the phone was slightly stunned, and then promised, "Yes, Mr. Yi, it happens that I have something to tell you." 20 minutes later, at the gate of Beijing Normal University. In Maybach's car, windows and doors are closed and everything is isolated. When Yichen sees Xiang Qingdong, he just wants to talk. Xiang Qingdong hands a piece of information to Yichen. "Mr. Yi, I just got the news. The Blood Plum Hall is going to attack you tomorrow. What's more, he has suspended the task of the top killer. All of them are transferred back." Yichen glanced at the information and then threw it on the car. "I know. Mr. Yi, do you need a statement from our Medicine Alliance for you? Just let the wind out and let Xuemei Hall know that you are connected with our Medicine Alliance. The people in Xuemei Hall dare not be unscrupulous. Although they will still assassinate you, they can definitely delay for a few days. This bloody Plum Hall is really a scum in the martial arts world." Xiang Qingdong's voice was a little angry. Yichen shakes his head. "Do not need, I look for you also for this matter, you should know the location of the Blood Plum Hall headquarters." Xiang Qingdong's eyes congealed. He naturally guessed something and exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, you don't want to move the Blood Plum Hall?" "Must not. Never. The Blood Plum Hall has a deep foundation and is as strong as clouds. The top killers are recalled this time. The headquarters of Xuemei Hall is absolutely dangerous. Mr. Yi, please think twice. I don't need your advice. I just want to know where the headquarters of Xuemei Hall is. If you know it, just say it. If not, I have nothing to do with Yao Meng ever since." Yi Chen's words are full of coldness and threat. Xiang Qingdong's face was a little pale, but when he thought of the horrible pictures in Danfang, he gritted his teeth and decided, "Mr. Yi, the Blood Plum Hall is located in the Hygiene Lake area of the capital city. There is an array there. If you break the array, you can see the headquarters of the Blood Plum Hall. I heard it's a temple that covers more than 10 acres. Although this is not a secret, for many years, few forces will go to the Xuemei Hall for trouble. Because there are so many dangers there, Mr. Yi, please think twice." "I see." Yichen opens the door directly and goes down. "What do you need to go with me?" "No, I'll do it alone." The door closed. Xiang Qingdong fell into deep thought. Although Yichen was in the Danfang that day, he triggered the thunder and broke the skill of the strong man in the ghost prison, but this is quite different from what Yichen is going to do now. It's not a technique, but a battle that may fall at any time. Thinking for a few seconds, he still said, "Go to Hygiene Lake." "Yes, Chairman." At the same time, a special office in Beijing. Zheng Renjue has a habit of logging into the website of Xuemei Hall every day. After all, he is in charge of some martial arts forces in China. If he finds that there are some names that should not be killed on the website of Xuemei Hall, he will send someone to warn him. The relationship between him and Xuemei Hall is general. After all, one is positive and one is evil. One cannot go too close, or there will be criticism. Even in the eyes of the other party, how can he organize? As long as they kill in China, they are under his control. However, more often than not, Huaxia Wudao Bureau will not take action. As for the reason, it is not his level of people can understand. Zheng Ren decided to make a cup of tea and just wanted to sip it. When he saw the large picture and text on the front page of the official website of Xuemei Hall, his expression became extremely strange. The next second, his mouth outlined a smile, a very gloomy smile. Because that big picture is not others, it is Yi Chen. Last time, his subordinates hired the top killer of Xuemei Hall and wanted to kill Yi Chen in Jiangnan province. It turned out to be a failure. That Yi Chen lives well. Not only that, this guy is going to Huiyin province to make a scene. What a mess. He doesn't expect Xuemei Hall anymore. The top killers can't kill that kid. The bloody Plum Hall is a fucking trash. Originally, he wanted to deal with Yi Chen, happened to be a traitor inside, lost important documents. It's a mess for them. Also temporarily put down the plan to kill Yi Chen. But unexpectedly, Yi Chen killed himself and completely offended Xuemei Hall. Judging from the attitude of Xuemei Hall this time, he certainly did not intend to let Yi Chen go. Just right. Even he could not bear the full encirclement and suppression of Xuemei Hall. There must be a great price to pay. Just when he was excited, Jing Rinjue noticed an address on the picture, Beijing Normal University. His eyes slightly narrowed, instantly understood what, it seems that this boy intends to enter the ghost prison, haha, really think it is so easy. Even if you escape the siege of Xuemei Hall, I will not let you step into it. Beijing, Haijin Lake. This area is located in the western suburb of the capital, very partial, most of which are farmland. The capital government has not yet planned it. Haijin Lake is a small freshwater lake. It is named Haijin Lake because it was panned for gold hundreds of years ago. Yi Chen got off the taxi, and a cold wind blew. It was a little bleak here. The place Xiang Qingdong said should be near here. Yi Chen closed his eyes and could vaguely feel the array waves under the ground. Even the magnetic field has changed. His eyes are suffused with a trace of killing intention, and the virtual shadow of the blood dragon in his body roars and is full of fighting spirit. With the strength of the underground array, Yi Chen goes to the upstream of Haijin Lake. The more you go up, it seems that the air pressure is getting lower and lower, which makes people uncomfortable. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's eyes shrunk, and he found that the fallen leaves not far away fell to one side in succession. Very strange. Obviously, the direction of the fallen leaves is the entrance of Xuemei Hall. Chapter 357. Yi Chen's line of sight is toward the direction of the fallen leaves, and there is a trace of array pattern in the air. It's extremely weak. If you don't check it carefully, you can't find it. Yi Chen no longer hesitates, Sanglong phantom body definitely surging, blink of an eye came to the place of array pattern. A point out, found that in front of it seems to be a wall. Transparent walls. You want to stop me? I thought there was a powerful array in Xuemei Hall. Yi Chen snorted coldly, pinched his fingers and forced out a drop of blood. The blood shoots on the array and disperses completely. The array seems to be controlled by something and rolls up. Then, Yi Chen's hand appeared to cut the dragon's sword, a sword to chop. The sword chi has the killing intention of freezing cold, directly tearing the array wall. A gap appeared in an instant. But inside there is a special hole. A palace-like existence stands there. Extremely huge, magnificent. Even aura is far more abundant than outside. Who can think of such a wasteland in the western suburbs of Beijing? Yi Chen tears the opening of the array more and more with one hand. When it is enough for one person to step in, he will drill into the array directly. As soon as he got into the array, two shouts rang out in his ear. What man? Why do you come out of here? Yi Chen went to the source of the sound and found two burly men in black tights staring at themselves. The clothes on their chests were printed with a red plum blossom. It's full of evil spirit. Blood Plum Hall. Who are you? Show me the Blood Plum Order. Otherwise, die. Two people obviously found that Yi Chen's dress is a little strange, again out of voice, quite alert. Even the weapons in hand have been taken out. He may kill Yi Chen at any time. Yi Chenling looked around and found no one else. He pointed to himself and said, "Do you ask me?" "Nonsense, who else is here but you?" Yi Chen sneered, "I come to destroy your Blood Plum Hall." Language down, Yi Chen moved. He went straight through the middle of them. It seems that there is no action, but I do not know the countless true chi tearing in all directions. The two men wanted to fight back, but found their bodies couldn't move at all. The sudden appearance of the boy released the pressure like a huge mountain down. What strength is this? Not waiting for them to react, their bodies such as blood spray, a line of wounds open. They didn't even have a chance to press the red button on their waists. They just fell. Blood gradually stained the earth. Yi Chen no longer pays attention to two people, toward the deep. Even the bodies are lazy to deal with. These two people's strength is too weak, does not deserve him to attack. He looked at a magnificent hall not far away. It must be that the strong men in the Blood Plum Hall were in it. If you can capture the king first, it will be a good thing. He needs a force in the capital. If the Blood Plum Hall is willing to merge with the Dark Hall, let Yi Lingtian take charge of this new force. If the Blood Plum Hall does not cooperate, then let the blood dye the sky today. Yi Chen's eyes twinkle with a trace of cold, just like the evil spirit from the Nine Hell, walking towards the hall. At the same time, on the main hall, there are nearly 50 top killers of Xuemei Hall. There are sexy women, there are old people. These people are good at camouflage, killing in the invisible. The key has a very strong martial arts strength. They are not only in China, some are overseas. If the territory of Xuemei Hall is only in China, it can't satisfy the ambition of the master of Xuemei Hall. On the high platform, there is a stone chair carved into a tiger descending the mountain. Stone chair surface aura surging, extraordinary value. The middle-aged man sitting on the stone chair is the master of Xuemei Hall, Zhan Tao. Zhan Tao has a strong evil spirit all over his body. It seems that he is going to break this hall. His eyes are very small, but only one look, but it makes people palpitating. All of a sudden, Zhan Tao stood up, his eyes swept the audience, word by word. You should all know why I let you interrupt the mission to come here. Yes. There was a roar from below. Incomparably neat. Lu Hansuang and Ling Feng are among them. Zhan Tao nodded, his hands behind his back, and said, since my father gave me Xuemei Hall has hardly met a difficult object, and it is impossible to fail again and again. But now, the man who broke the rules of Xuemei Hall appears. What do you say to do? Cut off the head and suck its blood essence. Another roar was heard through the hall. Good, good. Tomorrow night, I'll ask you, how many minutes can you get rid of this and come to see me? Zhan Tao's voice sounded cold and dignified. Language falls, a man with a mask directly stood out, roared, report to the hall master, give me Jiang Yun 30 seconds, I will let him head apart, 5 horses split body. At the same time, another bearded man with a sharp knife also stood up and said confidently, Lord, 30 seconds is too long. Give me the butcher 10 seconds. I will screw off his head myself. This boy has no power to fight back. I don't even need a knife. He's not qualified to let me do it. Zhan Tao nodded and was very satisfied with the momentum of these killers in Xuemei Hall, but he still said, you are the elite and powerful of Xuemei Hall, but our people have been trapped in the hands of this little beast more than once. For the sake of safety, I will choose 30 of you, LED by Elder He, and set a net in Beijing Normal University. As long as this son dares to step into the capital Normal University, he will surely die. Hall Master, mighty. The sound of indignation rippled. Ling Feng and Lu Hansuang shake their heads helplessly, hoping Yi Chen has left Beijing Normal University, or even if the Heavenly King Laozi comes, he can't save this guy. At this time, a sudden change appeared, and a dark shadow went towards Zhan Tao. Very fast. He is about to touch Zhan Tao on the stage. Zhan Tao sneers and blows out his hand. The dreary palm wind explodes, carries the horrible death breath, sweeps towards the black shadow. Pata! To his surprise, what came to him was a ferocious head. The key is that the owner of this head is a strong man in the Blood Plum Hall. See this scene, everyone's face changed greatly, pupil shrink to the extreme. They are very suspicious in their hearts, how can a head suddenly shoot out? Just when everyone was wondering, a footstep came from behind. Innumerable ways of looking at the back together. In an instant, I found a young man in casual clothes coming slowly with his pocket in his pocket. Stroll in idle court. The breath is cool. When you see the youth's face, everyone's expression is almost dull. The hall was as quiet as the grave in the middle of the night, and there was no breath. Like sculpture one by one, stupidly in place. Because this young man is the target of their assassination. Yi Chen. Strange is that this son is not in Beijing Normal University, but on the initiative to visit. This is the Blood Plum Hall. That's the damn rhythm. Ling Feng's expression in the crowd was extremely frightening. Lu Hanshuang's beautiful eyes widened and covered his mouth with white hands. Did he come? This is to seek death. Chapter 358. The appearance of Yi Chen is undoubtedly a thunderbolt to the people in the headquarters of Xuemei Hall. Xuemei Hall has existed for so many years, and no assassin has ever come to Xuemei Hall on his own initiative. Does this guy think his life is too long? The crowd is restless, one after another kills the intention directly toward Yi Chen to condense and go. Lu Hanshuang wakes up, but there is a trace of helplessness in her eyes. She has done her utmost to remind Yi Chen today. And the guys still wanted to die. She thought Yi Chen asked the address of the headquarters of Xuemei Hall, but pretended in front of her. Now, this guy is a fool. Alas! Lu Hanshuang sighs deeply in her heart. She can also be regarded as watching Yi Chen rise from Jiangnan province. Now she wants to fall in Xuemei Hall, more or less regretful. So was her father, Lu Lingfeng. Eyes are full of helplessness to Yi Chen. The corner of Zhang Tao's mouth on the stage outlined a smile. He stepped out and came to the stage. He was followed by 4 figures, also fell, is the Blood Plum Hall 4 Breath Terror Elders. The crowd dispersed to give them away. The killing on both sides seems to be the guardian of Zhang Tao. When Zhang Tao, the leader of Xuemei Temple, goes to the place 10 meters away from Yi Chen, he stops. It seems that you have killed the strong men in the Blood Plum Hall outside, right? Yi Chen did not speak. Pa 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 pa. Zhang Tao clapped his hands and said, Yi Chen, I have to admit that you are the most amazing genius I have ever seen. So many strong men in my Blood Plum Hall are planted in your hands. Your strength is very strong. If you and I are not rivals, without that resentment, maybe we can be friends. Yi Chen stretched out his hands from his pocket and said, First, the dead are not qualified to be my friends. Second, you talk too much nonsense. Zhang Tao does not have the slightest fluctuation. In his eyes, Yi Chen's entry here has already indicated the end. If so many people can't deal with a boy who doesn't have a long hair, then the Blood Plum Hall really doesn't have to mix in China. Yi Chen, my Blood Plum Hall is not inhuman, I know you have that foreign thing. Give me something, then roll down and knock a few heads. I'll give you a complete body. Yi Chen Mao's son does not have the slightest temperature, in the hand already appeared to cut the dragon's sword, lightweight, rely on you this kind of rubbish, still have the qualification to let me kneel? Today, I will let you kneel in front of me. Words out, everyone cannot help but take a breath. Throughout China, there are only a few people who dare to insult the Lord of Xuemei Palace. Even if you don't look at Zhang Tao's strength, the people behind him are also enough to fear. Yi Chen insults Zhang Tao in front of so many people. It's unforgivable. Zhang Tao doesn't speak, but looking at Yi Chen, his face becomes ferocious. Hall Master, Jiang Yan asks for a war. All of a sudden, a yell rang out. The next second, a man with a mask rushed out. It's the guy who just said that he can cut off Yi Chen's head in 30 seconds. The powerful evil spirit sweeps towards Yi Chen. He wants to show up in front of Zhang Tao. Kill Yi Chen, 30 seconds is enough. Jiang Yan's momentum continues to climb, a yell, step out of the right foot, jump. 3 meters high. Huge body waving fist toward Yi Chen. Once hit, it must be a pool of flesh and blood. The other powerful men of Xuemei Hall also want to rush into it and kill Yi Chen together, but Zhang Tao stops them. He was very curious about how terrible Yi Chen's martial arts strength was. He could kill so many top killers in Xuemei Hall. Yi Chen looks at the dark shadow falling in the air and disdains the corners of his mouth. Kill me in 30 seconds? Do you know how many seconds it takes me to kill you? That Jiang Yunazheng has not responded, a cold into the bone marrow sound in the ear. Kill you, 1 second is enough. This moment Yi Chen knee bending, the whole person toward Jiang Yun and go. The whole body chi suddenly erupts, Yi Chen is like a 100-meter mountain. Jiang Yun only felt a sense of pressure over him, he did not even have the right to fight back. Be shocked and fly out. With Yi Chen's strength now, how many people can carry such a strike? Bang! All around the ground, there are many cracks on the ground. The key is that Jiang Yun has no flesh and blood. The body is more fragmented. Blood explodes, see the scene which is dreadful to one's mind. Hiss dash. Those powerful people in Xuemei Hall take a breath of cool air. They know that Yi Chen's strength is very strong, otherwise it is impossible for so many strong people to be planted in Yi Chen's hands, but they have no idea that he is so strong. A single blow directly made Jiang Yun's body incomplete. It's worse than a split body. Lu Hanshuang's face was very white. She took a look at Lu Lingfeng. Their eyes were deeply frightened. Remember a month ago, they also saw the strength of Yi Chen. Although it was very strong at that time, it was not so terrible. Jiang Yun, what strength, they are clear. Who can do it? Haven't wait for everybody to react, Yi Chen's cold eyes shoot to another direction. It was the butcher who said he would kill Yi Chen in 3 seconds. The butcher felt something was wrong, and he fell back subconsciously, but it was too late. A figure quickly flashed in front of you. Yi Chen has appeared in front of him. What kind of ghost body method is this? Too fast. The butcher's strength is much stronger than Jiang Yun's. Years of experience in killing people make him subconsciously energetic and stab the black shadow with a sharp knife in his hand. Looking for death. The shadow stops. Everything is clear. See Yi Chen 5 fingers holding the sharp knife. Senhen's smile is reflected on the butcher's pupil like this. Such a smile makes the butcher feel fear for the first time in many years. The key opponent is too strong. Broken. Yi Chen spits out a word, the sharp knife is directly broken by a strong genuine qi. The butcher's arm was also hit by a strong air wave. Right hand paralysis. What kind of power is this? There was a storm in his heart. Chapter 359. The butcher has killed so many martial arts masters in China. He hasn't seen this kind of existence. Can't this boy break into the top 10 of Chinese masters list? Not waiting for him to think clearly, Yi Chen one punch directly blows out. Simple, no fancy. Bang! The naked eye can see that the butcher's arms, showing a strange curve. His eyes almost burst out and he flew straight out. Bang! A loud noise, directly hit the feet of the main battle Tao of the Blood Plum Hall. The arms are all broken, it's full of blood. The butcher didn't even have a chance to breathe. He died on the spot. At this moment, the whole Blood Plum Hall was silent. A cold death wrapped the bodies of all the people present. Their eyes are always staring at Yi Chen, or frightened, or scared, or crazy. Blood Plum Hall to kill to prove the way, means to heaven, kill no more than 100,000 martial arts, there are also 10,000. But at the moment their mind echoed the picture, is that simple 2 fists. These 2 fists seemed to break the world and hit them in the heart. The pain hit the spirit. Zhan Tao, the leader of Xuemei Hall, is completely black. The other party broke into the Blood Plum Hall, and killed 2 people directly under his eyes. It was just like a slap in his face, which made him blush. At the moment of his sight shooting at Yi Chen's cold eyes also shoot at him. 2 eyes through the crowd, in the air violent concussion. The sky is full of evil intention collision, an invisible air wave is rolling in all directions. Let every killer in Xuemei Hall feel miserable to the extreme. At this time, Zhan Tao said, Xuemei Hall killer, listen to orders, kill this son with all one's strength. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, no one moved at all. Who dares to go to the devil's trouble? Zhan Tao could not hang on his face and roared, if anyone can cut off this son's head, he will be promoted to the elder of Xuemei Hall immediately. As soon as this saying goes out, everyone's eyes become blazing hot. Xuemei Temple Chief can enjoy the powerful resources of Xuemei Hall. Training speed is very fast. Not only that, once you become the elder of Xuemei Hall, you don't need to assassinate, you just need to enjoy the pleasure of right. Every killer in Xuemei Hall, who doesn't want to be like this? Almost instantaneously, 20 figures rushed towards Yi Chen. Almost half of them. Yi Chen cold looking at those surging to kill the opportunity, palms together. I'm so angry. Around the wind, the body is to spread bursts of dragon chant. Although the blood dragon did not gush out, it gave Yi Chen great strength and momentum increase. The breath of death is coming. A cold current swept around. In front of the world, as if become dark, the door of hell has opened. Yi Chen is the one who opens the door of hell. Burn the sky palm. Yi Chen a roar, a flame virtual palm suddenly formed. Yi Chen's whole body is shrouded in a layer of fire. At this moment, he was like the god of fire. Crash! A sound, burning sky palm burst out, some of the head of the body directly into a black, flesh and blood burst. Direct death. And those in the back of the blood plum hall strong also like facing the enemy, aware of something wrong, quickly back. What the hell is this move? It's not a category they can understand. How strange it is. What the hell is this flame? Is this guy a legendary cultivator? Even though they retreated ahead of time, the air wave exploded like substance, and the whole Xuemei hall trembled faintly. Zhang Tao Mao Zi was extremely serious. Yi Chen suddenly broke into the Xuemei hall, which completely made the situation out of control. If you don't kill Yi Chen again, it's absolutely troublesome. Thinking about everything, he looked at the 4 elders of Xuemei hall behind him, and said, "We 5 people are freezing in array. If we don't kill this son, it's definitely a nightmare of Xuemei hall." "Yes, Lord." The 4 old men's breath rose, 5 fingers a grip, 4 long swords flying across the air, they clenched the palm of their hands. The next second, the 4 old men and Zhang Tao stepped on their feet, and their bodies soared to the sky. Their swords were towering, and they took Yi Chen's head. Lu Hansuang in the distance saw this scene, and his heart was pounding. Who can suppress so many killers in Xuemei hall by one person? Only Yi Chen. Who can make Zhang Tao, the leader of Xuemei Temple, and the 4 most powerful elders jointly set up the array in China? Only Yi Chen. This war, Yi Chen no matter win or lose, enough to shake the Chinese martial arts world. Dad, do you think Yi Chen can win? Lu Hansuang looks at Lu Lingfeng beside her, and her voice trembles. Lu Hansuang looks at Yi Chen in a complicated way, but his palms are full of sweat. His blood is burning and boiling. He once fantasized about this, but decades later, such a move can only become his nighttime fantasy. Yi Chen, however, did it. However, Yi Chen in the Blood Plum Hall under the siege of these 5 people, can win? Almost impossible. The existence of Xuemei Hall in China for so many years is not without reason. Far away. Yi Chen looked at the 5 people who had been plundered, and her eyes finally had a trace of solemnity. These 5 people, very strong. He quickly took out a bottle of Juki Dan and ate it all in one breath. When the pills were dispersed, there was a trace of genuine qi in the elixir field, which made him feel better. At the moment, the 5 have completely blocked Yi Chen's retreat. Zhang Tao sneered, "Yi Chen, you can lead us 5 people to join hands. Even if we get to the palace of hell, it's worth boasting about. Before you die, I might as well tell you one more thing. As long as you die, I will go to Jiangnan province in person and swallow up your Tianjin group. Not only that, I heard that you have 2 beautiful women accompanying you in Jiangnan province. They are Sun Yi and Xia Ruoxue. Ha ha, I will catch these 2 women and let them enjoy it. Ha ha ha." Chapter 360. Hear these words, Yi Chen Mao's son is full of blood silk, thoroughly angry. His eyes are extremely bloodthirsty. This anger, as if it had been endured for a long time, was raging. It is eager to explode. Eager to kill. Longing for destruction. Eager to kill. Yearning for nothing. Yi Chen cut the dragon's sword in his hand and roared, "From then on, there will be no Blood Plum Hall in the world again." This sword carries Yi Chen's outrage. Zhang Tao and the 4 elders of Xuemei Hall dare not to be big. Their strength is rolling, and their 5 swords are extremely powerful. Thanks to the array, 5 swords are combined into one, and a big black sword shadow is formed. The big sword is 100 feet long, and it cuts towards Yichen mercilessly. What do you think of me? Even if you go against the sky, you can't bear this sword. No matter how strong you are, there is only one person. The direct collision between the sword of dragon and the sword of heaven. The whole blood plum hall seems to be unable to bear this power, almost flies. Bang! The 5 men of Zhang Tao stood in front of each other. Although they blocked the attack, they still stepped back 10 steps. We can see the power of this blow. And Yichen is more miserable, the body flies out directly. He stabbed the dragon's sword into the ground, and the fierce spark surged, and the sound of zizi was heard incessantly. The sword of cutting dragon directly cuts a long deep ditch on the ground, and the rocks are flying. We can see the horror. The blood in the body surges up, Yichen's face is a little pale. He breathes heavily, 1 person to 5 blood plum hall top strong, really laborious. Any of these 5 people, any one of them, is a terrible existence in the Chinese martial arts circle. Although not comparable to Jiang Jianfeng and Master Jingdao, but the strength can at least be ranked in the top 15 of the Chinese masters list. Zhang Tao and the 4 elders are even more shocked. It seems that they have won. But they are 5. 5 talented people beat this boy like this son can't be rebellious. 5 people look at each other, see each other's eyes to kill, this son does not die, the blood plum hall will really be destroyed. Kill! 5 figures quickly swept up, sword shadow all over the sky, toward Yichen package. When Yichen turns his sword, his body is shaken again. This time, he even vomited out a mouthful of blood, extremely uncomfortable. Yichen can completely let the 4th tombstone's big power hand. But he didn't. You can't just rely on others. Only the strength is the king. Yichen, you must have a lot of pain in your internal organs. If you don't die today, it's estimated that in a few years, the world of Chinese martial arts and Taoism will be the champion for you. However, I Zhang Tao will not give you this opportunity, I like to kill genius. Killing your genius is a kind of enjoyment, haha. 5 swords break the heart. After a sneer, Zhang Tao becomes extremely serious. When the other 4 hear the 5 swords breaking their hearts, they suddenly understand that their strength is surging from the whole body to the long sword in their hands. At one time, the momentum sword and the wind swept the whole land. It has to be said that the momentum displayed by the 5 people is really amazing. With the burst of momentum, it is only for a moment that all people feel suffocated. Some of the strong people in the blood plum hall who are close to the 5 people actually directly shake out a mouthful of blood. Yichen, this blow depends on how you block it. Words fall, 5 light straight away, roar concussion, powerful momentum soared to the sky. Yichen stood like this, as if facing the blow, fearless. Suddenly, he closed his eyes. The first sword, Qianlong cuts the sky. If the cultivation reaches a great accomplishment, a sword will shake the spirits. Yichen is very clear that the only thing he can resist is the idea of breaking the sky sword. He has evolved several times in the Samsara cemetery, and he is not strong enough to kill Dao Jun at all. The key is to use it now, which will cause great damage to the body. It is necessary to rest for at least a few days to relax. But now he has no choice. No longer hesitating, he held the hand of chopping dragon's sword and lifted it up. The whole body is vigorous and vigorous. The roar and concussion made a powerful momentum soar into the sky. The sword of chopping the dragon has turned into swords. Break everything. Boom! This sword swept out, fast to the extreme, sweeping everything. Bang! When a sword falls, the attack of Zhang Tao's 5 men will directly shatter. The martial arts of the 5 are not as good as the sword of breaking the sky sword. You can see the tyranny. Fear filled them in an instant. Under such a sword idea, they are not even qualified to block. Zhang Tao, the last one, trembled with fear and knelt down quickly. Master Yi, please save my life. I am willing to contribute everything. Late. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth is showing a trace of sneer. Die. Suddenly, the sword burst out, tearing the air, chi. With a sound, Zhang Tao's head is cut off directly. Chapter 361. At this moment, the whole scene was dead. All eyes were fixed on the head on the ground. This is the head of the blood plum hull. The head of the dragon is beheaded directly. The elder broke his sword even more. Who can believe this scene? But it happened in front of them. The key is a young man in his 20s. Tonight, a top-ranking strong man has come out in China. At this moment, who dares to oppose Yi Chen? Who dares? Lu Lingfeng and Lu Hansuang lowered their heads, and the ferocious head of Zhang Tao was extremely clear in their eyes. They don't know how many people have been killed. They shouldn't have a trace of fear for this kind of blood-sparkling head. But at this moment, there was only fear in their hearts. Zhang Tao is dead. The core characters of Xuemei Hall are dead. At this moment, dozens of people were left, all shrouded in the shadow of the young man not far away. What the hell are you doing? It's not the same level at all. Lu Hansuang raised his head difficultly and looked at Yi Chen in the distance. That thin figure seems to be several meters high, like a giant, the shadow over him. But at the moment Yi Chen is to cut the dragon's sword inserted in the ground, right hand dead support. He suffered to the utmost. Although this sword killed Zhang Tao and several elders of Xuemei Hall, it had a very serious impact on his body. Even for a moment, he felt that his body was going to explode. Now his dantian does not have a trace of true spirit. His body is on the verge of falling. If it wasn't for the dragon's sword, he would fall down. As long as his will is not firm enough, he will fall on the ground. It's a mess. His sword, his overdraft. He held the hand of the dragon's sword and moved down slightly. His fingers touched the body of the sword. Without genuine qi, his 5 fingers contracted slightly and a trace of blood oozed out. The pain of the wound sobered him up. Then, Yi Chen raised his head, as if from the eyes of the 9 hells swept to the people, word by word. Who else is not satisfied? Stand out. His voice in the blood plum hall even came to the response. Like thunder. With the extremely cold killing intention. At this moment, people and swords are fearless. He doesn't need to breathe, it's enough to shock these people. For 3 seconds, no one dares to speak, and no one stands out. Yi Chen said again, from today on, Xuemei Hall no longer exists. Do you have any objection? Dissenters, stand up. Another thunder burst in everyone's ears. A simple sentence will erase the foundation of the blood plum hall for decades or even hundreds of years, and only the youth in the distance can do it. Every killer in the blood plum hall dare not breathe a breath, not to mention the objection. Who dares to provoke the anger of this evil spirit? 3 seconds later, Yi Chen threw out the 3rd sentence. Now, there are 2 roads in front of you. First, die. Second, surrender. A choice has to be made. This sentence is like a bomb. This is not a choice. It's a threat. A naked threat. Although Yi Chen has no strength, he is a strong Bao, but he firmly believes that this group of people will make the right choice. If this group of people do not know the appearance, if they do it by themselves, he will naturally have a way to erase this group of people. This is his confidence. 1 second, 2 seconds, those bloody plum hall killers still did not respond. In the 3rd second, Lu Lingfeng stepped out and crossed Zhang Tao's head. Plop. 1 knee down. Lingfeng in Xuemei Hall, see the hall master. Zhang Tao is dead. The lord of Xuemei Hall no longer exists. And Yi Chen will naturally replace him and become the new hall master. This is the law of the jungle. Not only that, Lu Lingfeng is also very clear, from the beginning of Jiangnan province, he has missed countless opportunities. Yi Chen's growth speed is too fast, now he has grown into a giant ship. Next time, it may be an aircraft carrier. If he doesn't get on the boat again, he will regret for life. So at the moment, he resolutely knelt down. Surrender. With Lu Lingfeng kneeling down, Lu Hansuang is also reacting, she understands what her father wants to do. My father must have seen Yi Chen's physical condition. If he doesn't make a show at the moment, he has to wait until when? Plop. Lu Hanshuang also knelt down. Blood Plum Palace. Lu Hanshan Frost, see the palace master. People looked at each other. A few seconds later, a shadow ups and downs. Plop. Plop. Most of the disciples of Xuemei Hall all kneel down. In the eyes only the meaning of submission. See the Lord. The sound was so loud. Sincerely believe. They are just use tools in Xuemei Hall. By who use, in fact, it is the same. Now they just want to live. What's more, Yi Chen's strength and age here are undoubtedly more qualified than Zhan Tao to lead Xuemei Hall. Follow such a strong person, you are qualified to step on the peak of Chinese martial arts. Looking at the whole scene, only 3 people did not kneel down, their eyes filled with hesitation and hatred. This son is already the bow of a strong crossbow. Why kneel? Language down, 3 people toward Yi Chen rushed in the past. Before they get close to Yi Chen, Lu Hanshuang and Lu Lingfeng rush out and take them away directly, with black light flashing and vigor. How dare you be disrespectful to the master of the temple and seek death? Not only that, but also the other 2 strong Blood Plum Hall also rushed past. Killing the sky, blood sprinkling on the ground. The heads of the 3 were directly cut off. Die in peace. The hands of these people in the heart smart, this time not to the temple lord, but to wait until when. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction, and his body had recovered part of his life. He glanced at the crowd. Since you recognize me as the temple master, from today on, you are no longer killers, but my Yi Chen's people. You don't have to kill people, you can control the wealth of a country. If you are loyal to me, I will give you an opportunity to step on the peak of China. If you betray me, thousands of miles away, I can also destroy your spirit. When the words fall, Yi Chen steps on it, and the blood dragon on top of his head sends out a startling dragon chant. Directly appeared behind Yi Chen. Blood dragon around his whole body. Ferocious. Rage. Despise all living beings. Yi Chen at the moment is like the son of a real dragon. More like a dragon to protect the body of the Gesher Shenzhuan. The whole body exudes red light, hitting the brand in the hearts of all the people present. At this moment, all people have left in their hearts is fear. From today on, you will be managed by Ling Feng for the time being. If you do not follow, you will be killed. These days, I will try to reorganize Xuemei Hall. And for the Blood Plum Hall change face, inject new blood. In the end, we must not disclose today's affairs to anyone. If there is any violation, the consequences will be borne by ourselves. Ling Feng and Lu Hanshuang stay, and all the others leave this hall. Yi Chen's unquestionable voice fell, the crowd suddenly scattered. In 5 seconds, only Yi Chen, Ling Feng and Lu Hanshuang are left under the hall. When the gate is closed, Yi Chen can't hold on any longer. The sword of cutting dragon falls on the ground, and his body falls down. Chapter 362. This result is much better than Yi Chen expected. At least one of the great powers of Samsara Cemetery was not used to kill Xuemei Hall. If it is really used, it is overkill. It's not worth it. Whether it's the opening of the ghost prison tomorrow night or in the face of the strongmen in the ghost prison, there are too many variables. He needs the 2 great men to sit down. This is his biggest card. At the moment of Yi Chen's body falling down, a beautiful shadow appears directly. The white jade hand takes it out and hugs Yi Chen. It was Lu Hanshuang. At the moment, Yi Chen's cheek is close to the chest of the landing frost, a wisp of fragrance, intoxicating, the soft chest of the ear is squeezed a few minutes, extremely fragrant. But Yi Chen has fallen asleep. He is too tired. Lu Lingfeng came over, took a look at Yi Chen, sighed deeply, and then said, "Frost, take the master of the hall to have a rest." In this battle, his body is estimated to be overloaded. If the war was discovered by the top 10 Chinese masters, they would be shocked. Who would have thought that a Yi family waste who had disappeared for 5 years could wipe out the master and elder of Xuemei Hall with one person's power? Even now I can't imagine. This time, not only in Jiangnan province, but also in China. To tell you the truth, I'm really curious about his secret. Despite this, Lu Lingfeng did not have any prying heart. All he could do was surrender. Yi Chen's growth speed is too fast. According to this situation, it is estimated that before long, the whole capital will be famous for his reputation. At that time, the guy who is the first in the list of Chinese masters will also have a trace of panic about him. Lu Hansuang lightly points his head and directly holds Yi Chen toward one place. When walking 6 or 7 steps, suddenly, Lu Lingfeng stopped Lu Hansuang. "Frost, wait a minute." Lu Hansuang's body was stunned. The beautiful eyes looked at Lu Lingfeng in surprise. "Dad, what's the matter?" Lu Lingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly and said seriously, "If the Hall Master has any need, you should take good care of it. The Hall Master is the dragon and phoenix among the people. If you climb up, it will be beneficial and harmless to you." Lu Hansuang hesitated for a few seconds, did not make a statement, and continued to support Yi Chen. Soon, they came to a big bed. Now it's only in the afternoon. There's still some sun outside. Lu Hansuang carefully takes off his clothes for Yi Chen, leaving only a pair of underpants, and covers his quilt. As for her, she is quietly guarding Yi Chen's side. Her eyes blinked, and her cold cheek gradually climbed up a trace of red. She could hear Yi Chen's heavy breathing. In this way, Lu Hansuang looked at Yi Chen for 6 hours. The more she looked, the faster her heart beat. Yi Chen seems to be a black hole, deeply attracted to her. Even let her 20 years, no waves of the heart produced a ripple. Gradually, her body slightly inclined, pink lips want to close. At the moment of touching Yi Chen, a pair of cold star-like eyes opened. Yi Chen wakes up. At the moment when her eyes were opposite, Lu Hansuang stood up in a hurry and explained in a panic, "Lord, there are some things on your eyelashes. I wanted to take them off for you." Yi Chen didn't think much about it. He got up and took out 2 pills and took them directly. At the same time, sit cross-legged, ready to exercise. "Lu Hansuang, you protect the Dharma for me. No one can disturb me." "Yes, Lord." Lu Hansuang went to the door in a hurry. She can't wait to get out of here. The scene just now was too embarrassing. The Hall Master won't misunderstand anything. Another hour later, Yi Chen slowly vomited out a mouthful of turbid qi, and his injury was stable for a few minutes. It's just that you have to take it easy when you use real qi recently. If he overdraft, it will have an impact on his cultivation. Open the ghost prison tomorrow night. If it doesn't work, you can only use the 2 great powers. Suddenly Yi Chen thought of what, then took out the mobile phone from the pocket, broadcast Yi Lingtian's phone. Blood Plum Hall people he will not completely believe, the only let him trust is Yi Lingtian. The Dark Hall and the Blood Plum Hall, to some extent, are the same kind of power. Suitable for hiding in the dark. His preliminary plan is to let Yi Lingtian be in charge of the powerful men of Xuemei Hall. He needs a strong force in the capital. Master of the temple. At the other end of the phone came Yi Lingtian's respectful voice. What happened to Xia Ruoxue and Sun Yi in Jiangnan province? Yi Chen asked. Yi Lingtian at the other end of the phone even said, "Mr. Yi, don't worry. No one dares to move the 2 ladies. Recently, they are busy with the affairs of Tianjin Group and the Xia family, and seldom walk around. What's more, Jiangnan province is almost under the control of the Dark Palace, and no power will seek death." Yi Chen nodded, then ordered, "I call you, is to remind you of one thing, you and the brother of the Dark Temple can be ready to step on the capital, there is a force you need to take charge of." Yi Lingtian was stunned and couldn't understand the meaning of the Hall Master. "What do you mean by your words? Why can't I understand? What's more, the power of the capital is complex. How can we stand in the Dark Hall? At this time of day, it's too difficult to occupy the underground forces in the capital." Yi Chen laughed and said directly, "What if you take over the biggest killer organization in China?" "What?" At this moment, Yi Lingtian is not calm at all. There is only one Chinese killer organization, that is Xuemei Hall. And the headquarters of Xuemei Hall is in the capital. Key Blood Plum Hall headquarters strength is very strong, he to take over is no doubt Arabian Night Dream. Temple Master, you mean Xuemei Hall? Yi Ling Tian trembled voice Wei. Yes, the head of Xuemei Temple and the elder have been killed by me. At this moment, here is a pool of stagnant water, waiting for you to stir up in the capital. As for the safety of Sun Yi and Xia Ruoxue, we only need the protection of Luo Cha and Long Hun. At the same time, I will send the top killers of Xuemei Hall to Jiangnan province to protect them. What you have to do is to take the essence of the Dark Palace and set foot on the capital immediately. Yes, Lord. The phone hung up. Yi Chen came to the window, looking down at the night in the western suburbs of the capital. This is his first step into the capital. He wants to build a force that will shake the top martial arts family in China. Now the Blood Plum Hall is not worthy, nor is the Dark Hall. But after that, the two forces combined, with a little training, are absolutely qualified to shake the Jiangs and Lins in Beijing. He wanted the old man in charge of everything to regret. He had to take his parents to Jiangjia. Tell those self-righteous people that they never need the recognition of the Jiang family, let alone rare. He believed that before long, the lofty Huaxia Jiang family would have to put the posture at the lowest level and look up at them. This is his pride and confidence. Later, Yi Chen stayed in Xuemei Hall for several hours and told Lu Lingfeng the telephone number of Yi Ling Tian. Next, the fusion of the Blood Plum Hall and the Dark Hall, give the two people full responsibility. If someone betrays, or leaks the wind, directly erase it. This force needs to be dormant now. When it is completely revealed, it is the time for him to set foot on the River family. Chapter 363. It's 11 o'clock in the evening. It's time to leave. When he stepped on the Bleeding Plum Hall array, he noticed that a Maybach was not far away. The appearance of this kind of vehicle near the abandoned farmland is an accident in itself. But soon he suddenly came to see that this Maybach was Xiang Qingdong's car. The door opened and Xiang Qingdong came out in a hurry. Mr. Yi, are you out? At the moment, Xiang Qingdong is even a little nervous. What kind of power does Xuemei Hall have? He knows very well that ordinary people can't come out alive if they enter it. But Yi Chen came back intact. The key still has a strong smell of blood. At least 10 people died. Can Yi Chen really suppress the Blood Plum Hall? Slaughter? How could it be? Yi Chen didn't need to explain anything too much. He just asked, did the people in the ghost prison contact you recently? Xiang Qingdong shook his head. She has told me the time and place. You know, Mr. Yi. It will be 24 hours later. The back seat of Maichen University told me to send me to Beijing Normal University. Yes. The door closes. Xiang Qingdong sits in the co-pilot and lets the driver drive. As for the back seat, Yi Chen is left alone, giving him absolute silence. Yi Chen closed his eyes, ready to adjust his breath, running 9 days Shenyang-ju. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. What surprised him was Wei Ying's mother. He wanted to hang up, but after thinking about it, he picked it up. What's the matter? Yi Chen's faint voice rings out. When Wei's mother heard that the phone was connected, she let out a breath and said, Elder, I want to ask, is Inger with you? In the evening, I called her. She was noisy and said that she called me when she came home. But up to now, I haven't received her call, and no one answered the key. So I asked the elder. Yi Chen's eyes are slightly narrowed. It suddenly occurs to him that when Wei Ying delivers breakfast in the morning, he is invited to participate in the activities organized by the headmaster in the evening. At that time, he refused. It is estimated that Wei Ying should attend this activity in the evening. There is a school activity today. It may be too noisy to hear. I'm outside now. I'll go back and pay attention to it for you later. Yi Chen Dao. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. When the phone is hung up, Yi Chen continues to close his eyes and operate his skills. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen got out of the car and didn't go back to his teacher's apartment. Instead, he knocked on the door in the opposite direction for the first time. But there was no one in Wei Ying's apartment. He even realized it with his spirit, and there was no result. Not yet? Yichen thought of what, from the Samsara cemetery to take out a document. There was a business card on the document with the principal's telephone number on it. He dialed the phone according to the number on his business card. Soon, a lazy voice rang out, "Who, let no one sleep at night." Yichen frowns and feels something is wrong. The activity was organized by the headmaster, but the headmaster was sleeping. "I'm Yichen." Simple 4 words, directly let the head of the phone wake up. He changed his tone and said to Yichen, "That chief, what happened?" He knows that Yichen has a military background. If he is not careful, his position will not be guaranteed. So anyway, the master must be careful to serve. "Where are you now?" Yichen asked. "Chief, I'm at home. After drinking a little wine today, I'll be sleeping when I get home." "Is something wrong with the school?" Wei Ying didn't come back. The headmaster was stunned, thought for a moment, and then said, "The activity ended at more than 9 o'clock. I remember that Mr. Wei was dragged to sing by several female teachers. It seems that Wu Fan and Jing Rui also went there. They are young teachers. It's normal to sing and sing." "Chief, you are." "Address," Yichen ordered. The headmaster was startled, but he said honestly, "It should be Gelodi from Qianhua Square in the capital city." The phone just hung up. Originally, the gathering of several teachers was nothing, but when Wu Fan and Jing Rui went, he felt something was wrong. "I hope Wei Ying doesn't have an accident." However, Wei Ying is also one of his few friends in Beijing Normal University. The key is that he really felt a trace of care and kindness from the other side. At this time, the phone in Yichen's hand rang. The caller ID is Wei Ying. As soon as he tried to get through, he hung up at the other end of the line. Yichen Mao's sun is suffused with a trace of cold, not into the dark. Anyway, it's already 12 o'clock. A girl is not safe outside. Since she has promised her mother Wei, she should bring her back. The 6th floor of Qianhua Square, Beijing. 007 Supreme Box. Wei Ying's face turned red and drunk. She doesn't like drinking, and she doesn't like singing parties. But today happens to be the birthday of a teacher in the English group. The other side begged, and she could only come. After all, if you don't give face to the same office, you can't really say it. But after she came, she regretted that it was the other party's birthday. This group of people even let her drink. She hid several times and wanted to leave. But the birthday man said that only a drink can count as a blessing. After a cup of wine, Wei Ying, who can't drink, is drunk. Her stomach is very uncomfortable. She refused all the next toasts and sat quietly in the corner. Now her legs are a little soft, and it is impossible to go back. She can only wait for the wine to dissipate and then go back. But not only did the wine not disappear, but it became more and more serious. She lay on the sofa, feeling a little confused. She subconsciously rang an emergency call. "I hope Yichen can come to pick her up." This emergency call was set by Yichen before, but before it was broadcast, a figure appeared in the box. It's Wu Fan. Not only that, but there is a tall man behind Wu Fan. He has extraordinary temperament. A suit makes her uncomfortable. Wu Fan hung up the phone being broadcast and put the mobile phone out of Wei Ying's reach. "Mr. Wei, are you drunk?" "I'm going back." "Shall I take you back to the teacher's apartment?" Wu Fan said with a smile that he was a gentleman in the eyes of outsiders. Wei Ying thought about what happened last night. How could Wu Fan send her back? She snorted, "No. Give me the phone." Wu Fan shrugged, "Teacher Wei, the mobile phone is not there, you can't take it yourself." Wei Ying held out her hand to hold the mobile phone, but her whole body was a little soft, and her sense of direction could not be controlled. Chapter 364. Several female teachers noticed the situation here. They wanted to help Wei Ying. Wu Fan picked up a microphone and said to all the people, "Stop, let me introduce you. The handsome man next to me is Ro. I'm the young owner of Qanhua Hotel in Beijing. I'm also one of my good friends. I just met him in Qianhua Square. I came to say hello to you. The Luo family is a famous family in Beijing. The key is that Luo Xiao is still single. As soon as the words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Ro. One of the top 10 places of entertainment in Beijing is the absolute strength of the city. More importantly, Ro himself came to say hello to everyone, which made those female teachers feel dizzy by happiness. Wu Fan looked at all the people's frightened and expectant eyes and gave a cold smile. The reason why Luo Wei came here is not because of him, but because of Wei Ying. Since Wei Ying is so cheap, it's better to give Yichen that boy a cheap price. Now Wei Ying's state has been drunk, absolutely is the best opportunity. As long as Ro participates in this matter, he does not have to worry about Wei Ying's revenge. What if Wei Ying calls the police when the Luo family covers the sky? Luo Wei took a look at Wei Ying, whose face was flushed with evil desire. Then he said, I have been to Beijing Normal University several times, and I have heard a professor's lecture. I admire all the teachers. Well, this box is too small. I arranged a bigger one on the 001. I'll pay for all the drinks and services tonight. Let's go now. The crowd burst into cheers. Ro is a typical high, rich and handsome man in their eyes. Later, they got up one after another and went to another box. Several young female teachers looked at Wei Ying and wanted to help her. Ro said in a cold voice, Miss Wei can't sing anymore. I'll send my driver to take her back. You can rest assured that she is a female driver. In my territory, I naturally want to serve you well. The young female teacher hesitated, but she finally nodded and went outside. At the moment, only Wu Fan and Luo Wei are left in the box. Their eyes are full of desire. Wu Fan took out a DV from his pocket, while Ro went outside and said to the two bodyguards at the door, guard the gate and forbid anyone to come in. Yes, young master. When the box door closed, Wei Ying looked at the two men in front of her and felt something wrong. She said excitedly, what do you want to do? Wu Fan sneered, 2 men and 1 woman, what else can you do? Wei Ying, since you are cheap with the new Yichen, can't you make us cheaper? Wei Ying's face was pale. She woke up a few minutes in a moment and subconsciously seized the mobile phone. Wu Fan, you are also a teacher. You know the law and violate the law. Let me go. Wei Ying stood up, but her legs softened and fell on the sofa again. Wu, let me have a sneer at you. Luo Wei nods, tongue spits out, licks lips, and then takes off his coat and goes to Wei Ying. At this moment, Wei Ying panicked. She didn't want these people to smear her innocence. She subconsciously reached out and grabbed an empty bottle and threw it out directly. Bang! It hit Ro's forehead exactly. A trace of blood oozes out. Ro reached out and touched his hand. When he saw that the palm of his hand was blood, he was completely angry. Damn it, a bitch still pretends to be a martyr. Today I'm going to fuck you. Wu Fan, help me hold down the woman's neck. Give her a slap. In an instant, 2 men went to Wei Ying. This moment, no doubt panicked to the extreme. In the morning, she should refuse like Yi Chen. Otherwise, it will not happen today. They were only 1 meter away from her, a big bang. The glass door of the box was smashed directly, and the fragments splashed all over the ground. Not only that, 2 bodyguards were thrown in, full of blood. Seeing this scene, Luo Wei and Wu Fan are both stunned. The 2 eyes were fixed on the direction of the gate, and a young man stood at the door like a ghost. Those angry eyes stare at them. Yi Chen. Seeing this familiar figure, Wu Fan almost fell with his legs soft. He was in the shadow of this guy. It's all over the body now. Not completely recovered. How did Yi Chen come? He made sure that Yi Chen didn't come here, so he decided to do it. Professor Yi. Wei Ying stands up and stumbles to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen wears a hand around Wei Ying's waist, and a faint air current surrounds her. It made her feel comfortable, and the wine gradually spread. Professor Yi, why are you here? Wei Ying wakes up a little bit and says excitedly. If it wasn't for Yi Chen, the consequences today would be unimaginable. Yi-Chen smile, your mother called me, let you call back to her, she is very worried. You go out and call first. I have something to talk to them about. Wei Ying was stunned. She guessed what would happen and what she wanted to say, but she still didn't say it. She walked out in silence, at the end of the corridor, dialed her mother's phone. And now, in the box. Wu Fan was completely eroded by fear, plop. With a sound, he knelt down on the ground. Professor Yi, I'm wrong. Please let me go. I'll give you as much money as you want. Luo Wei frowned and looked at Wu Fan with an unhappy face and said, Wu Fan, you are sick. What are you kneeling for? Words have not finished, Yi-Chen stepped on a foot, a stream of air from the ground to gush up. All the pieces of glass scattered on the ground are suspended. This scene, Luo Wei and Wu Fan directly scared not light. What kind of communication is this? It's totally against common sense. Ro felt his legs shaking violently, and a sense of death wrapped him. Wu Fan did not care about everything, and even said, Professor Yi, all these things are ordered by Ro, it's none of my business. Look for him if you want to find it. For Wu Fan, if he offends Ro, he may have to bear the anger of the Luo family. He can't stay in the capital, but if he offends Yi-Chen, he may not live tomorrow. Yi-Chen glanced at Wu Fan indifferently and sneered, yesterday, because Wei Ying was there, I was merciful. Today, since you want to die so much, I will make it. Language down, Yi-Chen arm gently waved, that countless quick broken glass, as if condensed out a long sword, directly toward Wu Fan. Crash! With a sound, the sword struck Wu Fan's body. Countless pieces of glass, straight through. His body is more like being torn apart. Chapter 365. Wu Fan spat out blood in his mouth and fell to the ground completely without any chance of life. Looking at Wu Fan's body beside him, Ro is almost petrified, and his pupils are cold and shocked. What Luo Wei Gang wants to say, Yi-Chen grabs 5 fingers, and the DV appears directly in his hand, which is crushed by him. Then, with an arm shock, the damaged DV went straight through Ro's slightly open mouth. Ro's eyes widened with a sense of suffocation. I don't want to hear your nonsense. You have no choice but to die. 10 seconds later, Ro's face was blue, his eyes were white and full of blood, and he finally fell into a pool of blood. From the beginning to the end, Yi-Chen did not have any temperature in his eyes. He sent a message to Ing Qing and walked towards Wei Ying at the end of the corridor. Let's go. Yi-Chen light Wei. Wei Ying hung up and glanced at the box, the two of them. I just warned them that they had already left and would not move you again. They should be on the road now. Let's go. There is no mistake in Yi-Chen's words. But this road is not the way to go back, but the underground Huangquan road. Wei Ying nodded, and Yi-Chen walked downstairs, but after a dozen steps, they felt their legs softened. Although the wine is scattered a few minutes, but the nervous system is still paralyzed. Yi-Chen shook her head helplessly and squatted slightly, come on up. Wei Ying hesitated for a few seconds, or nodded, showing her hand around Yi-Chen's neck, and her body was lying on her back. The soft breast was pressed like this, almost out of shape. Then, Wei Ying felt a pair of powerful arms pass through her hips and slide across the base of her thighs. This feeling, as if electric shock. She even groaned. Yi-Chen stopped for a few seconds, but shook his head. This time, Wei Ying's face is even redder. She had no idea that she would make such a sound. Yi-Chen's arm occasionally touches the hip and thigh feeling, great. It's like she couldn't say. Yi-Chen carries Wei Ying downstairs, and Maybach stops by the side of the road. When they got on the bus, they drove directly to Beijing Normal University. Half an hour later, Yi-Chen finally returned Wei Ying to the teacher's apartment. Wei Ying had been completely sober up and made a cup of tea for Yi-Chen. She said, Professor Yi, if you don't have you today, I really don't know what the consequences will be. I'm here to thank you. Yi-Chen waved his hand, there's no need to thank you. Next time you don't have to attend this kind of party, and if anyone advises you to drink, pour it out. You are not qualified to touch wine at all. Wei Ying blushed and nodded, Professor Yi, I know. Yi-Chen didn't like the title of professor. He said, you and I are not much different in age. You can call me Yi-Chen directly. The professor calls me old. Puff with a cry, Wei Ying began to laugh and nodded, okay. Yi-Chen looks at Wei Ying's blooming smile and sighs, then falls on the necklace around Wei Ying's neck. The dark stone in the middle of the necklace is a little dim. It is estimated that it will not be suppressed for a long time. Wei Ying is a pity. Born with evil blood, cold body. He wanted to take Wei Ying on a path of cultivation, but now he has no suitable skills for Wei Ying, so he can only put it on hold. It can't be suppressed by general skills. I hope there will be enough chance to get the extremely cold skill. The only way to repay him was that his mother had given him the esoteric stone, which benefited him a lot. Yi-Chen stands up and doesn't want to disturb him. His realm hasn't broken through completely. Last time, he was interrupted by the appearance of the killer of Xuemei Hall. It's time to pick it up. In about 20 hours, the ghost prison will be opened. The more powerful he is, the more likely he is to win. No longer think more, Yi-Chen then ordered, you take a bath, early rest. I went back. Seeing Yi-Chen leaving, Wei Ying felt a sense of loss in her heart. She even felt that Yi-Chen didn't understand the style of her life. Was her appearance and figure unattractive to Yi-Chen? She looked at her chest and long legs, full and slender. Did Yi-Chen have no interest at all? The gate closed. Wei Ying is the only one left in the room. She has never been in love, but she is a woman and needs to meet her physiological needs. If Yi-Chen pushed her down just now, she would not have any resistance. Because at that time, I was deeply in love soon, Wei Ying bit her lips and caressed her. The sound of moaning came from the room. Yi-Chen naturally doesn't know what happened next door. At the moment, he wanted to break through the realm in the room, but he found that the sort of breaking the sky sword idea still damaged his elixir field. Obviously, he can't break through until his body is fully recovered. Otherwise, Dantian can't bear the power of terror. The key to this damage is that there is no way for the general pills. Let's try to refine the coagulating bone healing pill. Yi-Chen took out the Baichao Ding and began to refine pills. The level of Zhonggu Huishan pill is not low. When Kunlun was empty, even if the old man personally instructed him, he still failed to refine. This time, he condensed the true fire and threw all the precious medicinal materials obtained from Yawang Valley into it. Almost instantaneously, a powerful energy condenses in the herb tripod. A few seconds later, a powerful force erupted directly in the Baichao Ding. Boom, sure enough, it's very difficult for me to refine this kind of pill of Zhonggu Huishan pill. Although he is gifted, he has been refining alchemy for only 5 years. In 5 years, it's terrible to have the strength now. Can't Dantian really be restored? Yi-Chen murmured. Just then, an old voice sounded. If you want to repair pills, why are you so troublesome? Alchemy, in front of my aura, can only be regarded as a heresy. The talisman can save people and kill people invisibly. It will not damage your body. It will cross the realm. Hearing this sudden voice, Yi-Chen was stunned and glanced around. No one at all. Suddenly, Yi-Chen thought of what, took out the black stone. The reincarnation graveyard completely appears in front of you. Chapter 366. It is strange that the 2 tombstones that can be moved, one of which is completely broken. That great power has come out. The 4th great power of Samsara Cemetery, Lingfu Alliance, Kanghaping. The key point is that he didn't trigger at all. What are the forces of Kunlun Su in my eyes? The way of Rune can cut everything. The old voice rings again. Yi-Chen subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky. I saw an old man floating in the sky. He stepped on a streamer under his feet. Above the streamer, there are ancient runes. Sleeping trough. Yi-Chen at the moment is simply amazing. Song Haiping of Lingfu League seemed to enjoy the moment, and said faintly, do you want to say that the spirit rune is too powerful? Yi-Chen took a look at Kanghaping and said excitedly, in fact, I want to say, how did you come out? You can come out more than 10 hours late. Yichen doesn't want to waste an opportunity. This card should be used on the blade. The sea level a glance Yichen, step out, directly came to Yichen in front of. You stupid back, I really don't understand why the Samsara cemetery chooses you. Since you want to know something, I'll tell you that if I don't, it can last at least 3 days. Now you have the problem of Dantian, I can help you solve it. It can even make you stronger. Yichen, this just calms down, this for him, is the best result. Master, please do it. Yichen Gong said earnestly. Song Haiping's attitude towards Yichen is still satisfactory. I have no apprentice in Kang Haiping's life. Would you like to be my apprentice and carry forward the spirit runeway? Yichen nodded, apprentice is willing to. Good. Song Haiping nodded and waved his arm. The air condensed out a yellow paper. Then, the sea level fingers around, countless chi surging, the yellow paper even appeared on several ancient words. As soon as the text came out, the whole Samsara cemetery was shocked. This Dan field can't be a gift to cure Fu Tian. Language down, the sea even shot out a blood essence. The essence of blood collided with the talisman and burned up. Coagulate. The sea level a point out, a strong airflow in the Samsara cemetery surging, the 7-color flame directly toward Yichen's Dantian. Dantian instant huge a few minutes, innumerable genuine chi toward all directions overflow. That originally some cracks, in the flame under the package, actually bit by bit healed up. It's amazing. Yichen even felt wrapped in a warm current. Not only that, but the sudden breakthrough when absorbing the spirit of the earth's Shencher yesterday was like a tide rushing towards him. Another breakthrough. Song Haiping looked at Yichen and didn't say, this kid is just not in a dynamic state now. Although this realm is very strong for the outside world, it's really far behind those guys. In that case, I wish you a hand. Language down, the sea flat, fingers pinched, purple light flashing, his palm condensed out an ancient talisman. Not only did the rune shrink, it turned into a light ball. Go! With the command of Kang Haiping, the light ball directly penetrates into Yichen's eyebrows. When the whole Samsara tomb, there comes a roar of dragon. The virtual shadow of the blood dragon on the sky has grown at the speed of the naked eye. The whole body is wrapped with a mysterious purple light. Yichen Xiang, then blood dragon strong. One person, one dragon, this is one. Yichen's whole body is surging with the meaning of breakthrough one after another. The whole body suppresses the strength to release completely. Break through that prison directly. At the same time. Under an old Wudao platform in the capital. Jiang Jianfeng stood below, his breath surging. On the stage, he is the one to challenge today. As long as he defeats this man, he will be able to take a big step in the 9th place of the Chinese masters list. This has a very important impact on the Jiang family and even the whole of China. Just then, a thin man appeared in front of him and said in a low voice, Mr. Jiang, you let me pay attention to Yichen. He may have an accident today. Jiang Jianfeng's eyes congealed and thought of something. He said, today should be the day when the ghost prison was opened. With that boy's strength, he should not be able to enter. As for the accident, I don't think it's easy for him to die. The thin man shook his head, Mr. Jiang, the matter is not so simple. I heard that the headquarters of Xuemei Hall has set up a network in Beijing Normal University, using dozens of top killers to kill Yichen. Jiang Jianfeng was a little bit surprised. This blood plum hall also looks too much at Yichen, using so many killers. Is this really not going to make a living for that kid? Are you sure about the news? The thin man took out the tablet, logged in a website, and swore, now almost the whole killer world knows Yichen's name. It can't be wrong. Even the official website of Xuemei Hall has posted the person who killed Yichen. The sound stopped suddenly. Because at this moment the official website of Xuemei Hall has completely changed. Killer employment list, hunting list, reward system, task release plate, and the picture of killing Yichen on the front page have disappeared. Instead, a notice. From now on, Xuemei Hall will no longer accept any assassination mission. All the previous tasks will be cancelled and all money and things will be returned to the employer. Since then, the Blood Plum Hall no longer exists. All killers are directly under the control of the Dark Hall, and the master of the Dark Hall is respected. Chapter 367. Sensing something wrong, Jiang Jianfeng asked, "What's the matter?" The thin man handed the tablet to Jiang Jianfeng. "Mr. Jiang, look for yourself." Jiang Jianfeng took over the tablet and glanced at the contents of the tablet. His eyes shrunk slightly. His expression was as strange as it was. What is Xuemei Hall playing? So many years of hard work. China's first killer organization is no longer responsible for killing people. It's like a tiger eating grass instead of meat. How could that be possible? He took a look at the website to make sure there was no login error. There was a wave in my heart. Mr. Jiang, which one is this Xuemei Hall? What's the power of the Dark Hall? I remember that there is a Dark Hall in Jiangnan province. It should be the same name. Looking at the whole of China, which organization and the strong are qualified to eat Xuemei Hall? Jiang Jianfeng thought for a few seconds, raised his head and said, "It seems that something happened to Xuemei Hall. And this time the accident was extremely serious. Zhan Tao should be dead. Someone controlled the Xuemei Hall. Otherwise, with Zhan Tao's character, it is absolutely impossible to do such absurd things. But I wonder who is qualified to move the Blood Plum Hall. The man who can kill Zhan Tao has terrible strength. Is it Lin Jiulong? Where is Lin Jiulong recently?" The thin man immediately denied, "Mr. Jiang, I have been staring at Lin Jiulong. He has never left the Lin family and has been practicing. It should not be Lin Jiulong's work. Not him." Jiang Jianfeng's eyes are extremely serious. To deal with the Blood Plum Hall, those old guys certainly won't fight, and the top family will not touch the Blood Plum Hall with their own posture. Because once so, it is very likely to destroy the Blood Plum Hall and make it fishy. If these people don't do it, who will do it at this time? Just then, a figure appeared in Jiang Jianfeng's mind. The figure is arrogant in the world, and there is a virtual shadow of a blood dragon on top of his head. Yi Chen. But soon, he gave up the idea. Although Yi Chen is gifted and has great potential, it is almost impossible to destroy Xuemei Hall. If in a few decades, when Yi Chen steps into the top of Chinese martial arts circle, it will be possible. Come on, you'll have a good investigation. If something happens to Xuemei Hall, it may not be a good thing. That boy is lucky, since the Blood Plum Hall is so, it is impossible to trouble him. He may be the biggest beneficiary of this matter. It's really interesting to investigate all the people in the Dark Hall from today. Remember, if you have any clue, come to me the first time. The skinny man is stunned. His face is strange. Yi Chen is a villain of the Jiang family. The master hates the existence. Now Mr. Jiang has such an attitude. This is the face of Master Fan Jiang. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Of course, the thin man is just a servant, and naturally he won't say anything more. What he can do is to continue to investigate Xuemei Hall. Wudao Qi. Jiang Jianfeng, please come to the stage. On the Wudao stage, an old voice rings out. Jiang Jianfeng doesn't think much about it anymore. He strides out one step and rolls around with strength. Straight to the stage. The first battle of China's top masters is about to open. Beijing Normal University, 10 a.m. Yi Chen wakes up from practice, and his breath is extremely strong. The state of breakthrough is completely stable. But there is still some distance away from the clutch. After all, it is a big realm, and it may take decades for ordinary people to break through. At the beginning, the old man said China was his opportunity, but he didn't care about it. Now it seems that the old man is right. If he was in Kunlun Su, he could not have stepped into the present state so quickly. Maybe I'm still wandering in Kaiyuan. At this time, the knock on the door sounded. Yi Chen did not need to think about it, he knew it was Wei Ying. When the door opened, Wei Ying was dressed in professional clothes, decent and generous, holding 2 textbooks in her hand. It seemed that she had just finished her class. Yi Chen, I brought you breakfast in the morning, but I was afraid of disturbing you to sleep, so I hung breakfast on the door. I didn't expect you to get up now. The breakfast is cold. Wei Ying frowned. Yi Chen glanced at Wei Ying's breakfast and said with a smile, "It's okay. I have a microwave oven in my room. I'm hot." Just as Yi Chen is about to take over breakfast, Wei Ying takes a step back. "This soybean milk must not be drunk. I just finished class in the morning. I'll make you something to eat. Wait for me for a while." With that, Wei Ying went to her room. Yi Chen knows that Wei Ying is repaying her kindness. After all, she helped her yesterday. This girl. After a while, a fragrance came from Wei Ying's apartment. "Yi Chen, come here and eat," Wei Ying urged. After one night's practice, Yi Chen was really hungry, and instantly swept the delicious food on the table. Not to mention, Wei Ying's breakfast is rich and delicious, and Sun Yi has a match. Seeing that Yi Chen had finished breakfast, Wei Ying blushed. She took out 2 movie tickets from her pocket and wryly said, "Yi Chen, there is a movie premiere at 12 o'clock this evening. It has a good reputation. I just have 2 tickets. Would you like to give me a face?" This is the first time she has invited a man to a movie. Her eyes are full of shyness. In fact, the meaning is obvious. Yi Chen takes a look at Wei Ying's movie ticket, but she can't agree. The ghost prison opens at 12 o'clock this evening. He doesn't want to see any movies. "Wei Ying, I have something to do in the evening. I'll talk about it next time." Wei Yingjiao's body was stunned and her eyes were full of loss. Who could have thought that she would have been rejected one day? She even thought, is it because she is too active, the other side is so? Well, next time. After breakfast, Yi Chen went back to his room, and a figure came out. It was the sea level. "Disciple, that girl is evil blood and cold body. Her blood is very precious. If you use her whole body's blood to refine the talisman, it can even achieve the effect of freezing thousands of miles." When Yi Chen heard that Kang Haiping even hit Wei Ying's attention, he said in a cold voice, "Don't hit her. I don't care about the ice-covered thousands of miles you said. You have more than 2 days left to teach me the rune." Zhang Haiping sighed. The evil blood cold body unexpectedly appeared in a woman's body. This does not know is a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe it will stir up the world. "Disciple, practicing together is cruel in itself. If other people find out that this girl is evil blood and cold body, she will also plunder her blood essence to refine pills and make talismans. It is better to make you complete than to help others." Yi Chen Mao's sun pan cold, word by word, "Do not hit him attention, I do not want to repeat the 3rd time, although I am your apprentice, but I am the tomb owner of the reincarnation cemetery, I have this qualification." Kang Haiping shook his head and pinched his fingers. An ancient text gushed out, "Okay, today I will take you into the spirit rune." Chapter 368. With the fall of the sea-level words, Yi Chen's body is wrapped with countless ancient runes. Runes are full of power and have different attributes. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth and thunder. Apprentice, there is a great difference between Lingfu and Wudao. It can also be said that there is no difference between Lingfu and Wudao. Lingfu is just another way to use martial arts. One rune can destroy all. More can kill thousands of miles. Different runes have different attributes. Different powers. Use chi to coagulate talisman and essence blood to drive talisman. Powerful talisman can destroy a city in a blink of an eye. Even the Chinese land you are stepping on can die away. What you need to do now is to condense your own life talisman. Once you condense your life talisman, it means that you are qualified to step into the spirit rune. With the sound of the sea level constantly sounded, the countless ancient runes surrounding Yi Chen were all drilled into Yi Chen's mind. Not only that, but also in Yi Chen's sea of knowledge. It's a subtle feeling. Yi Chen gradually sat cross-legged and allowed the ancient runes to collide in his body. He felt with his heart. The runes that come into your mind now have appeared in the long river of history. Your life rune should be in it. See which one you can condense. Song Haiping hands negative behind him, waiting for Yi Chen's choice. He didn't expect much from Yi Chen. After all, the cultivation is too low. How difficult it is for the thousands of runes to unite together. 10 minutes passed. Yi Chen did not move at all. An hour passed. Still. Song Haiping frowned slightly and murmured, "You can't gather a spirit rune of your own life for an hour. Isn't the owner of the Samsara cemetery suitable for one?" He is very clear that the best hour has passed, and then, even if Yi Chen condenses a talisman, it should be that kind of extremely ordinary existence. His life is doomed to be unsuitable for this road. Well, this boy may be suitable for that guy's killing way, and he is doomed to have no chance with the talisman. Kang Haiping shakes his head and is disappointed to the extreme. He took the initiative to rush out of the tombstone to help Yi Chen. Now it seems that his help is of no use to this guy. At this time, the sudden change raised, and the countless runes pouring into Yi Chen's body rushed out. Burst out of the moment, all broken. What a terrible sight. This. At this moment, Song Haiping was stunned, and Gu Jingbubo's expression unexpectedly appeared a trace of fright. With this boy's cultivation, he is not qualified to reject these runes. But what's the matter now? All of a sudden, Song Haiping thought of a possibility. Is this son's life talisman, in the long river of history, does not exist at all? In other words, his original talisman is extremely special, so special that it is superior to everything? Boom! The thunder outside the window sounded, the blood dragon in Yi Chen's body rushed out. Looking down at everything. Not only that, but a golden and red rune gushed out of Yi Chen's eyebrows. As soon as the rune came out, the whole house shook. It can be seen how terrible this life charm is. Kang Haiping's face was almost pale, and he took a breath of cold air. Because even he could not spy on the mystery of the life rune. What is the origin of this boy? At the moment when the rune gushed out, even the life talisman in his body vibrated, as if he were in great fear. He could hardly believe it. He wanted to see everything in the talisman, but found a force in his way. It's as if it's covered by heaven. Mediocre? Or genius? Kang Haiping affirms that Yi Chen must be the latter. He finally understood why the Samsara cemetery chose Yi Chen. If this person is not one of their hundreds, who has the qualification? Yi Chen eyebrow heart. That original life spirit rune only gushed out a few seconds, then dissipated. Poof! Yi Chen only feels the blood gas surging up, can't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Open your eyes and all the visions disappear. Master, have I failed? Kang Haiping shook his head and looked at Yi Chen with a very complicated look. He vomited out a sentence, the demon of Jintianyang. Your life talisman has been completed, but it's a little strange. Now I'll transfer some things to your knowledge sea to let you understand, because your accomplishments are limited and only part of it. With that, Kang Haiping points to Yi Chen's eyebrows, and a stream of information flows into it. Yi Chen spent almost the whole day in the house. The understanding of Lingfu is getting deeper and deeper. Before I know it's dark. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it's only 4 hours before the ghost prison opens. Xiang Qingdong also called. Mr. Yi, I have arrived at Yunhe Lake, north of Beijing Normal University. Yi Chen slightly surprised, so early? Although the man said it was 12 o'clock in the evening, I was afraid that I would change my mind temporarily, so I came earlier. Now there is a strong air of array shaking at the bottom of the lake. The entrance of the ghost prison should be opened soon. Xiang Qingdong looked at Yunhe Lake and said seriously. In that case, I'm ready to come. You're in the light, I'm in the dark. Yi Chen Dao. Yes, Yi. The voice stopped suddenly. Yi Chen seems to hear the sound of current damage. He knows very well that something happened to Xiang Qingdong. Yi Chen no longer hesitates, steps a span, jumped directly from the balcony. The true Qi acts on the feet and firmly steps on the ground. After that, they went to Yunhe Lake in the north of Beijing Normal University. Yi Chen didn't notice at all. At the moment of landing, a girl's eyes behind her were full of horror. The girl is Wei Ying. At the moment, Wei Ying had some snacks and bread in her hand. She wanted to send it to Yi Chen, so that he would not eat breakfast again. However, she did not expect that Yi Chen would jump out of the building directly in front of her. The key point is nothing. She knew that Yi Chen and her mother were the same kind of people who knew Kung Fu, but it was too weird. With a trace of curiosity, Wei Ying quickly followed up. At the same time, clouds and lakes. Xiang Qingdong's phone has been completely scrapped. A rather sexy woman came out of the dark, wearing black silk stockings, a pair of high-heeled shoes under her feet, and her hair curled up high. If you dress up like this in a university, you must be a teacher. But Xiang Qingdong is very clear, this person is always hiding in the dark ghost prison person. Xiang Qingdong, who were you talking to just now? Mr. Yi, who is it? The woman came to Xiang Qingdong step by step. Although she was very powerful, Xiang Qingdong was not afraid at all. She sneered and said, "Who am I calling? What's the relationship with you? Please make sure that it's your ghost prison who asked me to come." The woman came to Xiang Qingdong's side, took off the black frame glasses, and said faintly, "Everyone likes to disguise, so do I, and so do you. It must have something to do with you that the ghost prison array was broken a few days ago. Can I understand that Mr. Yi in your mouth is the man behind everything?" Chapter 369. When Xiang Qingdong heard the woman mention Mr. Yi again, he waved his arm and snorted, "I repeat, I don't know who Mr. Yi is in your mouth." The woman looked at the rippling clouds and lakes in front of her, took out a packet of ladies' cigarettes from her pocket, drew out one and lit it. "The smoke is full of atmosphere. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I have the patience to wait here. It's estimated that Mr. Yi will arrive soon. Do you know why I chose Yunhe Lake?" The woman took a look at Xiang Qingdong and saw that the other side didn't speak. The arrogance of the corners of her mouth was obvious. "Because this place is suitable for me to use my skills. After the array is broken, I know that when the ghost prison is opened, someone will come to look for death. There are lots of troubles here. I will erase them before the ghost prison opens." Xiang Qingdong's expression changed slightly and he didn't speak. He had no idea that the other side had left a hand. The key is what the woman can do. The woman put out the cigarette in her hand, looked at Xiang Qingdong with great interest and continued, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bai Yao, the daughter of Bai Elder in Ghost Prison." Hearing this, Xiang Qingdong can no longer calm down. He has been to the ghost prison several times, naturally heard the name of the White Elder of the ghost prison. I don't know how many powerful people are scared by this name in ghost prison. Elder Bai, the technique can communicate with God. He often needs no hand to crush people. There are many martial arts strongmen who were originally at large, who were brought back to the ghost prison by Bai Changlao himself. But in front of her eyes Bai Yao, from her degree of self-confidence, strength is absolutely not weak. "Xiang Qingdong, you seem very nervous." Bai Yao is indifferent. Xiang Qingdong naturally would not admit, "I am nervous about what, you ghost prison is mysterious, but my identity, you are not qualified to move." Bai Yao nodded, "You're right. Naturally, I won't move you. Of course, knowing that you're not good for ghost prison, I won't move you either. What I'm really interested in is the people behind you." With that, Bai Yao clapped her hands and said to the cloud and the lake, "You come out." At this time, the calm surface of the lake produced a ripple. Crash! A sound, the water actually gushed out more than a dozen figures. More than a dozen people fell on the bank and knelt directly in front of Bai Yao, "See your majesty." When Xiang Qingdong saw these 10 people, his eyes shrank to the extreme. He knew very well that this White Yao came here prepared. Her appointment in Yunhe Lake is not only to open the ghost prison, but also to kill Mr. Yi here. Mr. Yi broke the array of ghost prison and was bound to get angry. Bai Yao was ready to revenge. "Xiang Qingdong, do you think these people and me can stop Mr. Yi in your mouth?" Bai Yao's tone is full of disdain and pride. If it wasn't for the day she broke the battle, she just wasn't in Beijing Normal University. How could that person succeed? That guy must have died under her technique. Xiang Qingdong took a look at his scrapped mobile phone. Knowing that he wanted to inform Yi Chen that it was no longer possible to do so, Xiang Qingdong said to Bai Yao, there are still 4 hours to open the ghost prison. I'll go to the toilet first. Just as Xiang Qingdong was about to take a step, Bai Yao pinched his finger and a rune fell directly at his feet. The next second, the golden light flickered, and he found that his feet were actually imprisoned. Not only that, his martial arts strength was blocked. Seeing this scene, his face changed a lot. What means is this? What are you doing? Do you dare to restrain my freedom? I am the president of the Drug Alliance. Xiang Qingdong's icy roar sounded, filled with endless anger. Bai Yao clasped her hands around her chest. Xiang Qingdong, since you've been here a few hours earlier, don't leave. Don't try to struggle. You can't break my Taoist skill. I have set up a large array here in advance. Without my skill of lifting the ban, no martial power can be exerted, but my people will not be affected. When Xiang Qingdong heard this kind of words, he blushed and scolded, "It's so damn despicable." Bai Yao's face did not fluctuate. She turned around, and her eyes fell on a dark place. She had found that there was a dark shadow coming rapidly. She knew very well that Mr. Yi behind Xiang Qingdong finally came. Mr. Yi. Xiang Qingdong wants to make a sound, but he finds that the strange technique has blocked everything. There was a storm in his heart. It is said that many elders of the ghost prison have been to Kunlun Mountain. Is it possible that this technique comes from the place inside? Otherwise, why is it so strong? In the dark, the rapid figure gradually slowed down. Yi Chen's step is more stop, he can clearly feel the ground has a wave. This movement is very familiar. Kang Haiping taught him the way of rune. But this feeling is very weak, even the weakest rune that Sang Haiping taught him is not comparable. It's kind of interesting. Bai Yao naturally noticed Yi Chen. With a trace of interest in her eyes, she walked towards Yi Chen step by step. Clear vision. She thought Mr. Yi in Xiang Qingdong's mouth was at least a middle-aged man, but she didn't expect to be so young. It is not too much to say that he is a student of Beijing Normal University. What martial arts strength can you have so young? What's the point? How do these people break the ghost prison array? Are you a night runner at Beijing Normal University? This is not the place for you to come. Go away. Bai Yao's hand shot out a golden light. The light cut through the sky, carrying the rolling waves toward Yi Chen. Even if the other side is an ordinary student, kill or kill, she does not care. Ordinary people's lives were worthless to her. Yi Chen saw the golden light and snorted coldly. In his hand, he condensed a wind blade and went straight through the air. Bang! With a loud noise, the two forces collided together, and the air wave collided in all directions, and the two nearby pines were directly broken. After confirming Yi Chen's identity, Bai Yao looked at him coldly and asked, "Did you break the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams array in the ghost prison? Are you the man behind Xiang Qingdong?" Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly and took a look at Xiang Qingdong, who was still not far away. Then his eyes fell on Bai Yao's body. "I'll give you a chance to open the ghost prison now. I'll spare you from dying." His voice was as cold as an order. Bai Yao seemed to hear some of the funniest jokes in the world and giggled. "Will you spare me? Ghost prison needs my blood essence, skill and key to open at the same time. If you have this ability, you can take it. It's a thing without knowing whether to live or die." The next second, she waved her big hand and said directly, "Go ahead, cut off the boy's hands and feet and bring it to me. Remember to live. I have something to ask him." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 370. Voice down, more than a dozen of figures rushed out. The speed is very fast, the hands have appeared a cold light. The cold light seems to tear the air, making people palpitating to the extreme. The sword marks are like a big net, airtight, and cover Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood like this, and even did not raise his hand. He admitted that these people's martial arts strength is very strong. If it was a few days ago, he might have been afraid of some points, but now, this group of people is really not enough to see. Bai Yao held her hands in her chest and lit a lady's cigarette in her mouth. At the moment, she is like a queen standing on the top of the mountain, watching her soldiers slaughter coldly. So many people, if they can't get a boy who doesn't grow up, it's really ridiculous. In fact, she is very curious. What kind of ability does this guy have to break the 9 palace 8 trigrams array? Is there any secret weapon hidden in him? Far away. Yi Chen looks at that a line of figure to sweep to, the eye does not have the slightest fluctuation. Just at the moment when the net of sword chi condenses to fall on Yi Chen. Yi Chen moved. He took a step, a roar, a punch straight out. The true chi of Dantian surged to the fist, and the dull roar exploded. This is a simple punch. But the power of the explosion, terrible. The power of a fist, the red light burst out, like a mountain avalanche. In front of these 10 mole ants, one punch is enough. The net condensed by the sword front is directly torn by Yi Chen's fist. Not only that, but the swords in the hands of more than 10 people were twisted directly. It fell to the ground. The leaders felt something was wrong and wanted to retreat quickly, but it was too late. Boom! Yi Chen is another blowout. Attack like tide, momentum like rainbow. The shadow of each fist fell, and it burst out with a roar. The wind is howling, the air wave is sweeping, all over the world, our boxing shadow. All the bodies of those 10 people flew out. If you are hit by fist shadow, you will not vomit blood, or your body will burst. The body is torn apart. For a moment, there is a very strange scene here. A young man's offensive is like a tide, that originally occupied the initiative of more than a dozen people cannot hurt Yi Chen Fun. They even flew out. Utterly routed. The blood is dying. This scene made Bai Yao and Xiang Qingdong gape. How on earth did this happen? Can a fist of flesh and blood break the sword shadow? What's more, it's still a dozen sword shadows. Xiang Qingdong knows that Yi Chen is very strong, but he has only seen Yi Chen's art of inducing the sky thunder to break through his ghost prison, but he has never seen Yi Chen do it. However, the blow at the moment completely shocked him. His dash. This is too abnormal. When did this kind of character appear in Chinese martial arts circle? Xiang Qingdong even asserts that with such strength, it is estimated that Yi Chen's name will ring through China's martial arts circle before long. It is even possible to step into the top 10 of the Chinese masters list. Become one of the top strong in China. Xiang Qingdong was surprised, but Bai Yao was not surprised. The lady's cigarette in her mouth fell to the ground, and her eyes widened to the extreme because of shock. But the shock soon dissipated and replaced by a playful smile on the corner of her mouth. Pa 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 pa. Bai Yao clapped his hands. She looked at the corpse and blood on the ground indifferently, and said faintly, I have to say, your martial arts strength is very strong, but the world martial arts strength is not absolute. Yi Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with each other. He said coldly, I'll give you one last chance. Now open the ghost prison. Otherwise, I'll smash the gate of the ghost prison with your body. Bai Yao put her hands in her pockets and said, Oh? So confident, I'll stand here and see how you hurt me. The cold wind blows, Bai Yao's coat floats slightly, the breath is ethereal. Yi Chen step out, 5 fingers condense the true chi, directly toward the white Yao and go. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Bai Yao. He was about to touch each other, and the real chi of his 5 fingers disappeared. Not only that, but also his true chi of Dantian didn't respond at all. Because of the disappearance of his strength, his strong inertia makes him stagger. Then he stabilizes himself and looks at Bai Yao coldly. Yeah. What the hell is this? At this time, a voice sounded in his ear, Disciple, there is a very strong technique in the area under your feet. You can't display your true chi above the skill. If you cultivate higher, you may be able to break it by force, but now it's difficult, but the road is 3000. There's no way to break it. First, with the help of the blood dragon in your body. Second, this skill dharma is nothing in front of the talisman. It is forced to tear it open with the skill of the talisman. Yi Chen suddenly, understand. Bai Yao frowned. Who is the boy talking to? Weird as it is, it doesn't matter. She sneered and said to Yi Chen in a high tone, How did you break the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams array? Is there a strong man behind you? In general, the first premise of breaking the array is to be able to find the eye of the array. The 9 palaces and 8 trigrams array is extremely hidden in Beijing Normal University. Even those who have been immersed in the array for decades may not be able to find it. She didn't think the kid in front of her could find anything out of it. She saw Yi Chen did not intend to answer, face suddenly cold, wrist a shake, a cold light directly shot out. Speed to the limit. Because Yi Chen and she only 10 meters away, almost blink of an eye to stab Yi Chen's arm. Boom. After the silver light, the situation is irresistible. Once it falls, it must be broken. Bai Yao wants to enjoy the feeling of tormenting the weak. In the face of absolute strength, all struggles are useless. You are such a self-righteous genius. In my eyes, you don't even have the qualification to let me do it. White Yao mouth with a sneer, carrying silver light, unstoppable. Is it? Just then, a faint voice fell. Yi Chen's body shakes, and the sound of dragon singing explodes from his body. The next second, a blood dragon appears directly in the dark. The red light of the blood dragon seems to make the earth shine brightly. Chapter 371. Tear and Pull. Finally, with a dull tearing sound, the silver light was mercilessly torn. Poof! The woman seems to have been bitten back and spit out blood, and her face becomes extremely pale. And a dark shadow flashed quickly and appeared in front of her. How could? The smile on Bai Yao's face disappears when Yi Chen breaks her technique and kills her. His attack not only did not kill this mole ant, but was easily destroyed by the other side. The key point is that we can't use all the power of martial arts. What's the matter with this boy? Can't help her to think, 5 fingers directly through, strong wind gusts. Her snow-white neck was directly clasped by her hands. 5 fingers exert force. Yi Chen moved and hit a huge tree directly. No. At the thought of this, Bai Yao was cold all over and roared loudly. I gave you a chance, not a third time. Yi Chen, that cold voice falls. Then, a loud noise, Bai Yao's body was directly hit by Yi Chen to a giant tree. Click. The giant tree was broken, and Bai Yao also vomited a mouthful of blood. Even in front of a woman, also very sexy, but in Yi Chen's eyes, as long as dare to block in front of him, are dead. Bai Yao couldn't bear the power any longer. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She was very embarrassed. She did not care about everything. She forced a blood essence from her fingertips. She wanted to pinch the coagulation technique, but Yi Chen didn't give her a chance. Click. A sound, Yi Chen's other hand clasped the other side's wrist, and then a fierce break, the bone directly broken. This life cannot be decided. What's the difference between Bai Yao and the disabled if she can't coagulate? How can the skill under my feet be of no use to you? How dare you break my hand? Bai Yao's eyes are full of anger, and would like to become a fierce beast to swallow Yi Chen. Technique? Yi Chen sneered and then stepped on the ground. The blood dragon shadow fell directly from the sky and hit the ground directly. Boom, the sound of the sound, the dull sound of the explosion in the ear. The technique was broken directly. Incomparably strong. Even Xiang Chengdong's shackles were completely untied. When Bai Yao saw this scene, her angry eyes were full of panic. Who could have thought that what she had been proud of was so terrible in the eyes of this guy? How did he do it? Who the hell are you? Bai Yao subconsciously exclaimed. Yi Chen's mouth appeared a touch of cold, light way. Who I am is not important, the important thing is that if you do not open the ghost prison, I will feel endless fear. Threats. The threat of cold. Bai Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, and suddenly laughed. You are so eager to enter the ghost prison. There should be people who are very important to you. If I don't open it, you will never see it in your life. To open the ghost prison, I need to actively contribute my blood essence. Even if you kill me and get my essence blood, it will have no effect at all. Ha ha. You may as well move me again. Bai Yao's smile is ferocious and crazy. She insisted that Yi Chen did not dare to move her. Are you sure? Yi Chen's hands appeared more than 10 silver needles shot out together, accurate shooting on the back of Bai Yao. The silver needle kept shaking, as if forming a force in Bai Yao's body and spreading. You have a saying right just now. Martial arts is not the only one. To some extent, I always say that I am a doctor, and medical ethics can activate God. I can give you life, and I can also make you miserable. Bai Yao was stunned, just want to say something, a feeling of biting all over his body. It was like a million ants biting her whole body. The worst. You let me go. What did you do to me? If my father knows, you will die. My father is the White Elder of the Ghost Prison. He has been to Kunlun Su. It's easy to kill you. Take away the silver needle from me. Come on. Bai Yao suffered to the extreme, and even wanted to die in front of Yi Chen. But at the moment, she didn't even have a chance to die. When Yi Chen hears Kunlun Su, her eyes shrink slightly. It seems that the ghost prison has something to do with Kunlun Su. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to threaten Xiang Qingdong of Huaxia Medicine Alliance. But even if the ghost prison has a connection with Kunlun Void. Once upon a time, he was in awe of the people and forces in Kunlun Su, but now, he is the tomb owner of the reincarnation cemetery, and there are 100 great powers standing behind him. What are those powerful people in Kunlun Su, not qualified to let him fear? All he has to do now is find his parents. Ren Bai releases her hand from Yao. As long as you are willing to open the ghost prison, I will remove your pain. If you want to be a hero, I will accompany you to the end. Bai Yao's mouth was spitting out, and he could no longer bear it. The hoarse voice said, "Untie me. I'll open it for you." Yi Chen looked at the time, and then waved a big hand. Those silver needles were directly shaken out by a force, and even more, a needle was inserted on the giant tree next to it. Bai Yao is relieved and breathes out a long breath. She turns over and looks at Yi Chen's eyes with fear. A jade pendant appeared in her hand, and then she stood up and limped toward the cloud and lake. The entrance to the ghost prison is at the bottom of the lake. You come with me. Yi Chen followed up, although he felt something was wrong, but for now, as long as keep vigilant can. Xiang Qingdong also came to Yi Chen's side. "Mr. Yi, no matter what, be careful." Well. Bai Yao was standing on a stone beside the lake. Because he had broken one hand, he could only pinch it with one hand. The speed of her 5 fingers is faster and faster, and there is a faint light around her fingertips. Then, she threw out the jade pendant, and she resolutely forced out a drop of blood essence, and the essence blood was shot on the jade pendant. A powerful force to destroy the withered and decadent erupted. The Yunhe Lake of Beijing Normal University is spreading twice, but there is a hole in the bottom of the lake 3 meters below. It's the entrance to the ghost prison. At this moment, Yi Chen was extremely excited. Bai Yao took a look at Yi Chen and said, "This is the entrance of the ghost prison. What if you can enter it? You are not qualified to come out alive. Because the ghost prison can only go in, not out." With that, Bai Yao's body disappeared and turned to the entrance to the bottom of Yunhe Lake. She just arrived at the entrance of the moment, a strong suction suddenly formed, even directly sucked Bai Yao in. But the entrance is smaller and smaller, as if to close soon. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's face changed. He and Xiang Qingdong quickly went to the entrance. "Leave it for me." Chapter 372. Yi Chen a palm toward the White Yao and go, Canglong phantom body definitely surging, the speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, you will touch the White Yao, but the sudden change protrudes. In the entrance, an old figure burst out. "Ants, dare to move my daughter, die." A startling roar sounded. The whole world, as if frozen for a moment, suddenly, burst out. The old figure grabbed Bai Yao's hand with one hand and went to the entrance of Ghost Prison. However, the other hand is a sword cleaving towards Yi Chen. At the moment Yi Chen killed Red Eyes, the hand cut dragon sword out. Go with one sword. The endless chi in the body is coming together. Boom. All true chi, as if the flash flood. Carrying Yi Chen's anger. Under the support of this torrent, Yi Chen cuts out his sword, tearing the air and changing the color of heaven and earth. Both sides of the cloud and the lake roll, and the water of the lake is also agitated, constantly impacting towards the lake. Hua hua hua. Sword rain all over the sky, covering all directions. The sword shadow of the old man and the sword shadow of Yichen burst out over the whole cloud and lake. The endless sword shadow, like the rainstorm, is constantly falling down. The momentum is amazing. Boom! The ground splits, and the lake water of the cloud and lake is split by the sword gas and rushes towards the shore. The artificial lake of Beijing Normal University seems to be drained directly. Puff! The old man's eyes were extremely frightened. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the influence of the sword, he was shaken out. His sword arm just burst open. And Yi Chen is also uncomfortable. At the moment of blowing out a sword, he even finds that the other side is actually on the Liha state. It's a big level higher than him. His body was lifted more than 10 meters, directly hit a huge tree on the shore. The giant tree is smashed and broken. Yi Chen is steady. But the entrance to the ghost prison is closed. Only a dry land is left. At this moment, Yi Chen's heart was filled with rage. He stepped out and directly came to the place where he had just entered. Bang! One punch straight out. Dust rolling, dry lake bottom, directly split. Bang! Yi Chen is another punch, the ground is directly hit by him out of a deep pit. Yi Chen hit one punch after another, and there was a trace of vibration around. The sound is so loud. But Yi Chen has no intention to stop. Even if his fist is full of blood. At the moment, he is like a bloodthirsty devil, extremely violent. Xiang Qingdong came over and said in a soft voice, "Mr. Yi, the man who just shot his elder by from the ghost prison. He is very powerful. He is a top figure in the martial arts circle of China. The key is that he comes from Kunlun Mountain. Although the ghost prison is closed, it doesn't mean that we don't have a chance. We have to open it. We can wait." Yi Chen doesn't pay attention to it at all and blows out. The eyes are bloodthirsty and cold. At this time, a voice from the Samsara cemetery rang out, "Disciple, it's useless for you to go on like this. I have an idea. This reincarnation cemetery is actually a broken ancient magic instrument. Since it is a magic instrument, you can't break it with this power." Yi Chen stopped his fist. His body is a huge pit, the center of the pit shop, there is a trace of blood. What can I do? Sea level into a virtual shadow appeared in front of Yi Chen, perhaps due to the use of the technique, one side of the Xiang Qingdong simply cannot see. Kang Haiping closed his eyes and felt a little. Suddenly, his eyes opened and he said, "This is the entrance of the magic weapon. The ghost prison has a great connection with this place. Do you remember the girl next door to you?" Yi Chen frowned, "Evil blood cold body?" Zhang Haiping nodded, "The blood of Sha Shui cold body is extremely precious and powerful. If the girl takes the essence blood as the guide, and then releases the pressure of the evil blood cold body, plus the virtual shadow of the blood dragon in your body, maybe you can break the prohibition of the entrance and tear it directly." Yi Chen Mao's son incomparably calm, word by word, "Can you cause damage to her body?" Zhang Haiping just said, "There is a premise. Take off the earth spirit Xian stone from the girl's neck. She has no cultivation now, but I will give her a talisman to protect her. There should be no problem. Even if something goes wrong, I will lead all the strength to you and let you bear it." Hearing this, Yi Chen made up his mind and said, "Okay, I'll find her. Don't look. She's here." The sea is flat and the faint sound falls. Yi Chen's eyes shrunk and looked in a direction, noticing Wei Ying, wearing a long skirt on the shore. Fortunately, Wei Ying came from another direction and couldn't see the bodies. But even so, Wei Ying's eyes were still frightened, because she saw that the cloud and lake had dried up. A man in Yi Chen started at the bottom of the key lake. From childhood, she was mostly materialist, only believed in science, otherwise she would not be a teacher. But now everything, how to explain clearly with science. "Yi Chen, you." Words have not finished, she saw Yi Chen body across more than 10 meters, appeared in front of her. It's even scarier than jumping up from the 10th floor. What the hell is this? Yichen hesitated for a few seconds and said, Wei Ying, I may need your help now. Wei Ying is a little panicked. She knows Yichen is very powerful, but how can she help? Yichen, you say, I listen, if I can help, I will help. You come with me. Yichen hugs Wei Ying directly and comes to the deep pit. You should have seen some things just now. I can't explain them to you specifically because your body is special. I need your blood to help me open a door. Then you may have to take off the necklace from your neck. This process may be very painful for you, but I promise you, there will be no danger. Yichen explained earnestly. Because Wei Ying is in contact with the ordinary world, she has never touched anything in the Chinese martial arts world. Even if Yichen explains this, it is difficult to understand. Yichen originally wanted to continue to say something, but Wei Ying shook her head and said in a positive way, Yichen, you don't have to say. You saved the lives of my mother and I, although I don't understand what you mean in your words, if I can help you, I will be willing to pay whatever price. Language down, Wei Ying directly took off the necklace on her neck. Almost instantly, a powerful evil spirit spread from her body. The blood dragon in Yichen's body seems to be suppressed. 5 seconds later, there were bursts of snowflakes all around, and an extremely cold air broke out completely from Wei Ying's body. Xiang Qingdong on one side was stunned. As the chairman of the Chinese Medicine Alliance, he has seen a lot of things, but he has never seen such a vision. He even felt his blood would freeze, and he quickly retreated to the shore. Chapter 373. Yichen looks at Wei Ying not far away and subconsciously takes a step back. If it was not for the empty shadow of the blood dragon in his body, he would not have been able to carry it. This evil blood-cold body is really worthy of being one of the 10 major diseases in the world. Even if he is in the present state, he can't carry it. At the moment, Wei Ying's face is almost white, and there is a trace of pain. Even blood red appeared in the pupils. Yichen hurriedly looked at the side of the Kanghaping, now how to do. Song Haiping comes directly to Wei Ying and points out her eyebrows. There were flashes of light. The first step, you let her force out a drop of blood essence. Yichen quickly tells Wei Ying the original words, but Wei Ying does not respond at all. Get closer. At the moment, there is no difference between her state and being possessed by the devil. The sea level out the voice. Yichen nods and comes to Wei Ying's face. She just wants to talk. Wei Ying hits her hand. The key to the power of this hand, that is a strange terror. It's not like a man without martial arts training. At least in the clutch. However, the cold palm is about to touch Yichen's chest moment, stopped. Wei Ying seemed to recover a trace of consciousness. I feel I can't control my body, what should I do next? Yichen Lian said in a hurry, use the power in your body to force out a drop of blood essence. Good. The next second, Wei Ying's eyes changed again, the palm hanging in front of Yichen, suddenly shot out. Yichen did not expect Wei Ying to change so quickly. The body flew out directly, and the blood was surging up. It was extremely uncomfortable. It's too much of a pit. Perhaps hearing Yichen's voice, Wei Ying was sober again. Yichen, right, sorry, I didn't mean to. I know. Yichen moved the lower body, but did not blame each other. I'm going to force the blood out now. Maybe it's the reason of Sha Shui cold body. Wei Ying understands something and shoots out a drop of blood essence directly from her hand. Disciple, it's now. Swallow the essence with your blood dragon. Songhai is afraid of missing something in his life, and quickly exclaims. Good. Yichen closes his eyes and controls the blood dragon on the sky. The dragon chants came from the blood dragon and fell directly from the sky. With a big mouth, the dragon breathed and moved. The blood essence is directly engulfed by the blood dragon. The next moment, strange mutation, saw that blood dragon body suddenly huge dozens of times. It's like 100-foot dragon. Even some of them become the essence. The powerful roar of the dragon shakes the world. See flat eyes a shrink, hands shot a magic charm, the spirit of flying to the sky, suddenly burst. A barrier covers everything that happens in the clouds and lakes. After all, it's still a school. Some things are too frightening and really bad. 100 Zhang dragon is ferocious to the extreme. With a gentle sound, all the trees near Yunhe Lake are broken. Xiang Qingdong is confused. He looked at the 100 Zhang blood dragon and felt that he had subverted all his cognition. At the moment, he is absolutely sure that Mr. Yi is a practitioner, not the ancient warrior. Practitioners can cross everything and cut off the sky between waves. Mr. Yi is a man with such supernatural powers. He even felt that he was following the right person. He did not hesitate to put down the identity of the director of the Drug Alliance, and to follow this person in a low voice is definitely the most correct choice he has made in his life. At the moment, Xiang Qingdong's body trembled and his fists clenched. His whole body was covered with blood, as if boiling. It's a feeling he's never had in decades. And the young man in his sight controls 100 Zhang dragon, which is very powerful. The heaven of Chinese martial arts is bound to be mastered by this man. He believed it. In the clouds and the lake. At sea level, we can see that the 100 Zhang dragon in the sky is almost ready to be brewed. The finger pinches, and a magic charm shoots on the deep pit. All of a sudden, the light flickered and a force of space rippled away. Disciple, now, hit the pit with that blood dragon. Yi Chen hears the sound, nods, controls the sky above, the blood dragon directly hits and falls. Bang! The light sweeps, can't resist. Boom! In the roar, the whole cloud and lake seem to explode. At the same time, ghost prison. It's airtight and cold. Bang! The body of Elder Bai and Bai Yaoqi fell to the ground, several figures rushed over in a hurry. Elder Bai, Bai Yao, what's the matter with you? Several old men in the ghost prison quickly helped them up, but when they touched Elder Bai, their bodies were stiff. Because they found that one arm of Elder Bai was lost. Bloody. There's even blood oozing out. How could it be? Actually, someone can break Elder Bai's arm. What strength does this need? Elder Bai, how could your hand be like this? A goatee old man shivered and said in an unbelievable tone. Bai Yao reacted and looked at her father's hand. Her eyes were full of anger. It's all that little beast out there. He not only seriously injured me, he even cut off my father's hand, but now he has been injured, it is estimated that he will not live long. Hearing this, several old people took a breath. Elder Bai's arm is actually man-made. Are they the top 10 masters of China? Otherwise, who has this ability? How many people are there? An old man of fairyland and moral integrity said, in a tone of some seriousness. After all, the White Elder can be injured into such existence, enough to have a threat to the ghost prison. At this time, Bai Changlao said, there is only one person, and he is a smelly boy in his 20s. What? Some old people's expressions are a little strange. In your 20s? Cut off a hand of Elder Bai. There is such a monster in China. Bai Changlao may feel that his old face is a little uneasy, and he said, this son should have used the secret method, and his strength has soared. This is what I would do if I belittled the enemy for a moment. However, once the entrance of the ghost prison is closed, it is impossible for him to enter here again. What's more, the boy was wounded by me. I think he has become a useless man. I'm not afraid of that. Hearing this, several old people took it for granted. Only by secret method can a young man achieve this strength. Suddenly, the old goat beard thought of something and said, since the boy is seriously injured, I think to be on the safe side, I'd better kill him now. Otherwise, in case of recovery, it will definitely make our ghost prison restless. The other old people also nodded and agreed. If you don't get rid of this son, you will have endless troubles. At this time, all the old people looked at the man with a good moral character, as if to listen to his opinion. After all, if they want to go out, they have some difficulties. It is extremely expensive to break the prohibition of ghost prison. Only with the consent of the old man, can they dare to do so. In this case, let's listen to everyone's opinion. This son is too dangerous for the ghost prison. The words have not finished, a startling noise suddenly came. Chapter 374. Naturally, everyone felt something was wrong for the first time. Back. The old man just said it. Bang! The whole ghost prison seems to usher in a big earthquake. The meaning of shaking spread, and several old men quickly retreated. Bai Chonglao was injured and his speed was limited. His body was directly shocked by the force. Spit out a mouthful of blood again. To the extreme. Bai Yao is more miserable because her back is bloody near the entrance of the ghost prison. It's bloody. Almost no breath. Bai Yao. Elder Bai saw that his daughter had an accident and wanted to help him, but he was so weak that he could hardly stand up. The rest of the elderly quickly put the comatose Bai Yao and Bai Elder aside. The anger is very heavy. How could there be such a terrible wave at the entrance of the ghost prison? The goatee old man frowned and his voice was unbelievable. In principle, the entrance to the ghost prison is closed and almost isolated from the outside world. Unless there is something wrong with the inside, it is impossible to create the situation in front of you. Who is it? Why do you do this to me? Bai Chonglao's hoarse voice resounded through the whole ghost prison. At the moment, he is powerless to the extreme. The old man of Xianfeng Daegu took out 2 pills, one for Bai Yao and the other for Elder Bai. Now you're going to hurt more. Take this running skill to recuperate. Bai Chonglao calmed down and took a look at the old man in front of him. He nodded and took the pill. He took it directly and then operated the skill. What happened to the shock just now? The 2 old men spoke in the same voice. As soon as the words were said, there was another shocking shock. They clearly see the direction of the entrance, as if there is a crack, light overflow. This is. Several old people's faces changed greatly. Someone is breaking the entrance of the ghost prison. The origin of ghost prison is not ordinary. Since ancient times, only 2 people have broken the ghost prison. Those 2 people are extremely terrible in the history of Chinese martial arts and Taoism. And now, what the hell is it? Now is the 21st century, China's aura is thin, it is impossible to have that kind of master born, now how can there be such power? Is it Kunlun Su's master? When everyone was in a panic, the old man said, if I'm not wrong, what I started should be the boy who broke Elder Bai's arm. As soon as this word comes out, all people's breath seems to have stopped, and it's even harder to take a breath of cool air. Don't Bai Chong say that he was seriously injured? What's going on now? Is it possible that the boy used the secret method twice in succession? Even with the secret method, it is impossible to create such a powerful force. Poof! The white elder spits out a mouthful of blood and is almost possessed by the devil. His cheek was hot, as if he had been slapped. 1 second, he said that the boy was a cripple. The next second, the shock of the entrance slapped him directly. Bang! Ghost prison is another earthquake. After the earthquake, they found that the entrance has opened a hole. It won't be long before it's broken. It's not going to last long. Madman! Absolutely crazy. This is the only thought in everyone's mind. His eyes, only a serious step forward his face. All of you listen. Condense a drop of blood essence and sink into the elixir field. Strong technique. We must guard this gate, or if the ghost prison is broken, there will be chaos. His voice was so cold that his face was completely black. Who could have thought that the ghost prison has been standing in China for so many years, but in the end, it has been tortured by a hairy boy. If spread out, where should their faces go? Is it not ridiculed by the world? He would never allow it to happen. Yes. Several old people's momentum instantly climbed to the extreme, a drop of blood essence shot out, directly fell on the entrance. Deep in the ghost prison, a small room. A 40-year-old woman walked back and forth, a little agitated. The ground is constantly shaking, and somehow her heart has been pulled up. All the furniture around was turned over, as if the end of the day had come. Ye Tianjing came to Jiang Peirong in front of him. He took a hand over Jiang Peirong and comforted him. Peirong, it's okay. It may be that there is an earthquake in the capital city. We have some impacts here. Jiang Peirong shook her head. I'm not worried about this. I have a very special feeling in my heart, just like our Chinner is outside. And this earthquake, as if he was knocking on the door, I can even feel some pain in Chinner's mind. Mother-son heart to heart, this kind of feeling is more and more intense. Do you think it is Chinner who wants to break the ghost prison? Yi Tianzheng has a strange expression. After he entered the ghost prison, he also slowly came into contact with some things in the martial arts world. He also knows how terrible the ghost prison is. Those once top Chinese strongmen are also imprisoned here. They are helpless. What is Chinner's ability? Whether Chinner is alive or not is still unknown, let alone open this ghost prison. Before the event happened in Yinhu Villa, Chinner was found to be Fan Zhen. Zhang's family in the capital city was furious and almost died in his infancy. Countless people assert that Chinner has made no achievements in his life. Even if he is not dead, he is just an ordinary person. But 10 years before the accident, Chinner could not be ordinary anymore. Now how can he make such a move? Yi Tianjing shook his head and put his arms around Jiang Peirong. He said, you think too much. These days, you talk about Chinner every day. You think about it every day, and dream at night. Now I only hope that Chinner is still alive and healthy. As for the ghost prison and the events of that year, let it be dusty. Jiang Peirong was stunned, feeling the vibration outside and the warmth of her husband's arms, and stopped talking. But the feeling of mother and son's heart-to-heart is growing stronger and stronger. Beijing Normal University, Yinhe Lake. Baizhang Blood Dragon collided with the ground again and again. The clouds and the lake bottom almost split. Lose ones beyond recognition. Rolling smoke and dust cover, the powerful air wave is like a sharp knife tearing everything. If there is no array in the sea, it will certainly shake the martial arts circle of the whole capital. And that light place, unexpectedly is faintly torn out a hole. Although the opening is very small, Yi Chen is sure that this is the entrance of the ghost prison. Yi Chen is excited to the extreme. He could feel that every time the blood dragon hit, it was weak once. Break it for me. Yi Chen once again manipulates the blood dragon to collide in that direction. The dragon chants and shakes the sky. The opening of the ghost prison is actually enlarged. When he was overjoyed, a voice of exclamation came from inside, "Boy, I don't care who you are. If you don't stop, ghost prison will kill you at all costs. Let your spirit and soul die." Obviously, the old men in the ghost prison are in a panic. Chapter 375. Yi Chen heard the threat and didn't take it seriously. From Jiangqing to Jiangnan province, to the present capital, how many people threatened him? You can't count it. But in the end, almost all of them died under his sword. Today, ghost prison must be broken, no matter what the cost. No one can stand in his way. Blood dragon, break again. Yi Chen roared, and the dragon's song of blood dragon on the sky penetrated everything and fell down again from the height. The powerful air wave was like a meteorite cutting through the sky, with a raging flame, and smashed it down. Bang! In this life, it is necessary to break through the prohibitions set by the sea level. There was a great shock under the whole capital. At the same time, the machine of Beijing Earthquake Detection Bureau issued an alarm. It shows a line of text. There was an earthquake of magnitude 5.6 in some parts of the capital. The coordinates shown by the earthquake are just near Beijing Normal University. If there is no sea level shelter, this number will be absolutely shocking. The people at the agency are a little flustered. Beijing is not at the junction of plates at all. Why do earthquakes occur? There has been no earthquake for hundreds of years, even if the earthquake cannot exceed 5. The leader of the inspection bureau can no longer care about everything and dials the phone directly in front of him. At the same time, there is an ancient wood otai in the capital. Wood otai is almost fragmented. The battle, from day to night, was dark. Jiang Jianfeng came down from above, his breath was extremely strong. Under the First World War, his breath was extremely violent. There was even a sense of breakthrough. Although there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, he won the battle. That's enough. When Jiang Jianfeng came to the stage, a thin man handed out a warm towel. "Mr. Jiang, wipe it down." Jiang Jianfeng took the towel and just wanted to wipe it. A terrible aftershock struck. The aftershocks became stronger and stronger. Because he had just been fighting with that place on Wudoutai, he could not be distracted, so he didn't pay attention to it. But now, feeling the strong aftershock, he frowned and said, "What's wrong with the capital?" "Mr. Jinggang, there are some reports about the location of the earthquake." Jiang Jianfeng frowned. "How strange method." The skinny man hesitated for a few seconds and said, "Mr. Yi, the central area with the strongest sense of the earthquake seems to be there at Beijing Normal University." Hearing this, Jiang Jianfeng Mao's son shrinks, as if thought of what, Yichen that boy's whereabouts. "Are you still in Beijing Normal University?" The thin man shook his head. "My lord, I don't know. The people I sent have lost their target completely. They don't know where Yichen has gone. What's more strange is that there is a strong vibration at Beijing Normal University. My people rushed to see it, but there was no." Jiang Jianfeng closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds. Suddenly he opened it, and the cold light flashed. "Send me to Beijing Normal University immediately. If I guess correctly, there is a strong person who covers everything, and the boy may be in danger." Lin family in Beijing. Lin Juelong, who is practicing, opens his eyes and covers it. His strength naturally felt the vibration under his feet. "It seems that this power is extremely terrifying when it comes to me. Is there a big war in the capital? It's interesting. It's interesting." Then Lin Juelong felt a little bit, as if he had found something. He was astonished and said, "Someone even used the shadowing technique in Beijing Normal University. After shadowing, is there such a shock? What kind of power is needed to do that?" His heart set off a tempestuous wave, thought that after returning to China, those so-called strong should submit to their feet. But now it seems that things are far from simple. Is it true that there are such strong men in China? Are they from Kunlun? Or are they the old ones? No, we have to figure it out. No longer thinking about it, Lin Juelong clapped his hand on the ground. The whole person leaped up, grasped a piece of clothes and disappeared in the dark. Now, clouds and lakes. The blood dragon just made a huge blow with its strength. It's the entrance to the ghost prison. Yichen hearted joy, no longer hesitated, just want to step into it. Zhang Haiping on one side noticed something. His body swayed. His 5 fingers grasped Yichen's clothes and went directly to the rear. At the entrance, there was a bright light that if you don't avoid it just now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yichen stabilized his body and heard Kang Haiping's serious voice. "This group of people guard the entrance with blood essence. There are several extremely strong killing opportunities behind the entrance. If you enter rashly now, you will surely die." Yichen glanced at the direction of the entrance, and was surprised to find a blood mist surging, even closed the entrance. Not only that, but also a very strong airwave surging towards the blood dragon. Because the blood dragon has been a little weak, but still roar, the dragon tail fiercely throws away. Mountains and rivers shake, light scattered. Kang Haiping has a trace of seriousness on his face. He can help Yichen break open, but once it is broken, he also wants to dissipate between heaven and earth. He had too many runes to teach the reincarnation tomb owner. The key is that Yichen has a strong talent for the rune. It would be a pity if no one inherited his talisman. So he would never do it unless he had to. All depends on Yichen. At the moment, there is a dragon sword in Yichen's hand, and a sword goes towards the entrance. Tear. The light is shining and the strong sword spirit is surging. But it doesn't work. At this time, a magic charm was shot from the sea. The talisman hits Yichen's body, and Yichen is surprised to find that his cultivation is actually improving. He looked at the sea behind him in surprise. "Thank you, master." Shanghai Pingmu's son insipid, "This can only give you a little strength for a short time, or rely on you. Also, you can't drag on, I have a kind of ominous premonition, as if there is a strong breath coming towards this side." As the talisman entered his body, Yichen felt only a stream of energy pouring into his body. It circulates all over the body, and powerful aura covers the whole body. In this case, Yi Chen's power suddenly soared. I want to see who dares to stop me. Bloodthirsty. With a roar of Yi Chen. Bloodthirsty with incomparably bright light, such as comet across the sky, mercilessly hit the ground. In the clear sound, the cold light flickers. Boom. The powerful air waves are pounding in all directions. The blood mist was torn open by force. Chapter 376. Yi Chen Mao's Son of Joy, once again a sword cut down. Although each sword has a powerful effect. But the blood mist returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. Go away. Every sword of Yi Chen at the moment is like thunder. The roar exploded and the wind swept. The old men at the other end of the ghost prison had sweat on their foreheads. One heart set off a storm. What? This kid is a fucking lunatic. An old man in a purple robe said, his drop of blood essence was broken. Shall we ask him out of the mountain? Otherwise, the ghost prison will be broken. All the people looked at the old man. The old man looked at all the people calmly. I have already contacted that one with the magic method. This boy is a little strange. Just when the entrance broke open, I felt a stronger breath outside. It is likely that there is a strong man behind him. You must be careful. When people heard this, they were deeply shocked. Can let this old man feel threatened, absolute terror. Although they were afraid, they also had a strong curiosity. Who in the end can break this powerful prohibition? At present, the entrance of the ghost prison has been broken a little bit. We should try our best to hold on, at least until that one comes. Yes. But the words just fell, but also a strong impact from the force. One of the relatively weak old men spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his chest is inexplicably split open. Cloud Elder. An old man nearby just wanted to help him. A cold voice sounded, don't mind him. Hold on to the end. At the moment, the leaves are panting. The talisman given to him by Zhang Haiping has completely failed and his strength has recovered. He looked at the entrance of the dilapidated look, eyes a coagulation, the top of the blood dragon has been very weak, only the last blow. Not far away, Wei Ying was covered with ice, as if shivering. Yi Chen has some intolerance in his heart. He swears that no matter how, he will keep Wei Ying's family safe. It should be the kindness of today. Disciple, with your strongest strike, fuse the blood dragon and split the blood mist. The sound of sea level rings. Yi Chen nodded, took out a bottle of pills, swallowed them all at once, and his elixir genuine chi gathered again. At present, his strongest attack should be the intention of breaking the sky sword. It's just that this sword will cause too much damage to the body. While Yi Chen was worried, Zhang Haiping's voice continued to ring, don't hesitate, quick. Yi Chen Mao's son shrinks, clenches the dragon's sword, the knee erupts, the whole person jumps to 5 meters. Blood dragon, come on. The blood dragon on the sky dived down and directly rushed into the sword held by Yi Chen. Qianlong cuts the sky. Yi Chen roared and rushed out, and the sword of cutting dragon was turned into swords. The song of the dragon resounds through the world. At this moment, the two forces become one, strong to the extreme, breaking everything. Boom! The place where the sword's meaning reaches, completely explodes, a burst of light chants, and the sword light soars to the sky in an instant. This sword swept out, fast to the extreme, like thunder across the sky. In a flash, the sky was full of sword chi, and the cold was pressing. The whirling wind, like the howling of evil spirits, takes people's heart and soul. Bang! The entrance of the ghost prison will be shattered with a sword. And Yi Chen also spits out a mouthful of blood. This sword is too strong. So strong that even Yi Chen can't control it. Songhai flat eyes a shrink, helpless shake head, a trace of strength toward Yi Chen's eyebrows shoot. There was a warm current wrapping Yi Chen in an instant, which made him not as embarrassed as when he was in Xuemei Hall. Apprentice, when the ghost prison is over, it's time for you to break through to the separation and reunion. Yi Chen looked at the sea gratefully and nodded, yes, master. At this time, the ghost prison, the entrance door, is shining, directly smashed. The powerful air waves went directly to the old men, and their blood gushed up one after another, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The trough is broken. The gate of Ghost Prison was broken by a young man with strength. What kind of power does this need? At this moment, all the old people in the Ghost Prison were shocked. It's completely frightening. The strength of so many of them is not comparable to that of a stinky boy. Who will believe it? Even if the boy used the secret method against the sky, it can't be so exaggerated. The immortal old man's eyes were fixed on the broken entrance, his fingers pinched, and the whole Ghost Prison was shining. The light of the alarm. This kind of alarm only appears a few times in the Ghost Prison. Every time, it's the Ghost Prison that makes a big deal. Gather all the elders and strongmen of the Ghost Prison, all gather here, and be sure to hold that boy. There was a chill and anger in his voice. The entrance of the Ghost Prison was smashed and broken, which was undoubtedly a blow to his face. When the adult appeared, he was undoubtedly the first to be held accountable. What should he say? The appearance of the alarm excited countless people in the depths of the Ghost Prison. They have been imprisoned here for years, and there is no wave here, day after day. And the emergence of the alarm, no doubt, represents an accident in the Ghost Prison. One by one cheers and shouts, the voice is shocking. Because maybe they can get out. Jiang Peirong and Yi Tianjing hugged each other and did not speak, but quietly waited for something. Tianjing, I have an ominous premonition. This premonition is getting stronger and stronger. What's going on? Jiang Peirong worried, even don't know why, the corner of her eye even slipped a tear. Yi Tianjing smiles, and there are some wrinkles in the corner of his eyes. Peirong, don't worry, the sky is falling, and I'm holding it. You forget that the Jiang family tried to take you away by force, and I'll protect you in front of you. Jiang Peirong looked at Yi Tianjing and laughed, you were so stupid at that time. You were just an ordinary person. You dare to face the top experts of the Jiang family. However, things were strange that day. Those strong people of the Jiang family could not hurt us. I have been thinking for a few years, do you think it is related to the stone given to Qin'er? Yi Tianjing shook his head, I don't know. Let him pass when things are over. No matter what happens now, I will be with you. Tianjing, me too. Jiang Peirong nodded and looked at one direction of the Ghost Prison. She didn't know why. The feeling was getting stronger and stronger. As if the distance between her and Qin'er is only 1 kilometer away. Not only that, but a sense of crisis is spreading. The feeling was so complicated that she even thought, what will happen later? After a few seconds, she shook her head and made up her mind that this time, if something happened, she would protect her husband. Chapter 377. Yichen looks at the huge entrance and smiles coldly. Although there is little left in Dantian's true spirit, he also wants to go to the Ghost Prison. This opportunity, only once. He thought of what, regardless of the body injury, step out, came to Wei Ying in front of. At the moment, Wei Ying was covered with a cold frost. Her face was pale and painful to the extreme. Her eyes were red, as if she had been eroded by some force. When you see the appearance of Yi Chen, show hand fiercely extend, toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen's face is startled, and his 2 palms are stacked to block his chest. Pa 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 pa. The waves swept and the waves swept the shore. Innumerable palms shadow that day covers the ground, Yi Chen and Wei Ying each step back a few steps. Wei Ying, it's me. Yi Chen says in a loud voice, but Wei Ying has left the place for too long, and the only trace of rationality has disappeared. Die! Wei Ying comes to Yi Chen with a fierce spirit and cold killing intention. Seeing the shadow of his hand like rain, Yi Chen no longer hesitates. When the shadow of his hand has not been connected to a line, the black dragon's phantom body will surge, like stepping on the clouds, and forcibly snatch it out. In the hand, there is a mysterious stone of the earth spirit, which is directly patted on Wei Ying's chest. The spirit of the dark stone instantly formed the power of suppression, the cold around the instant disappeared, that evil spirit is also all into Wei Ying's body. Everything returned to calm. Wei Ying's eyes are closed. I don't know how long, suddenly opened the eyes like stars. Yi. Wei Ying just wanted to talk, he felt something. He lowered his head and found a pair of big hands pressing on his chest. Even squeezed the private things out of shape. Wei Ying's face turned red instantly. She did not expect Yi Chen to make such a behavior, which makes her how to behave in the future. But there was no sense of rejection in her heart. Yi Chen, are you not so good? Wei Ying's voice is as light as a mosquito. Hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly came over, his hand is pressing Wei Ying's chest. Because he was afraid that the rock would fall down, he still exerted a little bit of force. The soft things touched by his 5 fingers were even deformed. He can feel the touch. Sorry. He subconsciously let go of his hand, but the earth spirit Xian stone also fell down. Yi Chen's face changes slightly. Once the Daihun Xianqi leaves, it will inevitably affect Wei Ying. He quickly presses down the broken Xianqi again. With this press, his 5 fingers grab Wei Ying's full chest again. Wei Ying's face was red to the root of his neck, but he didn't say what he wanted to say. Yi Chen quickly explained, Wei Ying, you quickly put the necklace on, I do this because you need to suppress the spirit of the earth. Good. Wei Ying quickly put on the necklace. Yi Chen exhaled a breath, which just released his hand. He glanced at the entrance and said, Wei Ying, you will first meet the teacher's apartment. Then, no matter what sound you hear, don't come out. Xiang Qingdong, you can help me protect Wei Ying. If anything happens to her, you can ask him, he said. Xiang Qingdong recovered from shock and came to Wei Ying's side. He nodded, Mr. Yi, I will protect Miss Wei. Now, who wants to protect the rights of the president of Huaxia League? It's totally overkill. But Yi Chen's orders, he did not dare to disobey. The scene of the blood dragon's impact just now could not be dissipated in his mind for a long time. Wei Ying looked at Yi Chen and asked, Are you going inside? Yes. Yi Chen finished, looked at the distant Kang Haiping nodded, and he stepped into the entrance. Xiang Qingdong quickly made a gesture of invitation, Miss Wei, this way. Well. Wei Ying takes a deep look at Yi Chen and turns to leave. The two headed for the teacher's apartment. Ghost prison. Yi Chen stepped into the moment, light-modeled, a cold breath directly hit. When his feet were on the ground, he felt dozens of murders in an instant. He's in an underground space. In front of us is a corridor. The corridor is very wide, which is 5 or 6 meters long. As far as the length is concerned, the depth is far from the bottom. He could hear a little cry from inside. There was no light in the corridor, and the end was dark. And those dozens of murders came from the depths of darkness. Just then, a round of applause broke out. Suddenly the light came on nearby. Yi Chen is surprised to find that there are dozens of figures on the corridor. At the head of the group are several old men, whose breath is extremely terrible. The air seems to be manipulated by the other party. A very old man stepped out and looked at Yi Chen with interest and said, Little bastard, do you know what it means to forcibly break into the ghost prison? Yi Chen took a look at the people around him, and the momentum of all the people could not compare with this old man. Obviously, this old man is the real talker of ghost prison. What are you? Yi Chen Light Wei, in the hands chopping dragon sword gently shakes. He knew that if he wanted to save his parents, there would be a war. The old man was stunned and turned black. What am I? Well, I might as well tell you. I'm Zhao Yunsheng. Zhao Yunsheng, the warden of Ghost Prison. What's the crime of destroying the entrance of Ghost Prison and breaking into Ghost Prison without permission? Come on, take this son. If necessary, kill directly. The sound of cold exclamations. He's completely suicidal. Because the boy can break through the entrance of the Ghost Prison, his strength is certainly not weak. So he has to be careful. Language down, more than a dozen strong Ghost Prison toward Yi Chen. The speed is extremely fast. They know the danger level of the young man in front of them. The boy made the earthquake in Ghost Prison just now. Therefore, every blow they make is a must-kill skill. Tear. Innumerable swords intend to leave Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen was injured, he couldn't look up to these small minions in front of him. He held the dragon's sword tightly with 5 fingers. The cold light in his eyes flashed. His body was like an arrow. He rushed out with the sound of howling. Go back. Chopping dragon sword sends out the sword chant, and the air around it seems to be torn. When those figures were stagnant, their swords fell to the ground. It's a mess. These people, how to block the violent edge of Yi Chen? At the moment, Yi Chen is a god of evil spirits. His whole body is full of evil spirit, and his sword is gradually stained with blood. With each fall of the sword, the men in the ghost prison break open, and the corridors are covered with blood. At this time, Bai Changlao can't sit still any longer, his eyes are red, and he goes directly to Yi Chen. The revenge of the broken arm must be revenged. Chapter 378. What's more, Bai Changlao only daughter is still unknown now. He has to kill Yi Chen himself to ease his hatred. Even if he breaks a hand, it's not something the boy can resist. What's more, he has discovered Yi Chen's realm when he makes a move. It's just a pneumatic state. Not even in the clutch. What are you afraid of? This kid has no secret, he is a lamb to be slaughtered. Die for me. The white elder pinched his fingers and a red ancient rune appeared in his palm. Rune rotation, directly formed a palm print, without any hesitation, the virtual palm directly swept toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen naturally noticed the white elder's appearance, coldly hummed, I was about to find you, since I came, I will stay forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen smashed out with a fist, and his palm print was directly broken. However, the strong air wave also took Yi Chen back a few steps. White elders see Yi Chen show a trace of decadence, laugh, sure enough. You don't have a secret now. Watch how you move me. Originally, several old people in the ghost prison wanted to work together. Seeing this scene, they stopped again. Zhao Yunqing took a look at the entrance. No one continued to come in. Even the powerful breath disappeared. Was it just an illusion? He clearly felt a strong threat outside. Who knows this boy? What is his origin? Zhao Yunqing asked several old people around him. As soon as the words were said, an old goat-bearded man came forward. He was the one who interrogated Jiang Peirong in Yi Tianjing that day. I tell Elder Zhao that this man should be Jiang Peirong's son. He was once a complete waste in Jiangqing. He disappeared for 5 years, but recently he suddenly appeared. Strangely, his martial arts strength seems to be born out of thin air. Zhao Yunqing frowned, the blood of the Jiang family? I heard that Jiang Peirong's son was not Fan Zhen at that time. The Jiang family still broke off the relationship with Jiang Peirong's family when he was angry. Even if a Fan root person practiced martial arts, he could not be so rebellious. After 5 years of disappearance, has this son entered Kunlun Su? When he was puzzled, Bai Changlao forced a drop of blood essence and directly sacrificed his life rune. His martial arts strength is not strong, but the method is extremely terrible. Even in the depth of Kunlun mountain worship under a master of Fuwen, the strength of the rising ship. In recent years, the only way he can sacrifice his life rune is to face the top strong. And this time, it's the 3rd time. The key point this time is a strong aerodynamic environment. A mole ant even let him sacrifice his life rune to kill. How angry he was. I don't believe it. You can carry it. Move my daughter, I will tear you to pieces. His eyes were red and he growled. The light of rune flickers, almost instantaneously, it turns into a 10-meter sword. The sword is red and cold. The shadow of the sword twinkled and the air was cold. That is the essence of the sword. Just listen to a small sound of concussion, 10 meters long sword, one is divided into two into 4. Just for a moment, the shadow of the sword is like a rainstorm. Under the terrible sword, the whole ghost prison seems to become cold. White long old mouth showed a trace of fun smile. In his view, Yi Chen is bound to die. There's no secret method, and I'm hurt again. The result is obvious. At the moment when the sword's shadow was about to move towards Yi Chen took a step and sneered, in front of me, do you dare to use the power of runes? I'll show you the real rune today. Song Haiping has already told him that Elder Bai's skill and rune are just the side effects of the rune. Even some of the core things are not touched. It's ridiculous that such rubbish is still regarded as jibao. Yichen shoots out a blank rune with golden and red lines in his eyebrow. With a flash of cold light, Yichen pinches his fingers and envelopes his whole body with evil spirit. A talisman poured out from the palm of his hand and took a hard shot at the sword's shadow all over the sky. Kill! Yi Chen's pupil shrinks slightly, and the talisman he shoots out seems to turn into a white tiger. With a roar, it is like a tiger descending the mountain, fearless and fearless. The white tiger wants to rush through the sword rain, tear the enemy in front of him and taste the taste of blood. All over the sky sword rain disappeared directly. The powerful rune directly plundered everything. This life rune was broken, and Bai Changlao was instantly eaten back. He vomited out a mouthful of purplish blood essence and sat down on the ground. Yichen won't give Bai Changlao a chance to live. Songlong's phantom body will surge, and he has come to Bai Changlao's face without hesitation. His whole body is infused with strength, his 5 fingers are opened and he falls down directly. A dull roar exploded. No! When Elder Bai saw this scene, his eyes widened, and he could only burst out with a roar. However, the scream stopped suddenly. Yi Chen's 5 fingers have clasped the other party's head, the strength erupts, 5 fingers for the palm. Shoot it hard. Bai Chengtian's lingai is smashed directly. The dead can't die again. His eyes widened and his face was unbelievable. Perhaps, even to the moment of death, he could not believe that he was really so dead. And died in the hands of a pneumatic kid. He didn't want to accept, he wanted to resist, but it was a foregone conclusion. The whole ghost prison fell into a deathly silence, like a mass grave in the middle of the night. Zhao Yunsheng, the goat-bearded old man and other powerful men in the ghost prison are staring at the white elder in the pool of blood and swallowing their saliva. They find themselves in a dead silence. Did not wait for them to react to come over, Yichen then toward the remaining few people and go. Burn the sky palm. A flame of virtual palm suddenly formed. In an instant, the strong wind surging, the air came in bursts of roar, like the explosion of Xianlei. Rolling like the essence of the general air waves, this palm, mercilessly swept away. Yi Chen is full of flames. Although his level is lower than these people, the skills he mastered are the most powerful martial arts skills. What can be left behind in ancient times? Enough to roll over. He doesn't want to let go of all the people here. His parents are imprisoned here. These people don't know how many things they have done to hurt their parents. Right or wrong, these guys at the top of the ghost prison have to die. At the moment, the whole body of Yi Chen is covered by a flame, with powerful momentum, almost everyone feels palpitation. Zhao Yunsheng's pupils reflected the light of fire. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "This martial art is definitely a skill above the heaven level. Everybody back up." Words fall, Zhao Yunsheng does not care about all people, the body toward the rear and go. This martial art, even if he wants to carry it down, it's tough. Except for the goat-bearded old man, the rest were crushed by the burning sky palm. As if the fire burned the heaven and earth, the bodies of several old men were shattered by the burning hands, and their bodies were torn apart. Chapter 379. Yi Chen gasps slightly in the side. This time, his dantian almost has no real qi. It took too much power. He took out another bottle of pills, Gula Gula took it, and then looked at Zhao Yunsheng with cold eyes and ordered, "Where are Jiang Peirong and Yi Tianjing?" Zhao Yunsheng glanced at the corpses around him and his dying companion on the ground, and said coldly, "I advise you to stop. If that adult comes, your end will be very miserable. The authority of the ghost prison cannot be trampled on by others. Song Chen, to me a magic ring." Song Haiping was stunned, "Disciple, although the magic talisman can make you stronger for a short time, you will bear great pain later. Just give it to me." In Yi Chen's eyes, there is only determination. He had a lot of things in his mind, and he knew the effects of many talismans. However, he just stepped into this path. It was impossible to refine this kind of runes. He could only use the hand of the sea. During this time, he spent too much energy and had no choice. As long as you save your parents, it's more important than anything. Kang Haping shakes his head helplessly, and shoots out a rune from his fingertip, which falls directly into Yi Chen's sea of knowledge. The power of magic talismans suddenly diffuses, and Yi Chen's eyes show a trace of light, and the cold killing machine spreads. Zhao Yunxing felt something was wrong and whispered to the old goat-bearded man, "There are some problems with this son. You can hold this person down for me. As long as I bring Yi Tianzheng and Jiang Perong to threaten this son, I can stop him." Goat-beard old man nodded, 5 fingers a grip, a long gun appeared in his palm, the next second, a gun toward Yi Chen. "Boy, I might as well tell you that your parents were interrogated by me. I don't know how many times they have been tortured by me." And Zhao Yunxing went to the deep. Very fast. Yi Chen heard the old man's words and was completely infuriated. In the sharp sound of breaking the sky, Yi Chen's whole person seems to turn into a virtual shadow. A blood dragon came out. Blood dragon is born because of anger, and gathers because of killing intention. Yi Chen's extreme emotion is the best food for Shui Long. Looking at the appearance of the blood dragon, the old man's eyes shrunk to the extreme, but he didn't care about everything. His wrist shook and his spear shot out. At the moment of touching Yi Chen, the direction changes and sweeps away. The green light is shining, and the sword edge is overflowing. In the dark, the blue light is even more strange. The corridor of Ghost Prison is full of wind. The power of the gun. Yi Chen's sword silk in his hand is fearless and bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty chop with incomparably bright light, such as comet across the sky, and long gun collision together. Just for a moment, a crisp crash burst. Sharp voice, just a moment, then tear the dark quiet. The howling cold wind is like sweeping out of hell. Pata! The spear of goatee old man is broken directly. To pieces. Strong anti-shock force, so that his palm blood blurred. How could it be? He stepped back in terror, but did not react. A blood dragon was devouring him. Bursts of dragon chant resound. The blood dragon has arrived, and Yi Chen also follows. The old goat beard is frightened by Yi Chen's strength. What the hell is this monster? Such a strong force is enough to win the top 5 top experts in the Chinese martial arts circle. Between life and death, goat-bearded elderly erupt a strong desire to survive, forcing a drop of blood essence, burning instantly. At the same time, the essence of blood into a long sword, such as the dragon Tinkong, cut through the ghost prison. The sword tore the darkness and lit up the world. The cold wind solidified the world and frozen time and space. At this moment, the ghost prison fell into a dead silence. This is a secret method to destroy the withered. It's also his best shot. Under the power of terror, Yi Chen felt suffocation. Very strong. Even the dragon's sword flew out. It's on the wall. Disciple, this man burns blood essence and is ready to die with you. Hear this sentence, Yi Chen's heart, fierce a sink. What about the crisis? What about the smell of death? Broken. Yi Chen rushes towards the old goat beard, facing the cold light sweeping like a dragon, and the blood in his body seems to be boiling. He also forced out a drop of blood essence, and then hit the blood essence with a fist. Let him sit and die. Impossible, want to die together? Impossible. Yi Chen's fist directly let the surrounding chi explode. It seems that Yi Chen's fist at this moment is a lightning that can split the whole world. Two forces collide in an instant. Sharp voice, deafening. Innumerable firelight burst out in the dark, gorgeous like fireworks. The whole ghost prison vibrated and nearly exploded. The air waves were rolling, and the stones were flying everywhere, setting off a storm. The old goat-bearded man with a smile in his mouth seemed to feel something. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, You're not a fan at all. You are. Words have not spoken out, each in a punch then penetrated his body. A huge blood hole directly condensed from. The old goat-bearded man was directly hit and hit the wall with blood. Yi Chen's attack is as powerful as a mountain, containing the power of thousands of troops. Cold, suffocating, killing. Burst of fire, as if the interpretation of life's last gorgeous. Zhang Haiping was a little surprised. Disciple, is this the way of killing taught you? Yichen gasped violently, nodded. He once mentioned some things, at that time I don't understand, just as if I understood something, then put it out. Zhang Haiping's expression was strange. He finally understood why the guy wanted to come out early. The guy should have been opened by the 12th building, so he broke the prohibition in advance. In fact, the guy saw it better than anyone else. The road is 3000. The way of killing is the most useful one for the reincarnation tomb owner. Yichen no longer stays, Zanglong phantom body will surge, and quickly toward the dark. Deep in the ghost prison. Jiang Peirong and Yi Tian are pacing back and forth in the house. They are more and more uneasy. All the garrison personnel around were transferred away. What's wrong with the ghost prison? Tianzheng, I always feel that after today, ghost prison will be completely. Jiang Peirong's words have not yet been spoken, but a figure has come directly. It is Zhao Yunsheng. The couple's eyes wrinkled slightly. Zhao Yunsheng's status in the ghost prison was almost the highest. At the moment, his face was sad and even angry. It seems that the situation in ghost prison is more serious than expected. Zhao Yunsheng came to the gate of the prison where two people were imprisoned. He kicked the gate open with one foot. Chapter 380. A strong momentum swept through, and the door was blown open. Yi Tianzheng's face changed, and he was directly in front of Jiang Peirong. His cold voice rang out, "Warden, you are." The words have not finished, Zhao Yunsheng 5 fingers buckle Yi Tianzheng's neck. The anger in the heart, I wish he killed the man in front of him. But at the thought that the man died, he would not have the handle to threaten Yi Chen. With a cold hum, he directly threw Yi Tianzheng out. It hit the walls of the prison. Yi Tianzheng didn't have any accomplishments. This blow directly made him spit out a mouthful of blood and hurt all over. Jiang Peirong's face changed and she quickly helped Yi Tianzheng up. Her murderous eyes were staring at Zhao Yunsheng. Zhao Yunsheng, what are you going to do? Against an ordinary person, that's what you do in the ghost prison. We are divided into 2 parts. How can we offend you? Zhao Yunsheng has blue tendons on his neck. Offend, you can't mean to offend, your precious son, killed dozens of people in my ghost prison and broke the entrance of ghost prison. Isn't that offensive? This sentence was almost roared out by Zhao Yunsheng. Eyes are all over the blood. Ferocious to the extreme. Yi Tianzheng and Jiang Peirong, who are helped up, are stunned. Their eyes are wide, and the shock in their hearts is like a 1,000-foot wave hitting their chest. From Zhao Yunsheng's words, they got 2 messages. First, Chinner is not dead. He's really alive. Second, Chinner has the ability to break the ghost prison, which makes the ghost prison so embarrassed. Kill dozens of people in ghost prison. Is this still their son? Jiang Peirong's eyes were red and her body was shaking. Mother and son are connected to each other, and she understands everything about Yi Chen. Although I don't know how Yi Chen did it, she felt that all the suffering she suffered before were worth it. Once, everyone said that she gave birth to a waste of Fan Zhen, which made her become the object of ridicule of Jiang family. She was expelled from the Jiang family, she gave up all the identity and beautiful life. She knelt down and begged her father to give her child a way to live. She went from a daughter of a top family to a humble person. She didn't care about anything. Anne's son can only live in peace. When everyone said that her son was a waste, she would argue with others without hesitation. She told everyone in a loud voice that her son must be indomitable in the future. Lose no one. Now, Chinner has obviously done it. At least he has the strength to withstand everything. It is the greatest wish of every parent. Chinner at the moment is a giant dragon. At the same time, Jiang Peirong suffered to the extreme. She was born in a top family and knew the pain of cultivation. She also knew that Yi Chen was behind for more than 10 years. No resources, no martial arts, no family, he came here, he must have suffered many times. Chun'er. Jiang Peirong was so excited that her lips were shaking. Yi Tianzheng is not so. At this moment, even though his internal organs are in great pain, he is extremely proud when he knows that his son can shake the ghost prison. Fanzhen. Yi Tianzheng and Jiang Peirong gave birth to a child, how can it be Fanzhen? Yichen must be the pride of their Yi family. As for the Jiang family, they are not rare. Zhao Yunqing looked at the two people's happy appearance and snorted, "You seem to be very happy." I might as well tell you that all three of you will not survive today. An adult is about to come to the ghost prison. What your son has done is enough to be killed by him thousands of times. Jiang Peirong and Yi Tianzheng were stunned and looked ugly. The three of them will be reunited soon. They don't want Yin and Yang to be separated. Looking at their ugly faces, Zhao Yunqing thought of something and said with a sneer, "I forgot one thing. It's enough to threaten the little animal. In that case, I will kill one of you first." The next second, Zhao Yunqing's strength was rolling, and he left for Jiang Peirong with one hand. This palm, the red light twinkles, once falls, will certainly die. Jiang Peirong looks pale. She hasn't seen Chun'er, she doesn't want to die. Seeing this, Yi Tianzheng pushes Jiang Peirong away and blocks her in front of her. His eyes are full of determination. "Peirong," I said, "I will protect you." Tianzheng. Jiang Peirong's beautiful face is full of fear. Seeing that Zhao Yunqing's palm was about to hit Yi Tianzheng, a startling roar hit him. "Who gives you the courage to move my father?" The sound is like thunder. Yi Chen is here. His speed is so fast, his eyes are red, cold and killing. Like a hungry beast for 3 days, scarlet eyes make people palpitating. He no longer hesitated. He grasped the dragon's sword instead and shot it out directly. The sword of cutting dragon is covered with blood evil spirits. It can pierce the air and flash the light. With Senhen's killing machine, he stabbed Zhao Yunqing's arm directly. Strong resistance directly cut off Zhao Yunqing's arm. Zhao Yunqing looks pale to the extreme. He did not expect Yi Chen's speed to be so fast. His 5 fingers a grasp, just want to toward Yi Tianzheng, Yi Chen ghost figure block in front of Yi Tianzheng. Bang! A punch with endless anger, straight out. All over the sky, the blood evil spirits burst out from the arms. Dian Quan. This is one of Zhao Yunqing's strongest boxing skills. Under one blow, let alone the aerodynamic environment, even some strong people in the early stage of the clutch and clutch environment can't carry it. Every blow is like a star to suppress. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the fists collided and made a deafening roar. For a moment, the whole ghost prison rocks dance wildly, and the earth trembles. Yi Chen, in order not to let his parents hurt, let Kang Haixing carefully protect. 2 shadows crisscross in the dim light. Each crisscross is accompanied by a roar explosion. Behind every roar, there is a breath of death. At this moment, the two have been crazy. If there is an accident, if anyone falls behind, death is waiting for them. Between the electric light and flint, the two people are fighting dozens of moves. Zhao Yunqing is more and more frightened, his body blood surging. All the internal organs are shaken. He had no idea that this was the explosive power of a pneumatic environment boy. Damn it! Are you surprised? Yi Chen's cold voice rings out. You don't know, I killed Yi Chenxiu, anger and blood will only make me stronger. You hurt my parents, I want you to die. Broken. Yi Chen is another blowout. The blood dragon is constantly colliding with Zhao Yunqing's chest. Separate the two directly. Zhao Yunqing gasps, his mouth overflows with blood, and his clothes are all broken. Extremely embarrassed. Before he recovered, the evil spirit rushed up again. Fist shadow in the sky. Yi Chen's momentum suddenly became domineering. Zhao Yunqing realized that something was wrong and just wanted to take out his sword. Yi Chen's fist shadow had already fallen. The sword breaks. His body flew out upside down, his arm turned into blood mist and smashed hard on the wall. The walls of the extremely hard ghost prison were shattered directly. Zhao Yunsheng has a bloody back. Chapter 381. Zhao Yunsheng had no idea that Yi Chen's strength was so terrible. Where on earth did the boy learn his skills? He had never been so embarrassed as to spit out blood. He tried to stand up, but found it impossible. Most of his bones are broken. He can only stare at the young man not far away. This young man was born out of the blue. Before today, he had never heard anything about this man. There is no legend about this boy in Chinese martial arts circle. At least in the martial arts world of the capital, this boy has never existed. But at the moment, he's strong. It's a nightmare for the ghost prison. This kind of guy, only that one can stop it. But that one hasn't appeared yet. Do you want to die in this boy's hands? Yi Chen moved his lower body, but was not in a hurry to kill Zhao Yunsheng. Zhao Yunsheng at the moment, for him, is a cheap life. If you want to kill, it's too easy. Yi Chen turns around, the body trembles, the eyes look at the parents who are only a few meters away from him. 5 years. 5 years. He's been waiting too long for this day. Chener. Yi Tianzheng and Jiang Peirong said excitedly. They never thought that their son would stand in front of them like this, standing in front of them. They never thought that there was a possibility of family reunion. They did not think that the thin body could bear all the pressure and return to nirvana. All of a sudden, plop one, Yi Chen knelt down. Get down on your knees. There is gold under a man's knee. Yi Chen does not kneel. Don't kneel. Only kneel, parents. Bang! Yi Chen's head is on the ground. The child is unfilial. He comes late and makes his parents suffer in the ghost prison. His voice is incomparably firm. Jiang Peirong and Yi Tianjing quickly step forward and help Yi Chen up. Silly child, what are you kneeling for? No matter how much we suffer, nothing matters as long as we see you. The three hugged each other. There was tears in everyone's eyes. Yi Chen seldom cries. Even though he first entered Kunlun Su and suffered various pains and tribulations, he never cried. He insisted on everything. Men only sweat, not tears. This is his principle. But at this moment, he can't help it. Mom and Dad, I'll take you out now. Yi Chen Mao's son has a trace of perseverance. Zhang Haiping gave him that aura is about to lose efficacy. Once it fails, there will be great pain, let alone fighting. To be on the safe side, Yi Chen takes out an old rune paper. A line of writing is engraved on the rune. It was given to him by the old man when he left Kunlun Su to protect his life. There's only one. After stepping into the rune, he found that the rune paper given by the old man actually carried a strong force. It's enough to resist the attack of a top player. Mom and Dad, I have a treasure here, which can at least resist or even hurt the strong. Who of you is willing to keep it? You can defend yourself at the critical moment. Yi Tianjing was just about to speak when Jiang Peirong took the rune paper and said, I know more than your father. I'll take care of it. Yi Tianjing shrugged helplessly and said with a smile, Chener, everything in the house is your mother's decision. It's right to give it to your mother. Yi Chen nodded and even said, we don't have much time. We leave this ghost place. Good. Just as the three people were ready to go outside, a strong shock hit. The weapons dropped from the whole ghost prison will be smashed directly. Some strength weak strong, is on the spot into a blood fog. Yi Chen's face changed and his fingers pinched. A barrier shot out to protect three people. His brows were frowning, and his uneasiness seemed to be spreading. This breath is so terrible. Who is it? Zhang Haiping's voice sounded in Yi Chen's ear, disciple, someone is coming. The other party is very dangerous. This person is not from the martial arts circle of the capital city. In Yi Chen's hand, the sword of chopping the dragon appeared, and the opportunity of killing spread. At this time, Zhao Yunsheng, who vomited blood in his mouth, laughed darkly. I said, all three of you are going to die. Yi Chen, you have destroyed the ghost prison. You don't know whose interests you have touched. Although I am in charge of all the people in the ghost prison, you don't know there is still a person standing behind the ghost prison. That man is a terror to all the strong men in the martial arts circle of China. He killed you as simple as stepping on an ant. Don't you think that there are so many powerful people in the ghost prison, and the forces behind them are extremely terrible? But those forces don't dare to offend the ghost prison as much as you do. The most wrong thing you've ever done in your life is to break the entrance to the ghost prison. Ha ha ha. Listening to Zhao Yunsheng's harsh voice, Yi Chen snorted coldly, "You talk too much, die." The dragon's sword in his hand shot out, but he didn't touch Zhao Yunsheng. It was like the sound of ancient bells. "Ants, my people, you are not qualified to move." Language down, Yi Chen's sword in the hands of the dragon actually changed the direction directly. Ding! The sound of a strong air wave rolled back, forcefully let the sword of the dragon be shot on the wall. Then, an old man came from the dark. The old man was childish and hairy, holding a dragon cane, gently stroking his sleeves, bringing a gust of fresh wind, which was refreshing. The old man's eyes are very small. From a distance, it seems to be closed. He had a tattoo on his neck, which turned out to be a red gate with ancient Sanskrit carved on it. It's extremely mysterious. It's like some kind of ancient symbol. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yunsheng was overjoyed to the extreme. "My lord, it is this person who destroyed your magic weapon. The ghost prison was originally incomplete. Our previous efforts were in vain because of his destruction. The inner aura also overflows towards the outside. Countless brothers in the ghost prison have been killed by him. My lord will avenge us." The old man took a look at Zhao Yunshan, his eyes narrowed slightly and could not see his expression. Then, his eyes are directed at Yi Chen. His eyes have a sense of condescension and contempt for all living beings. "My magic weapon, but you destroy it?" His voice was very cold, with a hint of indifference. "There is no doubt about it." Yi Chen did not speak, the whole body covered with blood evil spirit, only a trace of real qi in the field of elixir in operation. After this war, he spent too much. It is almost impossible to fight against the mysterious old man in front of him at the moment. "I ask again, my magic weapon was destroyed by you." Language down, a strong threat to attack, strong waves rolling, Yi Chen's body fierce retreat. The body hit the wall. Pale. Chapter 382. Jiang Perong rushed over, helped Yi Chen and said, "Chener, do you have anything to do?" Yi Chen shook his head and said in a low voice, "Mom, do you remember the rune paper I gave you? I'll hold this person later. You run outside. The exit of the ghost prison has been opened. If anyone gets in the way, or if anything happens, use the thing I gave you." "And you? Chener, what do you do?" Jiang Perong can feel the strength of the mysterious old man. Even more powerful than his own son. Their family reunion, some things naturally have to face together. Never let Yi Chen shoulder too much. "Yi Chen Mao's son a coagulate, sneer Wei, don't worry, some people want to kill me, not so easy." With that, he moved his body, staring at the mysterious old man in the distance. "What if I destroyed the magic weapon, and your people were killed by me, so what?" The anger in Yi Chen's heart is sweeping. "My lord, this method is very strange. I suspect he has a treasure. I must kill him," Zhao Yunsheng said excitedly. Just then, a cold voice rang through the room, "You talk too much." The next second, a blade swept away. "My man, you want to kill, dream." With a wave of the mysterious old man's sleeve robe, the blade will be destroyed directly. In his eyes, it is ridiculous that the ants do such things in front of him. He wants to protect the people, even if the Yama also don't want to take away. The wind blade is broken. Yi Chen does not have the slightest depression, but the corner of his mouth appears a strange arc. Zhao Yunsheng saw that he was safe, his face became ferocious, just wanted to say empty words. A sword broke through the sky. Speed to the limit. It's the dragon sword just inserted on the wall. The dragon sword is not a general weapon, but a spirit weapon. It is also controlled by his blood. His wind blade is just a cover-up. What he really wants to do is to chop the dragon's sword. Zhao Yunsheng's eyes widened and he watched the sword cut his neck. His head fell directly to the ground, his face was ferocious and his eyes were wide. Blood flows down the earth. If I want him to die, he must. The faint voice fell down, just like a huge palm, which was severely fanned on the mysterious old man's face. Hot. It hurts. The mysterious old man's face was livid, and no one dared to challenge his authority. His arm a shock, a long gun on the ground directly flew up, swept up a terrible wave toward Yi Chen. Cut the dragon's sword, come on. Yi Chen roared and held the sword in his hand. The spear was directly broken, but at the same time, the force of destroying the withered and decaying also hit Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen spits out a mouthful of blood, embarrassed to the extreme. Suddenly, he steadied himself and closed his eyes. Communicate the Samsara cemetery. Song Haiping shook his head helplessly. After this move, I will dissipate. I hope you don't forget to practice the spirit rune. And our strength depends on your strength. The old man is very strong. I'm not sure how much power I can exert with your body. After today, you should break through the separation situation as soon as possible. Kang Haiping doesn't want to make a move. He just wants Yi Chen to carry forward the spirit charm together. Now it seems that if you don't do it again, it will be really troublesome. The mysterious old man saw Yi Chen even closed his eyes at this time and sneered, "Dare to be arrogant in front of me, die." The next second, his hand actually shot a wave of air, the air wave with a cold killing machine, turned into a long sword, toward the neck of Yi Chen. If the sword falls, the head will be cut off. He has this confidence. Yi Tianjing doesn't want his son to have an accident. As a father, he subconsciously blocks in front of Yi Chen. Even though he is just an ordinary person, as a father, it is completely instinctive consciousness to protect children. Dead and alive things. I want both heads. The mysterious old man snorted coldly. The long sword was divided into two parts, which formed two sword meanings. Seeing these two swords, Yi Chen and Yi Tianjing's heads will be cut off. Yi Chen opened his eyes. What kind of look is that? It's cold. No desire. Indifferent. The appearance of this look makes the whole ghost prison seem to be frozen. His anger, I should not hurt his family. Because my way is ruined by your presence. Damn you. A sentence of inexplicable words fell quietly. Very indifferent. The key tone seems not to come from a teenager in his 20s, but more like the invisible anger of an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. At the moment when the shadow of the two swords was about to fall, Yi Chen's lips opened slightly and simply vomited out a word, destroy. At the moment of the words falling, the two swords were directly broken. Is dissipated between heaven and earth. It seems that it has never appeared. Not only that, but the mysterious old man stepped back a few steps. The face is full of panic. His best shot was destroyed by a young man. And is it so simple to destroy? The other side seems to spit out a word, even the intention to start. How could that be possible? The mysterious old man set off a storm in his heart, and his eyes were locked to the extreme. Yi Chen pinched his fingers, and a talisman appeared. When the rune shakes, it shoots to one side. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the aura has formed a red light and penetrated a solid wall. There is no escape from all obstacles. As if in the ghost prison out of a thoroughfare. From here, out of the prison. Yi Chen's tone is very plain. Jiang Peirong and Yi Tianjing have strange expressions. I don't know why their son seems to have changed. Jiang Peirong was the first to react, holding Yi Tianjing's hand. Tianjing, let's go. If we stay here, we will only delay Chin'er. Two people look at each other, from each other's eyes to see resolute, no longer hesitant, toward the road out of Yi Chen. Soon, only the mysterious old man and Yi Chen are left here. Who are you? The mysterious old man recovered from his shock. He's sure he's not the guy. The momentum and the feeling are different. The other party even made him feel a bit of danger. Yi Chen sneered, although my strength is bound, can't display completely, but I want you to pay a great price. Even death. The next second, Yi Chen in situ into a shadow, the hands of a talisman. Towards the mysterious old man. The mysterious old man put aside his contempt, and his true chi suddenly burst out, and a fist went to Yi Chen, who was rapidly plundering. The earth shakes, the whole ghost prison is swept by a wave, a mess. We can see how terrible the power is. Chapter 383. After the storm, clouds of dust rose. After the smoke has dispersed, Yi Chen and the mysterious old man scatter one after another. In contrast, the mysterious old man is in a lot of confusion, and his mouth has spilled a trace of blood. Are you also coming out of Kunlun? Lao Chen, the mysterious one, has appeared in front of him. Paw! A slap with a strong genuine chi, fan it out directly. This slap, strong to the extreme. Even if the mysterious old man wants to hide, he can't hide. Subconsciously, he uses his hand to block it. Swell. His strong arm was directly fanned open, and the solid slap was directly slapped on the old man's face. A red mark appears like this. It's terrible. The old man was shocked back several steps, and the whole person was completely confused. Who could have thought that his strength would be so embarrassed in China? The key of youth is to start. Yi Chen looked at this scene, but shook his head, and said to himself, if it was not for the body that suffered too much injury just now, coupled with the lack of true chi, this slap may make the old guy's head directly turn into blood mist. What a pity. At the time of Yi Chen's light murmur, the old man responded and his face was full of angry color. He has been practicing for so many years. When has he been so stubborn? Kill. At the thought of this, the old man's opportunity to kill was awe-inspiring. No matter who you are, today, I want your head sacrificed. After the old man roared, a drop of blood essence was forced out of his fingertips. The blood essence was patted on the brow without hesitation. Almost instantly, his momentum climbed to a limit, with the potential to destroy the withered and decadent, killed Yi Chen. At the moment, he is like a ferocious beast, showing his tusks, trying to bite Yi Chen alive. He grasped it with 5 fingers, and the crutch was already in his hand. This is his weapon, which is rarely used and will not be used in the martial arts and Taoism circles of China. When the crutches were shocked, the sawdust flew and turned into a sharp weapon. This weapon is a bit strange. It is not like a sword, a gun or a knife. But the upper and lower ends are extremely sharp, sharp points, wide open, as if a sharp blade inlaid among them. Everyone who saw my weapon is dead, and you are no exception. That strange weapon, directly towards Yi Chen's stab. The air was rippling, the killing intention was sweeping, the light was shining, and the cold was pressing. For a moment, the weapons in the ghost prison were shaking. Except for the dragon's sword. Yi Chen knows very well that the weapon in the opponent's hand is extraordinary, at least a spirit weapon. Boy, if you die under my hand, you are qualified to brag underground. Don't worry. When you die, I will torture your parents to death. Even if you are a strong man in Kunlun, you will die. This blow is like the sickle of death falling, ready to harvest Yi Chen's life. There is even an invisible pressure blocking everything. In the eyes of the elderly, even if Yi Chen does not die, he must be seriously injured. This is his confidence. At the moment when the strike is about to touch Yi Chen reaches out his hand and a talisman appears in his hand. Aura wrapped in the arm, a flow of light. Then a light words fell like this, what's Kunlun empty? When I am at the top of the mountain, everything is nothing but a bubble. If I want it to be destroyed, it must also be destroyed. Hearing this, the old man's expression almost froze. Sea level? Where did it come from? This guy even said that he could break the Kunlun void? Kunlun is just a bubble in his eyes. It's too damn loud. Who does he think he is? The supreme power of Kunlun? It is estimated that this person is not even worthy of carrying shoes to the first person in China's martial arts circle. Thinking about all this, he looked at his blow coldly. And Yi Chen has stretched out his hand, no, but a finger. A finger was so sharp in the weapon. In the eyes of the old man, it's just looking for death. He knows better than anyone what kind of power his blow contains. Don't mention a finger, even if the spirit shield made by foreign dark iron is not necessarily able to block it. ZZ dash. But at this time, a strange thing happened. Yichen touched the old man's weapon and made a violent spark. Mars twinkles. So his weapons stopped. It was as if he was in a quagmire, and his weapons had lost contact with him in this breath of suffocation. Seeing this scene, the old man would like to stare out of his eyes. How could? He has never failed. Your weapon, in my eyes, is no different from a pile of scrap iron, or even worse. Language falls. Yichen holds that weapon, a talisman acts on the arm above. At the moment, he seemed to hold thunder and fire. Two forces turned the weapon red. It's like iron that has just been burned red. Yichen holds the key, just like a person who is okay. Click. The weapon was directly pinched into a pile of scrap iron, and Yichen threw it in the corner. I don't have much time. Next I'll see you on the road. Yichen's steps flow, blink of an eye appeared in front of the old man, and then a palm. Local chicken and dog, break it for me. Boom. Yichen in the face of the subconscious obstruction of the elderly, as if nothing. The roar exploded, and the boundless wind swept through. Hum. The old man's arm was broken directly by a whine. It's all blood. It's cracked. His face was darkened and the whole man was shaken out. The power. The old man can only watch Yichen open his hand, pupil contraction, roaring up. He even fell into the hands of a pneumatic environment boy, and did not have the strength to fight back. Now it's just a few fights, weapons destroyed, arms smashed. It's even possible that your life will be accounted for here. It makes him unbelievable. Poop. Just, in the old man's shock, a dull sound of penetration came, the next moment blood spray. The old man's eyes widened. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but he couldn't make a sound anymore. He can only hard to see that through his chest of a airflow, face full of despair. There was a palm print on his chest, which ran through his whole body. Life is rapidly passing by, and the world in front of me is becoming dark. I know I'm not reconciled to it. However, don't try to feel better. In fact, we have two people, haha. This sentence finished, as if exhausted the strength of the whole body, the old man issued only he can hear the unwilling roar. Boom. The voice falls, his world is completely dark, and the whole person falls towards the rear. Completely dead. The cold wind whistling, the bloody smell all over the sky, the rest, only the picture of Yichen standing aloof in heaven and earth. It's like this picture is still. Chapter 384. After solving this mysterious old man, Sung Haiping temporarily left Yichen's body. At the moment, his shadow is weak to the extreme. Almost transparent. The more powerful he exerts, the faster he consumes. All the strong in the samsara cemetery are just a spirit. Yichen also sober up, his ear echoes the old man's words after death, suddenly his eyes shrink, regardless of the body's injury, quickly to the exit. Who could have thought that two people came this time? He killed one of them, that is to say, there is another outside. Not good. Parents are very likely to be in danger. A gust of wind swept towards the entrance and exit of the ghost prison. At the same time, Yi Tianzheng and Jiang Peirong have arrived at the exit. Jiang Peirong holds the rune given to her by Yichen in her hand. A woman's intuition is very strong. She always feels that things are not simple. This strong premonition comes from her blood. The awakening of her blood and talent almost shocked the whole Chinese martial arts circle. It must be extraordinary. It's a pity that she has no interest in practice, which is a waste of such good cultivation. The only value is to continue this blood. Otherwise, her father would not be so angry when he knew that she and Yi Tianjing were married and were pregnant. In the world of martial arts and Taoism in China, blood and spiritual roots are very important to the martial arts. If you make good use of it, you can make the Chinese family last forever. That's what happened to her big brother. Because of the outstanding blood and spiritual pulse, he was directly brought into the clan by a strong man of Kunlun deficiency. Although it has not been seen for many years, its strength is absolutely terrifying. With such a strong man in Kunlun, the Jiang family has almost become the top family in Beijing. At the moment when Yi Tianzheng and Jiang Peirong rushed out, the fresh air that had not been seen for a long time came. Jiang Peirong first found out that this is a school. But before they had time to celebrate, they stopped and their bodies were almost stiff. His eyes were full of horror and surprise. Because they found an old man standing nearby. It directly blocked their way. The old man is very similar to the one in the ghost prison just now. It should be brother. As like as two peas on the neck. Well? Why did you come out? What about Xing Tianxiong? The old man looked at Jiang Peirong and Yi Tianzheng in front of him with interest. The old man, Xing Tianqi, is the younger brother of the old man who entered the ghost prison. The two men were called Zhengsha Erju in Kunlun, and they were quite famous. There are countless murders, and the methods are extremely cruel. The key is that there is a strong organization behind them. No one dares to provoke. Jiang Peirong reacted in an instant and just wanted to talk. Xing Tianqi's face changed because he found that his contact with his brother had been cut off. Not only that, his eyes flashed a picture of Xing Tianxiong's death just now. Damn it! He ignored everything, 5 fingers into claws, directly toward Yi Tianzheng buckle. It seems that you two should be together with that boy. In that case, I will fall here. Jiang Peirong is no longer hesitant. Her beautiful eyes have a chance to kill her. Tianzheng, I'll help you. A drop of blood essence was shot directly from her fingertip and touched on the rune paper. The light flashed and the rune paper burned. In the fire, a giant wolf's shadow broke out. The wolf entangled each other for a short time. Jiang Peirong grabs Yi Tianzheng's hand and takes it in another direction. Let's go. She could feel the pain on her husband's face. Just because her husband broke a foot and could only run on a prosthetic limb, this kind of pain is not acceptable to ordinary people. Good day, hold on. Jiang Peirong said seriously. Peirong, if you can't, go first. Chinner needs you. Don't talk nonsense. We haven't seen big waves before. We'll be fine. They are faster and faster. More than 10 seconds later, Xing Tianqi also successfully got rid of the giant wolf's virtual shadow, and his forehead was full of virtual sweat. Looking at the two figures far away, he sneered, the real chi under his feet condensed, and in the blink of an eye appeared in front of them. Want to run? Can only 2 mole ants run away? The next second, Xing Tianqi's hand is a cold sword, without hesitation toward 2 people to cut. This sword, with his cold anger. In the moment, a man in the dark needs to wear a sword. Xing Tianqi's sword was suspended in the air, and the strong sword wind cut off the green silk of Jiang Peirong. What surprised Jiang Peirong and Yi Tianzheng was that they knew the man in the dark. It was Yinhu Villa who wanted to kill their capital dragon lord, Lin Julong. It's just that Lin Julong looks much younger. I don't know if it's the reason for cultivation. Xing Tianqi frowned when he saw Lin Julong. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Lin Julong smiles and opens a button on his black shirt. There is a tattoo on his chest. The tattoo turned out to be a red gate with ancient Sanskrit carved on it. Is as like as 2 peas on his neck. It's like it's the code name of an organization. Xing Tianqi's face softened a little. Seeing his own man, he put down his sword and asked, who do you want? What's the use of it? Lin Julong said with a smile, I want that man. He has something I'm interested in. I was sorry that he died without asking the result. Now it seems that God doesn't want him to die. At that time, it seemed that it was not enough for Yinhu Villa to break his leg, but this time, I won't let him die so easily. His life is more important than anything else. Xing Tianqi's eyes shrunk, his arm vibrated, his air waves rolled, and Yi Tianzheng fainted directly. Tianzheng. Jiang Peirong struggled desperately, but the pressure covered her. She couldn't move. Let him go. Otherwise, I promise you will regret it. Jiang Peirong's cold voice rings out. Lin Juelong laughed and said to the darkness, "Take the man away." In the dark, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. The middle-aged man carrying the unconscious Yi Tian is heading for the dark. "Lin Juelong, if you dare to move my husband, Chin'er, and I will let you die. I will let the Jiang family come forward, and I will ask my elder brother of Kunlun Su to do it." Jiang Perong said every word. Every word carries her anger. It's a cold threat. Chapter 385. Lin Juelong seems to have no fear of Jiang Perong's threat, but still goes into the dark. After all, he believes in his own strength, and there is no doubt that he will win the battle. "Lin Juelong, you will die miserably. You don't know what stupid thing you're doing." Jiang Perong roared. It's the anger of a wife. Their family finally reunited. Who could have thought that Lin Juelong was killed on the way? Lin Juelong walked a few steps, and suddenly thought of something. He stopped and said, "Jiang Perong, your threat has no value in my eyes. Please make clear that you have been expelled by the Jiang family, and the Jiang family cannot help a disabled person. As for your son, even if he is not dead, then what? He was a waste in my eyes at that time, and it is now. Although the Jiang family is the top family in Beijing, don't forget that the Lin family is several times stronger than the Jiang family to some extent. Otherwise, when I destroyed you in Yinhu Villa, how could the Jiang family be indifferent? It's not that they don't know, but they don't have the right to move. Of course, I don't know you're from Kunlun. Before long, the whole Chinese martial arts world will be controlled by the Lin family, and Lin Juelong will become the king. What's more, Yi Tianzheng is very important to me. He won't die. If he is willing to say something valuable, I will send him back. Otherwise, your family will go to hell to get together." With that, Lin Juelong fell into the darkness. Before disappearing, Lin Juelong's cold words came from the dark, "Xing Lao, this woman has no use value, you kill it." Xing Tianqi took a look at the dark place, then his eyes fell on Jiang Perong and sneered, "So you are the protagonist of the shocking scandal in China's martial arts and Taoism circles?" At that time, Jiang Perong was expelled from the Jiang family. It was so big that even Xing Tianqi knew something about it. As long as the real talent of Jiangrong is not only a little bit of talent, but also a real talent of Pei Pei. But Jiang Perong, because of her willfulness, played a pair of good cards. The incident not only shocked the Chinese martial arts circle, but even the practitioners of Kunlun Su and Huaxia had heard of it. Jiang Perong looked at Xing Tianqi fiercely and said in a cold voice, "I don't care who you are, but you will pay a painful price for your behavior." Xing Tianqi Ling a dead person also dares to lie, I will send you on the road now. I will give your head to the Jiang family in person. The next second, Xing Tianqi did not hesitate to face the white neck of Jiang Perong. It's about to fall, and a figure comes quickly. It's Yi Chen. Yi Chen from the ghost prison rushed out of the moment. He noticed that Xing Tianqi to his mother. He was in a rage. The hand shoots out a spirit dart. Not only that, but also the sword of chopping dragon was shot out at the same time. Two high-speed running cold light across the sky, as if tearing the night. Ding! The two forces directly hit Xing Tianqi's sword. The sword was blown away, turned in the air, and finally stuck in the ground. Xing Tianqi's arm felt the strong shock force. He naturally noticed the appearance of Yi Chen, and his eyes shrank slightly. He knows that this boy killed his brother Xing Tianxiong. The key is that Xing Tianxiong's strength is stronger than him. If he fights with this kid, even if he doesn't die, it will cost him a lot. Despite his anger, he decided to leave after weighing up. If you want revenge, you have to find another opportunity, at least to improve your own strength. No longer hesitating, he was swept away in the dark with the rolling black fog. If you want to go, there's no way. Sword. The sword flies to Yi Chen's palm. At the moment, Yi Chen's eyes are red, and his arms are full of blue tendons. He swallows a large number of pills, and the elixir gives birth to Dao Daojinqi. Leave it for me. With a long cry, the whole body qi pours into the dragon's sword. He looked at the sword body filled with light, felt the long sword concussion, eyes crazy. Anyone who threatens his parents must die. No matter what the price. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. He could feel his body in a state of collapse. But stand up after breaking. The sense of breakthrough in the body is more and more powerful. He even felt that after this time, as long as he had enough aura and enough time, he could directly cross a great realm. Enter the clutch. At this moment, he forced a drop of blood essence to sacrifice his life talisman. The next second, the sword flew out, accompanied by a blood dragon rushed out of the body. A huge mouth of blood dragon, wrapped with a sword of cutting dragon, is invincible, and like thousands of troops, it goes towards Zheng Tianqi. Zheng Tianqi felt the killing opportunity behind him, his face turned pale, and he took out a jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant was blocked in front of him, and a red door shadow suddenly formed. The red door is the tattoo on his neck. The appearance of the red gate is full of mysterious power, which makes people palpitating. Bang! The sword of chopping dragon hits the red gate, and the jade pendant is broken. The red gate collapsed. The power of dragon's sword is infinitely reduced. All of a sudden, the blow containing Yi Chen's blood essence and the talisman of his life was still powerful. A sword directly pierced Zheng Tianqi's body. Zheng Tianqi's face was ferocious and heavily hit the ground. His dantian was pierced. He forced himself to stand up and stumbled into the dark. I don't know life and death, at least become a disabled person. Yi Chen did not continue to chase, he stood like this, his body came to a strong sense of exhaustion. And it's like being bitten by thousands of ants. The blood in the body surges up, and a trace of breakthrough overflows from the elixir field. Yi Chen forced this feeling down, and then looked at his mother. He found only his mother. "Mom, where's Dad?" His voice was weak and trembling. Jiang Peirong is stunned. She knows what kind of pressure her son is under now. As a mother, she looks very distressed. She wanted her son to bear it all. Thinking for a few seconds, she held back her tears and then laughed. "Chener, you should have a good rest, and you will see him later." Although Duochen nods now, he feels that he has no power. In my mind, there was a weak voice of Kang Haping, "Disciple, quickly find a place to break through. I'm going to disappear. I wish you a hand with the rest of the strength." Chapter 386. Yi Chen walks to his mother, his feet are like pouring lead. "Mom, I have a house in the teacher's apartment. Let's go there first." Jiang Peirong nodded, holding Yi Chen with one hand, and went to the place with light. Just as they left Yunhe Lake, Jiang Peirong stopped. Because the footsteps came from far away, it seemed that there was a tall and straight man coming. Jiang Peirong instinctively remains hostile. Did Lin Juelong appear again? Lin Juelong really wants to destroy their family. Her palms are covered with sweat. And at the moment Yi Chen also Mao's sun twinkles cold light, looking at the figure in the dark, he is ready to start at any time. If not, the only remaining tombstone was moved. But soon, both of them relaxed. This time, it was not others, but Jiang Jianfeng. Jiang Jianfeng came from Wudaotai. He just wanted to see if there was something wrong with Yi Chen, but he didn't expect that it was not only Yi Chen who appeared in front of him. And the sister, Jiang Peirong, who is trapped in the ghost prison. His body was almost petrified. There is an unwritten rule in the martial arts circle of China. As long as you are trapped in the ghost prison, you will never think of it. No force has the right to interfere. But what is the ghost in front of you? Jiang Peirong came out of the ghost prison. His eyes were a little surprised, but also with a trace of panic, and then he set his eyes on the direction of clouds and lakes. The cloud and lake dried up completely, and the ground was divided into 4 parts. In the center of the split was a huge hole, which was still shining with faint light. He knew it was the entrance to the ghost prison. The entrance was opened, or, as if it had been smashed through. How could it be? There were all kinds of waves in his heart. Ghost prison in China, but there is a solid said, is incomparably mysterious. Ordinary people can't find it even if they want to find it, but now they are smashed through the entrance. Jiang Jianfeng's startled eyes fell on Yi Chen's body. He can feel Yi Chen's weakness. Is it the boy who broke through it? At the thought of this, his heart seemed to jump out. A few seconds later, he shook his head. Yi Chen's age was in front of him. Although he had a good talent, his cultivation and strength could not be controlled at all. It seems that the capital normal university will have to make a good investigation. Before he came, something very serious must have happened. Otherwise, it is impossible to trigger this kind of earthquake. Jiang Peirong ignored Jiang Jianfeng and went to the wrong place with Yi Chen. It seems that Jiang Jianfeng is just a mass of air in her eyes. After Jiang Peirong and Yi Chen left, Jiang Jianfeng sighed, took out his mobile phone and dialed a phone call. I'm in Beijing Normal University. The entrance of Ghost Prison is broken. I'm not sure what's going on inside. Please tell the top authorities and let them take action. If the people inside are not dead, once released, the consequences will be unimaginable. Beijing Normal University, Teacher's Apartment 1002. Jiang Peirong helped Yi Chen to rest on the sofa in the living room. Chener, how do you feel? Do you need to take you to the hospital? Yi Chen laughed and shook his head. Mom, over the years, your son has learned something about medical skills. I can be called a god in China. Jiang Peirong glanced at Yi Chen and said, You are my son. If you look so ugly tomorrow morning, I must take you to see a doctor. In Jiang Peirong's eyes, Yi Chen must have set foot on the martial arts. His achievements are definitely the result of hard cultivation. Now that you have practiced martial arts, how can you have the mind to put it on medical ethics? Yi Chen did not intend to refute at all, and even said, By the way, you and Dad came out together just now. Where did he go later? Jiang Peirong's expression changed, just wanted to explain. A knock on the door sounded. Chener, you sit down and I'll open the door. Jiang Peirong even busy rode. Then she came to the door opened, and outside stood a rather delicate girl. Even though Jiang Peirong met many beautiful women in Beijing, she was still a little lost in her mind when she saw the girl in front of her. You are looking for Chener? Jiang Peirong said. Wei Ying at the door was stunned. She found that the woman in front of her was similar to Yi Chen. She immediately thought of something. Her face was flushed and she trembled and said in her voice, Auntie, I'm a colleague of Yi Chen. I live next door. Just now I heard something moving here, please come and have a look. Jiang Peirong took a look at Wei Ying. As a passerby, she couldn't see the feelings in Wei Ying's heart. She said, Chener is resting in it. Come in. Wei Ying repeatedly waved her hands. Auntie, I won't disturb you so late. I'll live next door. Auntie, if you and Yi Chen need any help, you can come to me. Jiang Peirong smiled. Okay, thank you. Auntie, the water in my room is still burning, so I don't want to disturb you. If Yi Chen has nothing to do with it, she said. Wei Ying ran away. She had a lot of thoughts in her mind. She had already known that she had made up her face. She did not know whether she would have left a bad impression on Yi Chen's mother. Jiang Peirong closed the door and came to the living room. She said to Yi Chen, Chener, there is a beautiful girl outside looking for you and saying it's your neighbor. I think that girl is very good. Yi Chen drank saliva, wry smile. Mom, she is just my friend, you don't guess. By the way, where is Dad? Jiang Peirong's eyes flashed a little flustered. After thinking for a few seconds, she said, just now when we left the ghost prison, there was a big fog. We separated. Vaguely, we heard your father say that he would go back to Jiangqing to get something, and he would come back to Beijing to reunite with us. Don't worry, you have good luck and heal your wounds. By the way, Chener, I feel a little tired. I want to have a good rest and not disturb you. With that, Jiang Peirong doesn't give Yi Chen time to react, so she goes to a room. Although Yi Chen's heart is full of doubts, but the most important thing now is to quickly adjust the body, and then break through. He can feel that this breakthrough is extremely powerful. It can even break through the boundary of separation and separation in one fell swoop. When Jiang Peirong returned to her room, she took the mobile phone from her desk by the way. She was completely relieved to wipe on the room. The reason why she conceals from Yi Chen temporarily is that she understands Yi Chen. If Yi Chen knew that his father had been taken away by Lin Juelong, he would have gone to the Lin family regardless of the injury. Growing up in the capital, Jiang Peirong knows more about Chinese martial arts and the situation in the capital than anyone else. The Lin family is not simple, and even has a great connection with Kunlun Su. Plus the tattoo on his chest today, it should be a force in that place. As a mother, she didn't want her children to take any more risks. Chapter 387. Jiang Peirong looked out of the window with sad eyes. After thinking for a long time, she picked up her mobile phone and dialed a number. For a long time, the phone went through. "I'm Jiang Peirong. Please arrange for me. I want to go to Jiang's house." At the other end of the phone, for a few seconds, an old voice sounded. "Miss, it is impossible for the master to see you." Jiang Peirong's eyes were firm and resolute and continued, "Even if he doesn't see me, I want to see him. There's nothing wrong with me being expelled from the Jiang family, but I always have the blood of the Jiang family. Please help me ask him how my mother died. Who was responsible for that matter in those days?" The old man on the other end of the phone sighed, "Okay, I can only help you to pass on the original words to the master. If the master still doesn't want to see you, I have no way. Thank you." Jiang Peirong hung up the phone. More than 10 seconds later, she dialed another phone. "You should be in Anhui province. I hope you come to the capital. I need your help now." "Good." An excited and shaking voice came from the other end of the telephone. After that, Jiang Peirong made a third call. "This is for Jiang Jianfeng. Jiang Jianfeng, I'll see you at the same place tomorrow morning. I have something to ask you." Jiang Jianfeng at the other end of the phone laughed bitterly, "No matter how, I am your second brother, you can't call my name directly. I changed my mouth after he was expelled from the Jiang family. If I didn't have to, I wouldn't have called you." Jiang Jianfeng sighed, "Okay, I'll wait for you in the old place." After the 3 phone calls, Jiang Peirong fell into a deep thought. Her eyes were more capable and resolute. She stood by the window for 2 hours. For 2 hours, no one knew what was in her mind, only that she looked more serious. 2 hours later, she sat cross-legged and began to practice. She had to compromise with reality. In this world, hidden beneath the surface of prosperity is darkness and bloodthirsty. She resisted things for decades, and at this moment, she felt it necessary to hold on and become her weapon. Although it was late, her blood and spirit had not changed, and she was still the most adverse existence in the world of martial arts and Taoism in China. As long as she wants, she can be better and stronger than everyone else. Yi Chen is so desperate to protect them, these 5 years do not know how suffered, and now, she also want to do her best to protect her children and husband. Hall. After Jiang Peirong enters the room, the shadow of Kang Haiping emerges. His shadow was almost transparent, as if it were about to dissipate. He looked at Yi Chen, who sat cross-legged, and said, "Disciple, I wanted you to control the rune. Now it seems that everything depends on you." Yi Chen opened his eyes, just wanted to stand up. Kang Haiping yelled, "Don't move, I'll say a few words. You will try your best to break through the separation situation today. After you step into the separation situation, the next elder will tell you something about the reincarnation cemetery, and then you will understand how much the burden is on your shoulders. Although I am a spirit, it is not clear whether the body is still there, but my sea level, and even every strong person here, really regard you as an apprentice, without half-selfishness. I just hope that after I dissipate, you can carry forward the spirit rune together. Remember to make good use of the original life talisman of your body and the virtual shadow of the blood dragon. When necessary, the power of these 2 things may even exceed that of our help. The potential is infinite. I hope we have a chance to meet again." Language down, sea level a point in the heart of Yi Chen's eyebrows. His figure completely dissipated, but also turned into a Taoist light, which penetrated into Yi Chen's eyebrows. At the moment, Yi Chen found that a strong sense of breakthrough seems to rush out of his body. "Master, I will not let you down." Yi Chen roared, running 9 days Xianyang Ju, a blood dragon empty shadow directly rushed out of his body. Strong breath to cover. Boom. The energy in the body is surging, like a torrent of sensation, like thousands of troops galloping. The feeling of this breakthrough is even stronger than the previous ones. Break it for me. When this energy reaches the limit, Yi Chen's heart suddenly coagulates and shouts in a deep voice. As the sound falls, this terrible energy rushes towards a layer of obstruction. It's so easy, just break it. It's overwhelming. For a moment, Yi Chen's body seemed to open a new world. But at the moment, he has not completely broken the shackles of the separation and separation situation. Yi Chen no longer hesitates, under the control of the mind, release the reincarnation cemetery. At the moment, he seems to be in the middle of the 100 tombstones. The bleak idea spread all over his body, and endless aura seemed to flow into his body like a lake. The dragon chants. The blood dragon is so huge. Even the original shadow has the trend of materialization. Break again. With Yi Chen's another roar, the real qi of Dantian, from bottom to top, galloping all the way. The majestic energy, like the surging beasts, is unstoppable. The energy flowing all over the body is like a huge wave, rolling and roaring. It's a wonderful feeling. Time goes by, Yi Chen's whole body has been soaked, the pain of the previous war broke out. Yi Chen's whole body is full of blue veins, and his face is even more ferocious. His fists clenched, and bursts of air explosion spread. He even felt exhausted. This breakthrough should have ended long ago. But the biggest obstacle is like a wall, which is only a little split. Yi Chen opens his eyes and looks at the blood dragon on the top of his head and finds that the other side is also looking at himself. No matter. Blood dragon, come on. A dragon chant resounds, and the blood dragon goes directly to Yi Chen. Mouth open, as if to swallow Yi Chen. But in fact, at the moment of touching Yi Chen, it turns into a red gas and mixes with the true qi to form a violent energy, which rushes towards the obstacle. 9 days Xianyang will be crazy operation, the energy in Yi Chen's body, like a torrent of torrent, crazy roar. Now! When this energy surges to the extreme, Yi Chen looks congealed, the facial expression is silent roarway. That obstacle breaks open in an instant, Yi Chen strides into the clutch realm. His elixir field seems to have expanded 100 times. A pool of lake water into a big river. Not only the change of Dantian, Yi Chen's whole body actually came crackling sound, the body surface is covered by a golden streamer. As far as the light could reach, his body seemed to be unbroken and hard. There is a strong vibration from the samsara cemetery. After the vibration, a tombstone shows signs of cracking. Chapter 388. Not only that, the whole sky night seems to be mercilessly torn. Dark clouds gather, thunder and lightning rage. Yi Chen in the body of that blood dragon empty shadow don't know when appeared on the thunder cloud. Its posture is vigorous, and it seems to be galloping in the clouds and waves. Endless thunder and lightning in its body winding, let it become more powerful. Boom! A startling dragon song resounds over the capital, and thousands of thunder and lightning shoot down from the sky. The only goal is the teacher's apartment of Normal University. If most people were not sleeping now, it would be shocking. At the same time, the Jiang family. An old man woke up from his dream, stepped out, broke the window directly, stepped on the strong wind and came to the roof. The old man, with his hands behind him, looked at the distant thunder clouds and terrible thunder and lightning, and a trace of panic appeared on his serious face. His mouth was slightly open, and his body trembled. Is there a breakthrough in such visions? What kind of cultivation is this? Even those who practice martial arts can't even produce thunder. The last time this happened was decades ago. After that, his first child was taken away by an adult of Kunlun Su. And the vision in front of me, far more than that. The old man felt a weak feeling in his heart. If the other side is a medium of loose repair, then the best, He Jiang family must at all costs to win over it. At all costs. The old man no longer thought about it, but went in the direction of thunder robbery. Even he didn't want to change his pajamas. At the time of his rapid plunder, there was a thunder robbery near the powerful thunder cloud. Although the thunder robbery is not strong next to it, the thunder robbery has condensed into an ancient character, sure. This is the beginning of a path of cultivation for those who are against heaven's blood. What happened today? The birth of a strong man and a man of blood against heaven. The old man's pace is faster and faster, the wind bursts, frightening to the extreme. But soon, he lost his way. The thunder robbery disappeared. At the same time, the Lin family. Lin Juelong was naturally aware of the vision and gazed at the sky. There was a trace of uneasiness in his heart. It was as if the two visions above the sky were a great threat to him. The blood dragon in the thundercloud was staring at himself, and his eyes seemed to eat him. This vision, is it aimed at me? His brow was tight and his face was cold. Did some people he killed in Kunlun come back to revenge? Of course, he would not think that the waste of Huaxia would pose any threat to him. From the perspective of vision, only the practitioners of Kunlun can be inspired. For a long time, he outlined a cold smile. I care who you are. If you dare to come, I will personally send you to hell. Beijing Normal University, 8 a.m. Yichen opened his eyes and stepped into the realm of separation and separation. There was a trace of ethereal breath on his body. He even felt that his strength was so powerful that he didn't know how many times. Now he would not be in such a mess if he used bloodthirsty chop, burning sky palm, and even the first move of breaking heaven's sword. Separation and separation is a watershed, but also an extremely difficult state to cross. Those bottom-level practitioners of Kunlun Su may not be able to cross it all their lives. Who could have thought that the Chinese aura was much thinner than Kunlun, and his breakthrough speed was against the sky? It is only half a year from Kaiyuan to aerodynamics and now to the clutch and clutch. It's estimated that those guys in Kunlungsu will shake their chin if they see me again. So, would she be surprised? A beautiful image emerges in Yichen's mind. It is Ji Siqing, a gifted girl of Kunlun Su. 5 years ago, he didn't have any accomplishments and stepped into Kunlun Su. How many times did this woman help him? But this woman is too far away, he was not too close at that time. I can only write down the kindness and silence. I don't know if Jilin has brought that sentence to her. Yichen shook his head, no longer want to, eyes fell on the mother's restroom. A few hours ago, as he broke through, he naturally noticed the movement of the room. Mother, is this a way to practice? Yichen was a little surprised. After all, he learned from others that his mother had a natural talent against heaven, but he always rejected cultivation. Is it because of the father's affairs that the change at the moment? Just as Yichen was thinking, the door opened, and Jiang Peirong came out. When she saw Yichen, she showed a motherly smile. Chinner, get up so early. Is there any food in the fridge? Mom will make some for you. Yichen shook his head. Mom, I take you down to eat. I have not had breakfast with you for 5 years. Jiang Peirong nodded. Okay, listen to my baby son. As soon as the words fell, a slight knock on the door rang out. Yichen got up to open the door, only to find Wei Ying coming in with a plate in her hand. She took a look at Jiang Peirong and said shyly, Auntie, you should not have breakfast yet. I just made some. Try to see if the taste is suitable. Jiang Peirong and Yichen look at each other with a trace of deep meaning in their eyes. This time, Wei Ying's breakfast was very rich. She was afraid Jiang Peirong didn't like it. However, when she heard Jiang Peirong's praise, she felt as sweet as honey. After breakfast, Jiang Peirong and Wei Ying are quite familiar, but Jiang Peirong is very clear that her son has not made a statement, and she can't say anything more. She looked at the time, and Jiang Jianfeng agreed time is almost, then told Yichen, Chinner, mother will go out, I will buy some vegetables at noon, do you have sex? Mom, I'll go with you. Since mother came out from there, Yichen planned to spend more time with her mother. As for his father, he always feels that things are a little strange, and naturally he will send people to investigate. When Jiang Peirong heard that Yichen was going to follow him, she shook her head. No, Mom, go to see some old friends. You don't know them. You can do your own thing. Seeing this, Yichen did not say much. He handed out a bank card and told Jiang Peirong her password and her mobile phone number. Let her contact herself when necessary. Although he has just come to Beijing soon, he is strong enough now. If anyone dares to bully his mother, he will erase everything. Chapter 389. After Jiang Peirong leaves, Yi Chen is ready to go to Xuemei Hall. Also do not know Lu Lingfeng and Yi Lingtian will Dark Hall and Blood Plum Hall integrated into what kind. As soon as he was about to leave, the WeChat video began to ring. Yi Chen is stunned, his mouth shows a smile, his WeChat has only 3 people. Only Sun Yi and Xia Ruoxue will send him videos. These days, because of the ghost prison affairs, his heart is tense, but he did not take the initiative to contact the 2 people. Press the answer button, Yi Chen will find Sun Yi is holding a mobile phone pretending to be angry, not far away Xia Rushu is looking at what document. Xia Kenzi, what's the matter with you these days? Are you hiding women outside? Why didn't you call us? We all have to suspect you're missing. Yi Chen grinned bitterly, then said the matter of parents, of course, he omitted most of the content. Sun Yi's face changed. She covered her mouth subconsciously. Did you really see your uncle and aunt? After all, Yi Chen's parents were cremated by her own hands. Although she later learned that there was something strange about the Yinhu villa, now Yi Chen's parents suddenly come to life and still make her heart beat. In fact, we will call Tiancheng Group and I will change the name of Wanqing Building to Tiancheng Group. If Snow and I will come together, do you expect it? Sun Yi blinked. Xia Kenzi, I've been sleeping with Rushu these days, pinching Rushu's chest. It's developing. Words have not finished, Summer if Snow beautiful face lifted up, the hand is shot out a pen cover. The pen cover was moving rapidly, and she was about to touch Sun Yi. Sun Yi stepped on it and dodged like a phantom. With this one hand, Yi Chen is sure that the 2 men did not fall into practice. Sun Yi was afraid that Xia Ruoxue would be angry, so he hid in the kitchen in Yi Chen video. When the glass door of the kitchen was closed, Sun Yi blinked her eyes and whispered, Xia Kenzi, do you really miss me? Yi Chen nods. Sun Yi took a look at Xia Ruoxue outside, then stretched out her white finger and pointed to her mouth. Do you want me here? The fingers slid down and touched her soft, plump breast. Or do you want me here? Fingers slightly hook, a trace of full out, as if to be her fingers hooked down. It makes people daydream. The fingers continued to slide down, sliding across the waist, touching Sun Yi's sensitive parts, with a faint groan. Or do you want me here? Yi Chen at the end of the mobile phone is completely hooked up by Sun Yi's action. Sun Yi, a girl, is a monster. How can a man of high blood bear to live? Sun Yi wanted to continue to tease Yi Chen, but she heard Xia Ruoxue's voice coming from the living room, and said in a hurry, Xia Kenzi, remember to wash up and wait for the palace to come to sleep. Don't talk. The horse. A red lip fell down and the video was hung up directly. Yi Chen helplessly shakes his head, directly comes to the school gate. Maybach has been waiting outside. Go where you were last time. Half an hour, Yi Chen is familiar with the way through the array, came to the huge temple. The huge stone-carved Xuemei at the gate of Xuemei Hall has completely disappeared. Instead, a young man stands on the top of the mountain and looks at the picture of a giant dragon in the sky. This is the mark of the Dark Hall. It seems that Yi Lingtian and Lu Lingfeng are almost integrated. Yi Chen no longer wants to go to the temple. See the Lord. 2 gatekeepers of Xuemei Hall respectfully said. There was only fear in their eyes. At the beginning, Yi Chen, with the power of one person, faced all the killers in Xuemei Hall, crushed everything, and cut off the heads of Zhang Tao and the 4 elders with one sword. It's a nightmare for them. There is no way to crack the key sword. Yi Chen nodded and went towards the inside. Before he stepped in, he heard the sound of shaking the sky. See the Lord. At this moment, the Blood Plum Hall and Dark Hall of all the strong, divided into 2 rows. Almost 100 people in each row. Almost all the people in the Dark Hall and the Blood Plum Hall were recalled. Hundreds of people kneel down together, the posture is unified, the eyes are firm and resolute, the momentum is released. The top of the strong man in the Blood Plum Hall forms a blood tiger virtual shadow. The top of the Dark Hall is a black dragon. Black dragon and blood tiger hit the center. Black and red crisscross, magnificent, gorgeous. Yi Chen was shocked, which may be regarded as a surprise. The key is that he found that the strength of the strong men of the Blood Plum Hall and the Dark Hall is much stronger than he imagined. Yi Chen went to the center of the hall. 100 people watched him and half knelt down, just like a king ascending the throne. Yi Lingtian and Lu Lingfeng are at the end, looking at this scene and clenching their fists. Their efforts these days are to wait for today. The combination of the Blood Plum Hall and the Dark Hall is absolutely a heavy ink for the Chinese Martial Arts Bureau. The key hall master is Yi Chen. Yi Chen came to the stage, did not sit down, glance at the crowd, get up. Yes, Lord. One by one, the figure of the surge, neat as one, proud in the world. Yi Lingtian and Lu Lingfeng also stood up and took a step. Hall master, can you be satisfied? Yi Chen nodded, then looked at two people. I found that the strength of all people seems to have improved a few points. How is this going on? Yi Lingtian explained, I'd like to tell you about this matter. This morning, the bottom of Xuemei Hall cracked. We found that there was a special mineral vein under it. Countless auras surged from the ground, and many people broke through. Now that gap has been blocked, please go to check it. Yi Chen's eyes are slightly narrowed. When he stepped into this place, he found that the geomantic trend here was a little strange. Why did the Key Blood Plum Hall set its headquarters in this chaotic place? He thought it was for the sake of peace. Now it seems that the bottom of the Blood Plum Hall definitely has a great chance. Show me. Yi Chen ordered. Yes, Lord. At the same time, a hutong in the capital. Lady June Tea House. The location is very remote. There are only two people in the tea house, Jiang Perong and Jiang Jianfeng. They are very quiet. Jiang Jianfeng took a sip of tea and said faintly, Perong, what's the matter with you asking me out? I came out from Jiang's house today, but I heard the old man's angry voice and heard that you were going back to Jiang's house. He always felt that his sister was different, but he couldn't say. It's a subtle feeling. Jiang Perong opened the door to see the mountain and said, Lin Juelong has taken Tianjing away. I want Tianjing back, and Lin Juelong is dead. Her voice was extremely cold, with an endless chill. Chapter 390. Jiang Jianfeng just drank the tea in his mouth and vomited it out. His face changed greatly. He didn't care about his wet clothes. He said seriously, Perong, what's wrong with you? Last time for Yi Tianjing, you broke your face with the Jiang family and ruined your future. Now you have to do this again for Yi Tianjing. What capital do you have? You have no relationship with Jiang family for a long time. Don't you know the strength of the Lin family? The Jiang family can't take risks for you. Jiang Jianfeng was very frightened. In the martial arts circle of China, the strength of the Lin family is extremely terrible. Although both the Lin family and the Jiang family are at the tip of the pyramid, if we really want to compare, there is still some gap between the Jiang family and the Lin family. Plus Lin Juelong, he is extremely special regardless of his identity and strength. Kill Lin Juelong. Who is qualified in the whole Chinese martial arts circle? Even if it is the existence of the top 3 in China's martial arts world, you should weigh yourself if you want to move Lin Juelong. Is your sister crazy? Jiang Perong's murder was released, and the teacup on the table trembled. Lin Juelong has destroyed the reunion of our family. He must die no matter what the cost. Words fall, teacup directly broken. Seeing this scene, Jiang Jianfeng stood up directly, his pupils dilated, and he was surprised. Perong, have you stepped into the practice? And you have practiced the skills that elder brother brought out to you from Kunlun Su? Can he not be surprised? His sister, he knows better than anyone else. I don't dare to be interested in practice. At the beginning, the elder brother brought out a very strong cultivation skill book from Kunlun Su, and asked Jiang Perong to recite and practice. As a result, Jiang Perong watched for about 10 minutes and directly burned that precious skill. The old man almost had a heart attack. It never occurred to him that Jiang Perong had already written down the skills. The key is to practice, and the realm is not weak. Although this realm is nothing in his eyes, but this is only one night. He knew that Jiang Perong had the blood and spiritual pulse against the heaven, but it was too terrible. Jiang Jianfeng, no matter what, I want to see that person, no one can stop me. If you Jiang family refuses to help me, I will do it myself. And would you like to help me? If you want to, I will call you second brother. If you don't want to, from now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Jiang Perong is stubborn and resolute to the extreme. Looking at the women in front of them, they suddenly found that they were like a mother. In Jiangnan province, Yi Chen was the same. Strong and arrogant to the extreme. Yi Chen's arrogance has come true. He even had a feeling that the mother and son would definitely make the stagnant water in the capital set off a huge wave this time. Jiang Jianfeng calmed down, pondered for a long time, and said, "Does Yi Chen know what Yi Tianzheng is taking away?" Jiang Perong shook her head, and a trace of warmth appeared in her cold eyes. "He doesn't know. Although he is very strong now, he paid a great price for saving us last time. I don't want my children to take any more risks. I want to rely on myself." Jiang Jianfeng took a look at Jiang Perong and said, "You are also right to do so. I see extremely terrible potential in Yi Chen. If he does not die young, he will become the first person in China. But now he has no chance of winning Shanglin Juelong. He is more impulsive and frivolous than you. He may do something extreme. Well, I'll do two things for you. First, I will persuade the old man to arrange for you to meet. It would be better if the Jiang family were willing to come forward. Second, I will try to rescue Yi Tianzheng, which is also a debt to you." Jiang Perong's eyes turned red. She turned to be resolute and said, "Thank you, second brother." Jiang Jianfeng heard these two words and laughed, "Everything is worth it." At the same time, Yi Chen came to the bottom of the temple. There are 3 floors under Xuemei Hall, each of which is extremely open. First, assassin training and modern weapons. Yi Chen even discovered missiles and large-scale combat weapons. The second layer, the dark network of Xuemei Hall, data platform. The third layer, the most mysterious, 5-layer encryption. The doors on each floor are made of heavy metal. Yi Chen opens 5 gates and lets Yi Lingtian and Lu Lingfeng guard outside. When he came inside, he found that there was a trace of aura in the whole space. Although it was weak, it did exist. Yi Chen noticed another door. According to Yi Lingtian, the underground aura is exposed behind the door. When he opened the door, a strong aura poured in. The aura wrapped his whole body, and even made him a small step forward in his cultivation. Originally just entered the clutch realm, now he seems to be the peak of the first level of the clutch realm. When he noticed the inside, he found a red vein instantly. This is a dragon vein of China. How can Yi Chen not be surprised? The dragon vein is very important for practitioners and Chinese. It's about luck and everything. A place where the dragon's pulse will break. There are 6 dragon veins in China. Kunlun Mountain Dragon Vein, Xiqingshan Dragon Vein, Changbai Mountain Dragon Vein, Taihang Mountain Dragon Vein, Qinling Mountain Dragon Vein. Each dragon vein constitutes the territory of China's stability. Kunlun Mountain is the ancestor of mountains, the source of dragon veins, is the ancestor of dragons. Why did Kunlun Su become a training resort? It is because there is a huge dragon under it. Endless aura. The whole 3rd floor is filled in an instant. At this moment, Yi Chen was short of breath, and he kept walking towards the inside, and the feeling of rolling heat hit him. The blood dragon in his body seemed to be aware of something, rushed out of the body directly, and was excited to the extreme by looking at the rolling dragon vein. Bursts of dragon chant resound through the world. The blood dragon absorbed the aura of the dragon vein, and its body expanded a little bit at the speed of the naked eye. It just stopped when it was expanded by 2/3. Yi Chen walked around and found that the dragon vein was not as big as expected, covering about half an acre. It can't be compared with the 6 dragon veins of China. But even so, if this dragon vein is known by outsiders, it will definitely lead to countless strong people competing. If you practice here, the efficiency will be much faster. At the moment, Yi Chen doesn't think much about it. He sits cross-legged and tries to absorb the energy of this dragon vein. But as soon as he sits down, the black stone in his pocket floats out. Reincarnation cemetery appears. An old voice came, "Boy, move this dragon vein to the samsara cemetery. We must move to the samsara cemetery." The voice is extremely fast. This is from the tombstone that can be moved. The power in the tombstone even wants to rush out. Chapter 391. The reincarnation of the dragon is so surprising. He glanced and even found that the tombstones were shaking wildly. There is a strong suction in the samsara cemetery, which seems to want to absorb this dragon vein. "Master, do you want me to move this dragon back to the samsara cemetery?" Yi Chen was surprised. After all, the dragon vein in front of him is almost integrated with the ground. If he wants to move a dragon vein, his current strength is not enough. What's more, the dragon veins are extremely hot, just like magma. If you get a little closer, the body will melt. How can it move? Yes, although it is a small dragon vein, it is of great benefit to the spirits of our 100 people. The spirit of the dragon vein can calm the soul. The voice of the reincarnation cemetery is just like the ancient bell. Since this dragon vein is of great benefit to the reincarnation cemetery, I will certainly help them to obtain it. After all, if the graveyard is strong, then you will be strong. "Master, how can I move?" Yi Chen Dao. "You don't have to do it. You just have to watch." Language falls, that black stone actually blooms out bright light, endless light wrapped that dragon vein. The whole basement is swept by the strong wind. Yi Chen runs in a hurry. His true qi stabilizes his figure. Gradually, the dragon vein was pulled out by a force. That's amazing. Yi Chen was a bit stunned. It's just that the dragon veins seem to have generated some kind of consciousness and tenacious resistance. A little dragon still dares to struggle. Broken. The next second, the black stone even condenses a pair of 100-foot giant hands. The 5 fingers of the giant hand open, with a strong momentum, clasped the long dragon vein. That dragon vein originally wanted to burst out a burst of blazing heat, but did not expect a strong force to release. The dragon vein was directly frozen. The whole underground temperature has dropped to the extreme. Yi Chen saw this scene, completely shocked. Frozen dragon veins, what means is this? Is this the real means of reincarnation? It's too scary. If you want to know how hot the dragon veins are, even the practitioners in the dreamland can't bear it. Yi Chen is so helplessly watching the dragon vein caught by the giant hand in the reincarnation cemetery. Underground aura suddenly disappeared, but reincarnation cemetery is full of aura to the extreme. This is a dragon vein. This time, 100 of us are relying on your chance. We are worthy of being chosen by the reincarnation cemetery. It will be very beneficial for you to practice in the samsara cemetery in the future. The voice sounded again, full of excitement and satisfaction. "Master, if this dragon vein is deprived, will it affect the vitality of the capital?" Yi Chen has a wonderful way. The voice sneered and said, "The fortune of the capital? You think too much. This dragon vein doesn't belong to the capital. It was brought here thousands of years ago. If I'm not wrong, this place should have been a clan gate thousands of years ago. The clan gate was not weak. After years of changes, the clan gate was destroyed, the Chinese territory changed, and finally became the present capital city. I am not qualified to plunder those 6 dragon veins under the land of China. I won't talk nonsense with you. When you trigger the tombstone, I'll see you again." The words fell, and all was silent again. The black stone also slowly fell on Yi Chen's palm. As long as Yi Chen felt it, the black stone could release a very strong dragon qi. The blood dragon in his body did not hesitate to drill into the samsara cemetery. It seems that this dragon vein is really a good thing. I don't know where there is this dragon vein. The more babies like this, the better. Yi Chen returned to the main hall and called Lu Lingfeng, Yi Lingtian and several strong men from the Dark Hall and Xuemei Hall to hold the first meeting. Because of the combination of the two forces, the present Dark Hall is enough to become the first underground force in the capital. The integration of Lu Lingfeng and Yi Lingtian is indispensable. Yichen stood on the platform and through the ground and said, "From today on, Yi Lingtian and Lu Lingfeng have become the two Dharma protectors of the Dark Hall, in charge of everything in the hall." "Yes, Lord." In their hearts, they knelt down together, their eyes full of loyalty and joy. In their view, the temple master's arrangement was absolutely positive. Yichen also took out 50 pills and divided them. No matter what, the strength of this group of people is very important to him. Although he is strong enough now, it is not so easy to face the Jiang family and the Lin family alone. Sometimes, he needs to borrow. Finish these things, Yichen thought of what, from the Samsara cemetery, took out a pair of patterns, spread out on the table. This pattern, which he drew yesterday according to his memory, is the tattoo on the necks of two old men behind the ghost prison. A red gate with ancient Sanskrit carved on it. The most mysterious. It's like some kind of ancient symbol. Zheng Tianqi is not dead, but seriously injured. The forces behind the red gate must be a threat. He's completely offended some people by destroying the ghost prison. Anyway, he had to nip the thread in its cradle. Otherwise, you can't defend yourself. He had never seen this pattern in Kunlun Su. It must have been in the dark place of Kunlun Su or some special connection between Kunlun Su and Huaxia. Have you seen the pattern above? All people curiously looked at the above pattern, shook their heads in succession, and were surprised in their eyes. Temple Master, this should be a door. Is it the red gate of a courtyard in the capital? This door is so strange that I haven't seen it in my life. If you stare at the Sanskrit on the key door for a long time, it will make people feel uncomfortable. All the people are talking about it, that is, there is no answer Yichen wants. Yichen added, I have seen two people with this pattern on their necks. To some extent, they should represent a force, similar to the blood plum in front of the blood plum hall. It suddenly occurred to everyone, but no one knew the origin of the red gate. When Yichen was ready to take back the design, an old man who had been silent in the most corner said, Lord, I think I have seen this red door you mentioned. Yichen Mao's son shrinks, cold voice Wei, who? The old man explained, a few years ago, I was assigned a mission to assassinate a man in Wudoutai. I accidentally noticed the battle between Lin Juelong and a top strongman in the capital city. In that war, Lin Juelong officially entered the second place in the list of Chinese masters. At that time, the war shocked the martial arts circles in China. I vaguely remember that Lin Juelong's clothes were torn apart. Although it was only a moment, his chest was still torn. It's like this tattoo. But I'm not sure. After all, it's too long. Maybe I remember it wrong. Yichen Mao's sun twinkles to kill the idea, light Wei, no matter whether has remembers wrongly, Lin Juelong must die. Do you know where the Lin family is in Beijing? Chapter 392. The whereabouts of Lin Juelong is the biggest obstacle for Yichen at present. He can't even find the Lin family. How to kill him? The old man shook his head. There are 5 top martial arts families in the capital city. These 5 families represent the top power and strength of China. The Lin family is one of them. Each family has its own array. It is extremely difficult to find out. However, I heard that the Lin family is in the west of the second ring road of the capital, and Lin Juelong often appears near Hyde Park in the capital city. This is undoubtedly the best news for Yichen. He stopped hesitating and said, Yi Lingtian, I'll leave this matter to you. You'll send the strong man of Dark Hall to watch around Hyde Park 24 hours a day. Once you find the news of Lin Juelong, report it to me immediately. Yes, Lord. Yichen clenched his fist and his eyes twinkled with cold killing intention. Lin Juelong, you wait for me. Beijing, Jiangjia. Jiang Peirong and Jiang Jianfeng pass through an array and come to the door. Jiang Peirong looked at the plaque on the gate of the Jiang family. She was filled with emotion. Everything had not changed, but her identity was not Jiang's family for a long time. This place is her mother's home. Jiang Jianfeng took a look at Jiang Peirong and sighed, Peirong, let's go. I'll help you talk when I get inside. The old man hasn't lost his breath for so many years, but you are his daughter after all. If you admit your mistake, he will ease up a little bit. Jiang Peirong nodded, her fists clenched to death. her eyes determined. She had vowed never to step here again, but for her husband and children, she broke the oath. No matter what the result is, she will not regret it. They're going inside. But soon, Jiang's gatekeeper blocked their way. Two spears pointed at Jiang Perong and said in a cold voice, "No admittance, no one is allowed to enter." Jiang Jianfeng was a little angry, and with a wave of his arm, they immediately took a few steps back. He yelled, "What do you mean? Can't she and I step into Jiang's house? What are you two?" The eyes of the two gatekeepers shrunk, but their attitude was still firm. "Young master, you can enter, but she can't. The master gave us a death order. Please don't be embarrassed." Jiang Jianfeng snorted coldly, "What death order? You give me to get rid of? I just take her to see the old man. If you dare to block in front of me again, I want to see if you can bear my strength." Words fall. Jiang Jianfeng body of the killing machine released, let people palpitation. The two gatekeepers looked puzzled, but still said, "Young master, please don't embarrass us." Jiang Jianfeng grabbed Jiang Perong and went straight inside. Almost instantaneously, two long swords stabbed Jiang Perong with a trace of cold light. The master gave a death order. Jiang Perong is not allowed to step into Jiang's house. If you violate, kill. Jiang Jianfeng glanced at the two cold lights lightly. As soon as he stepped on it, a strong air wave was generated, which was smashed towards them. Bang! The two swords broke into pieces. The two gatekeepers fell behind them and hit the wall. Jiang Jianfeng didn't lay a heavy hand on him. After all, they were obedient. Then, he took Jiang Perong to the inside. Before walking a few steps, an old woman in a robe appeared not far away, with her hands behind her. Jiang Jianfeng saw the old woman, and his eyes shrank slightly. Unexpectedly, the old man moved this man out in order to stop them. The old woman is one of Jiang Jianfeng's masters. Most of his martial arts and strength come from the other side. "Jianfeng, don't you know the clan rules? What a crime to bring an outsider to the Jiang family." The old woman's voice is extremely cold and fierce, even with a trace of true spirit rippling away. Jiang Jianfeng retreated a few steps, which was no big obstacle. However, Jiang Perong is different. She only practiced for one night even though her blood and talent are against the sky. It's hard to bear the blow of a strong man. At the moment, she was pale to the extreme. Jiang Jianfeng is aware of the situation and quickly blocks in front of Jiang Perong. Jiang Perong feels better. "Master, Perong has the blood of the Jiang family. How can she be regarded as an outsider? Please let us go. It's really important for us to find the old man." Jiang Jianfeng Archand Road. "If you change to someone else, he will kill him, but the old woman in front of him can't do it. This is deceiving teachers and destroying ancestors." The old woman did not compromise, still said, "I do not want to repeat my words for the third time. The old man's meaning is very clear. Jiang Perong is not qualified to enter the Jiang family again. If she insists on doing so again, then I can't be blamed." Language down, there are three strong Jiang family appeared, standing behind the old woman, killing the opportunity to release. Jiang Jianfeng just wanted to say something. Jiang Perong said, "Second brother, I'll solve my problems myself." "Perong." Jiang Jianfeng's eyes were full of hesitation. He took a look at a building in the distance. He is sure that there must be an old man standing on the top of the building, who is witnessing all this coldly. He really can't figure out why the old man must hold on to the things of that year. Is the fact that blood is thicker than water is not comparable to the future of the family? At the moment, Jiang Perong took a step forward and went away under the pressure of the old woman, saying word by word, "Please give me a chance, I want to see the old man." Just then, a bearded man stood up behind the old woman. He took a look at Jiang Perong and sneered, "Jiang Perong, where is your backbone? Didn't you say you would never go back to Jiang's? Why are you coming back now?" Jiang Perong takes a look at the man, her eyes shrinking. She still remembers this man, Jiang Fenghua. At that time, Jiang Fenghua was also a gifted Jiang family. However, when her spiritual roots were detected, she suppressed the popularity of this person. She was like a changed person, constantly flattering himself, and even kneeling and licking after her all day long, flattering to the extreme. Originally thought this person is sincere for her, but did not expect, after she was expelled from the Jiang family, cold words. It is even very likely that this person disclosed what she and Yi Tian were together at that time. Not only that, a few years ago, this Jiang Fenghua also personally went to Jiangcheng. That arrogant look let her feel sick. However, after so many years, they met again. Seeing that Jiang Perong did not speak, Jiang Fenghua continued, "Jiang Perong, you are now an outsider to the Jiang family. If you want to live well, get out. If you appear here, you will dirty the land of the Jiang family. Your identity is not even as good as a dog I raised by Jiang Fenghua." The cold words made Jiang Perong's face more and more embarrassed. Chapter 393. Jiang Jianfeng stepped out a step and pointed to the river wind and said, "If you talk nonsense again, I will waste you." Jiang Fenghua no longer talks. He is still afraid of Jiang Jianfeng. Jiang Perong's eyes fell on the old woman and said seriously, "I know the old man inside. He must tell you what I need to pay if I want to step into the Jiang family." The old woman's eyes slightly narrowed, nodded, "You want to step into the river house? Yes, as long as we can bear 3 moves, we will no longer stop, the old man will wait for you inside." Jiang Jianfeng was stunned and even said, "Master, your 3 moves are not Perong. I don't have to carry them. It's a total embarrassment to you." Jiang Jianfeng knows very well that although the old lady is not on the list of Chinese masters, she is absolutely above him in terms of strength. Jiang Perong is not sure to be able to hold on. This is to seek death. The old woman shook her head. "Of course not me." Then, she took a look at Jiang Fenghua beside her and said, "Jiang Perong, the old man has told me that if you want to see him, you can only withstand the 3 moves of Jiang Fenghua's 5 successful forces, and you can fight back. Of course, I advise you to leave the Jiang family, which is good for you or for the Jiang family." Jiang Perong took a look at Jiang Fenghua, who was smiling grimly. She stepped out again and arched her hands and said, "Teach me." Jiang Jianfeng quickly advised, "Perong, what are you doing? Don't you know what Jiang Fenghua's trick is?" However, Jiang Perong has made up her mind. Jiang Fenghua sneered, "Jiang Perong, you asked for it. You have been in place, and I have already crossed a realm, you and I like firefly light and the sun and moon. I'll see how you can take my move." The next second, Jiang Fenghua's body rolled up bursts of air waves, the air waves covered, people palpitation. At the same time, Jiang Fenghua stepped out in 3 steps, the ground vibrated slightly, and a fist hit Jiang Perong. This blow with the sound of whistling, breaking through the air, even a trace of Mars around, extremely frightening. Jiang Jianfeng felt something was wrong. He was just about to make a move. The old lady had already appeared in front of him, and one hand pressed on his shoulder. "Jianfeng, don't blame the teacher. The master is the god of the Jiang family. We have to obey his orders." Jiang Jianfeng was shocked and unable to move. "Master." At the moment, Jiang Perong no longer hesitates to run the only trace of real qi in the elixir field, and blows out with one hand. But there is a big gap between this one and Jiang Fenghua's. Bang! 2 forces collided, Jiang Perong directly fell out, such as a broken kite, mouth is spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Jianfeng's face changed and his bondage disappeared. He quickly caught Jiang Perong and gave him a pill. He looked at Jiang Perong's pale face, clenched his fist, staring at Jiang Fenghua, threatening, "Jiang Fenghua, I remember this matter. If you fall on me next time, I will make you regret for life." Jiang Fenghua takes a look at Jiang Perong and snorts coldly. He and the others head for the central building of the Jiang family. Jiang Perong has no power of World War I, and they don't need to waste time. Even the old woman shook her head helplessly and turned away. I don't know how long it took Jiang Perong to wake up. "Second brother, what about them? I can still." Jiang Perong's road is difficult. Jiang Jianfeng's face was a little angry. "You can fart. Take these 3 pills and take one every day. Take them well. Don't think about it. I'll try to find a way out of Yi Tianjing's side. Damn it, I don't believe it. I can't take Yi Tianjing back without the help of the Jiang family. Second brother, I. Don't talk nonsense, go back now. It's 12:30 at noon. Beijing Normal University, classroom apartment 1002. Yichen just opened the security door, then a smell of vegetables, familiar with the feeling, let him sigh with emotion. Home is where there are parents. But the teacher's apartment is a little smaller now, his parents have come out, and he doesn't need to live here anymore. He has asked Lu Lingfeng to go to the capital to find the address of the villa. It is estimated that he will move away with his mother in the next few days. Yichen saw the steaming dishes on the table, his eyes were red, and he ate a dish secretly. At this time, Jiang Perong laughed and came out. You are so old, you still steal as a child. Wash your hands and eat. Although Jiang Perong's face is pale and her internal organs are a little uncomfortable, she still pretends to be okay. She didn't want her children to worry. Yichen laughed and said, Mom, stealing is actually very delicious. I'm going to. When Yichen raised his head and looked at Jiang Perong, his voice stopped abruptly. How could he not see that Jiang Perong suffered internal injuries? His eyes, a flash of flame, as if 10,000 feet of anger to rush out of the body. Mom, where did you go in the morning? What's the matter with your injury? Yichen forcibly suppressed the inner anger, word by word. No one knows how angry he is at the moment. Jiang Perong's expression was stiff, and she immediately laughed and said, What's the injury? I don't know what you're talking about. My mother is going to serve you dinner. Today's cooking is all your favorite dishes. I haven't cooked for so many years. I don't know if mother's craftsmanship has deteriorated. With that, Jiang Perong was ready to serve dinner. Yichen seized her mother's hand and said in a soft voice, Mom, I told you that I can cure. I can't see the wound on your body. You deceive others, but you can't cheat me. Seeing that she couldn't cheat her, Jiang Perong explained, Isn't mother practicing? Today, she was possessed by the devil by accident. It's no big deal. Let's have a meal. Yichen clenched his fist. After a few seconds, he loosened and nodded, Okay, have a meal. Is it the wound of cultivation? Can't he see it? Yichen doesn't want to question his mother, let alone embarrass her. He took it in silence and honestly accompanied Jiang Perong to dinner. But he will find out the cause of his mother's internal injury. No matter who it is, he will let him pay a painful price. After lunch, she and Jiang Perong walked around Beijing Normal University. After that, Jiang Perong went back to her room to have a rest. And Yichen came to the balcony and dialed the phone of Dark Hall and Dragon Soul. In 5 minutes, I want to know where my mother went and who she met this morning. Yes. Yichen leaned against the balcony and lit a cigarette. There is a trace of blood in the eyes, and the strong breath spreads out. A blood dragon circled his body. Ferocious and bloodthirsty. Time passed, just 3 minutes, a phone call came. She met Jiang Jianfeng, but she hasn't found out where she went. Chapter 394. Yichen hung up the phone and put out the smoke in his hand. Incomparably quiet. And this quiet, more like the calm before the storm. Yichen went back to the room, took out the Baichao Ding and refined a bottle of spirit liquid with the best medicinal materials. For a mother's injury, the spirit liquid is more useful than pills. Later, he knocked on Jiang Perong's door with the spirit liquid. Jiang Perong opened the door in doubt. As soon as she was about to say something, Yichen said, Mom, if you drink this bottle later, your wound will recover immediately. Moreover, if I go out for a while, I may come back later. Don't wait for me to eat in the evening. Chener, where are you going? Yichen smiles, such as the spring breeze, Mom, someone owes me something, I'll take it back. Then he turned and left. Turning the moment, the genial smile is no longer, it is a pair of cold eyes. Like the god of death in the 9 hell. His appearance is bound to set off a storm. Jiang Perong frowned and couldn't figure out what her son was up to. She closed the door and looked at a bottle of water in her hand. Will you recover immediately after drinking? This is too much exaggeration. She used to be the eldest lady of the Jiang family. What kind of treasure have you never seen? If only there were such magical things in the world. She shook her head, put Yi Chen's things on the head of the bed and continued to practice. However, because of the heavy injury, her qi and blood were not unobstructed due to the operation of her skills. Several times, she vomited blood, which was stifled back by her. Several attempts failed. All of a sudden, she noticed the bottle of liquid at the head of the bed. However, it was Yi Chen's intention. If it was wasted, she would be sorry for Yi Chen. Think of it as water. Jiang Perong took the bottle and unscrewed the cap. In a flash, a spirit was released. There is a trace of medicine in the aura. The smell made her happy. This is. She's a little unbelievable. Her hands are shaking. Chinner gave her this bottle of things. Exactly what is it? Medicine? She didn't think much about it anymore. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of gulu gulu, the spirit liquid suddenly penetrated into her body. A stream of energy was pounding in her body. Her injured viscera, as if a breeze blowing, completely restored to the original state. This. Jiang Perong set off a storm in her heart, staring at the things in her hand. Even if she doesn't understand, she knows that this is the baby in the baby. Her body was completely repaired. Not only that, she felt that her body was a little younger. Even his face is young. Everything seems to be back more than 10 years ago. It's terrible. Yi Chen's son how can have this kind of treasure? At this moment, Jiang Perong really found that she despised Yi Chen. Where did Chinner go in these 5 years? The top floor of Beijing Tian'an building. Jiang Jianfeng sat on the edge of the attic and drank wine. What happened today made him extremely angry. After sending Jiang Perong back, he found Jiang Fenghua in spite of his anger. Just ready to start, but the old man appeared, gave a death order, let him no longer move Jiang Fenghua. He didn't dare to listen to the old man's orders. Jiang Fenghua is equal to an extra gold medal. Grass. Jiang Jianfeng directly smashed the wine bottle in his hand on the ground and broke it. The liquor splashed everywhere. At this time, a dark shadow appeared. Jiang Jianfeng's eyes coagulated and his palm moved toward the shadow. When he saw the man in front of him, he stopped in the air, and his expression was extremely surprised. Yi Chen? Why are you here? At the moment, Yi Chen's expression is Senhan, without any nonsense, take me to Jiang's house. Just 5 words, actually let Jiang Jianfeng feel a trace of cold cover. Even with a trace of pressure. The boy is so powerful. For a moment, Jiang Jianfeng even felt that if he and Yi Chen started at the moment, they would not necessarily win. How could there be such an idea? Take me to Jiang's house. Yi Chen's indifferent voice rings again. What did Jiang Jianfeng think of and said in surprise? Did your mother tell you about today's affairs? Jiang Fenghua was given the gold medal by the old man. If you start, you will definitely go to find death. Yi Chen Zheng, immediately the corner of the mouth outlined a radiant. It seems that the animal who hurt my mother is called Jiang Fenghua. His tone is cold. Cold to bone marrow. Only then did Jiang Jianfeng realize that he had made a slip of the tongue, and he would like to have a big mouth. Yi Chen, at present, you'd better accompany your mother. It's not easy for you to get together. Yi Chen overlooks the whole capital from the top floor and says, if you want me to die, yes, I want to see what the Jiang family looks like. After all, the Jiang family is also the place where my mother grew up. For ordinary people, it's just like a family. I just want to have a look. It's necessary for the growth of my martial road. If you have a goal, you can be stronger, right? Jiang Jianfeng hears Yi Chen's words and looks at Yi Chen's appearance. He seems to be a lot more insipid and not angry. Is this kid really figured it out? He knows Yi Chen's temper. If he doesn't take this boy to Jiang's house today, he will never give up. He thought for a few seconds and sighed, well, this is the only thing I can help you at the moment. I hope that after you have seen Jiang's family, you can be restrained a little bit. Remember, you can only take a look at it, you can't mess with it. Yes. Yi Chen said with a smile. 10 minutes later. Jiang Jianfeng and Yi Chen came to a downtown Beijing. There is an alley downtown. It's very quiet. Jiang Jianfeng pinched his fingers and pointed on the wall, revealing the array. They crossed the array of the Jiang family and stepped directly into it. This is Jiang family, you. Jiang Jianfeng looked at Yi Chen on one side and explained that he suddenly changed his face before he finished speaking. Because at the moment, the whole body of Yi Chen is twined with rolling evil spirit, and his eyes are red. This is the precursor of the explosion. Where is the calm just now? Yi Chen, don't mess around. Before he finished speaking, Yi Chen stepped out and his body turned into a shadow. With 5 fingers, he took off the plaque of the Jiang family. Bang! The next second, the plaque of Jiang family is smashed by Yi Chen. Countless sawdust flying. At this moment, Jiang Jianfeng was stunned. Sweating all over the body. The 2 gatekeepers who responded were also stunned. They didn't expect that someone would kill the Jiang family, and even destroy the plaque of the Jiang family. This is the shame of the Jiang family. It's not a damn thing. Looking for death. The 2 spears went directly to Yi Chen's stab, the chill flickered and the spear uncovered. At the moment of touching Yi Chen's fist suddenly smashed out. Those 2 spears are directly broken. The powerful air wave swept, directly shocked the 2 people. The air is spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Fenghua, get out and die. A startling roar rang through the whole Jiang family, carrying the surging anger in Yi Chen's heart. At this moment, the sword is like a dragon. Chapter 394. Yi Chen hung up the phone and put out the smoke in his hand. Incomparably quiet. And this quiet, more like the calm before the storm. Yi Chen went back to the room, took out the Baichao Ding and refined a bottle of spirit liquid with the best medicinal materials. For a mother's injury, the spirit liquid is more useful than pills. Later, he knocked on Jiang Perong's door with the spirit liquid. Jiang Perong opened the door in doubt. As soon as she was about to say something, Yi Chen said, "Mom, if you drink this bottle later, your wound will recover immediately. Moreover, if I go out for a while, I may come back later. Don't wait for me to eat in the evening." "Chener, where are you going?" Yi Chen smiles, such as the spring breeze. "Mom, someone owes me something, I'll take it back." Then he turned and left. Turning the moment, the genial smile is no longer, it is a pair of cold eyes. Like the god of death in the 9 hell. His appearance is bound to set off a storm. Jiang Perong frowned and couldn't figure out what her son was up to. She closed the door and looked at a bottle of water in her hand. "Will you recover immediately after drinking?" This is too much exaggeration. She used to be the eldest lady of the Jiang family. What kind of treasure have you never seen? If only there were such magical things in the world. She shook her head, put Yi Chen's things on the head of the bed and continued to practice. However, because of the heavy injury, her qi and blood were not unobstructed due to the operation of her skills. Several times, she vomited blood, which was stifled back by her. Several attempts failed. All of a sudden, she noticed the bottle of liquid at the head of the bed. However, it was Yi Chen's intention. If it was wasted, she would be sorry for Yi Chen. Think of it as water. Jiang Perong took the bottle and unscrewed the cap. In a flash, a spirit was released. There is a trace of medicine in the aura. The smell made her happy. This is. She's a little unbelievable. Her hands are shaking. Chener gave her this bottle of things, exactly what is it? Medicine? She didn't think much about it anymore. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of gulu gulu, the spirit liquid suddenly penetrated into her body. A stream of energy was pounding in her body. Her injured viscera, as if a breeze blowing, completely restored to the original state. This. Jiang Perong set off a storm in her heart, staring at the things in her hand. Even if she doesn't understand, she knows that this is the baby in the baby. Her body was completely repaired. Not only that, she felt that her body was a little younger. Even his face is young. Everything seems to be back more than 10 years ago. It's terrible. Qi-chen's son how can have this kind of treasure? At this moment, Jiang Peirong really found that she despised Yi-chen. Where did Chener go in these 5 years? The top floor of Beijing Tian'an building. Jiang Jianfeng sat on the edge of the attic and drank wine. What happened today made him extremely angry. After sending Jiang Peirong back, he found Jiang Fenghua in spite of his anger. Just ready to start, but the old man appeared, gave a death order, let him no longer move Jiang Fenghua. He didn't dare to listen to the old man's orders. Jiang Fenghua is equal to an extra gold medal. Grass. Jiang Jianfeng directly smashed the wine bottle in his hand on the ground and broke it. The liquor splashed everywhere. At this time, a dark shadow appeared. Jiang Jianfeng's eyes coagulated and his palm moved toward the shadow. When he saw the man in front of him, he stopped in the air, and his expression was extremely surprised. Yi-chen? Why are you here? At the moment, Yi-chen's expression is Senhan, without any nonsense, take me to Jiang's house. Just 5 words, actually let Jiang Jianfeng feel a trace of cold cover. Even with a trace of pressure. The boy is so powerful. For a moment, Jiang Jianfeng even felt that if he and Yi-chen started at the moment, they would not necessarily win. How could there be such an idea? Take me to Jiang's house. Yi-chen's indifferent voice rings again. What did Jiang Jianfeng think of and said in surprise, did your mother tell you about today's affairs? Jiang Fenghua was given the gold medal by the old man. If you start, you will definitely go to find death. Yi-chen Zheng, immediately the corner of the mouth outlined a radiant, it seems that the animal who hurt my mother is called Jiang Fenghua. His tone is cold. Cold to bone marrow. Only then did Jiang Jianfeng realize that he had made a slip of the tongue, and he would like to have a big mouth. Yi-chen, at present, you'd better accompany your mother. It's not easy for you to get together. Yi-chen overlooks the whole capital from the top floor and says, if you want me to die, yes, I want to see what the Jiang family looks like. After all, the Jiang family is also the place where my mother grew up. For ordinary people, it's just like a family. I just want to have a look. It's necessary for the growth of my martial road. If you have a goal, you can be stronger, right? Jiang Jianfeng hears Yi-chen's words and looks at Yi-chen's appearance. He seems to be a lot more insipid and not angry. Is this kid really figured it out? He knows Yi-chen's temper. If he doesn't take this boy to Jiang's house today, he will never give up. He thought for a few seconds and sighed, well, this is the only thing I can help you at the moment. I hope that after you have seen Jiang's family, you can be restrained a little bit. Remember, you can only take a look at it, you can't mess with it. Yes. Yi-chen said with a smile. 10 minutes later. Jiang Jianfeng and Yi-chen came to a downtown Beijing. There is an alley downtown. It's very quiet. Jiang Jianfeng pinched his fingers and pointed on the wall, revealing the array. They crossed the array of the Jiang family and stepped directly into it. This is Jiang family, you. Jiang Jianfeng looked at Yi-chen on one side and explained that he suddenly changed his face before he finished speaking. Because at the moment, the whole body of Yi-chen is twined with rolling evil spirit, and his eyes are red. This is the precursor of the explosion. Where is the calm just now? Yi-chen, don't mess around. Before he finished speaking, Yi-chen stepped out and his body turned into a shadow. With 5 fingers, he took off the plaque of the Jiang family. Bang! The next second, the plaque of Jiang family is smashed by Yi-chen. Countless sawdust flying. At this moment, Jiang Jianfeng was stunned. Sweating all over the body. The 2 gatekeepers who responded were also stunned. They didn't expect that someone would kill the Jiang family, and even destroy the plaque of the Jiang family. This is the shame of the Jiang family. It's not a damn thing. Looking for death. The 2 spears went directly to Yi-chen's stab, the chill flickered and the spear uncovered. At the moment of touching Yi-chen, Yi-chen's fist suddenly smashed out. Those two spears are directly broken. The powerful air wave swept, directly shocked the two people. The air is spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Fenghua, get out and die. A startling roar rang through the whole Jiang family, carrying the surging anger in Yi Chen's heart. At this moment, the sword is like a dragon. Chapter 395. Jiang Jianfeng sees Yi Chen unexpectedly to shout so directly, facial expression changes greatly. This is the Jiang family. If you don't want to destroy the plaque, don't you go. The key is still calling for Jiang Fenghua's life at the door. Jiang Fenghua, however, was saved from death by the old man. Who dares to move? Looking at the whole China, who dares to move? Is Yi Chen crazy? What's more, the master has always regarded Yi Chen as a villain of the Jiang family. Now the evil seed kills the door, the master is angry, Yi Chen which still has the life to live. Jiang Jianfeng no longer hesitated. He rushed up, clasped his 5 fingers on Yi Chen's shoulder and said solemnly, Yi Chen, go quickly. I'll hold it for you here. You've made a big mistake. And it's a disaster. Yi Chen Yuguang glanced at the hand on his shoulder and said faintly, this matter has nothing to do with you, even with the Jiang family. I just want the life of Jiang Fenghua, just. Yi Chen's words reveal a strong sense of anger. If he hurt my mother, he is not entitled to live. That's my principle. If you want to destroy my principles, you are my enemy. Language down, Yi Chen's body in a red light. A blood dragon is circling Yi Chen like this. Ferocious eyes staring at Jiang Jianfeng. It seems that as long as Jiang Jianfeng does not let go, it will rush down and devour him. It's the empty shadow of the blood dragon again. Jiang Jianfeng subconsciously loosened his 5 fingers and retreated. The blood dragon was staring at him, which made him feel threatened. Yi Chen, don't be impulsive. I'll help Pei Rong recover the palm of Jiang Fenghua. There's a big gap between your strength and the masters of the Jiang family. If the strong men of the Jiang family come out, it will be really troublesome. At this time, Jiang Jianfeng noticed something, his face changed greatly, and he called out in a hurry. Yi Chen, hurry up. It's too late. Words just fell, a voice of exclamation sounded, want to go, no chance. The next second, more than a dozen figures rushed out. Old lady. Jiang Fenghua. Jiang Zhenru. And many masters of the Jiang family. Although the old man didn't come out, Jiang Haishan, the housekeeper of the Jiang family, came out. To see the river, the sea and the mountain is to see the old man. You can see the old man's anger. Everyone's eyes fell on the broken door plaque on the ground. Take a breath one by one. How dare someone destroy the plaque of Jiang family? It's not killing me. A few seconds later, an invisible fury spread. Jiang Haishan's eyes fell on Yi Chen's body, her eyes shrunk slightly. Of course he knows that this is Jiang Peirong's son Yi Chen. The villain that Jiang family does not allow. That was born to be the waste of Van Gogh. Do you know what you're doing? The old man was very angry when he destroyed the plaque of the Jiang family and seriously injured the strong man of the Jiang family. This anger is beyond your endurance. The voice of Jiang Haishan has a trace of threat. Even an invisible pressure towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen snorted coldly, where is Jiang Fenghua? I just come to ask for his life, that's all. If you want to stand in front of him, I'll erase them all. Hiss. Hearing this sentence, everyone was completely frightened by Yi Chen's tone. Not only to kill Jiang Fenghua, but also to kill anyone who stands in his way. That's too damn arrogant. This is in the capital. In Jiangjia. Who gave him courage? At this time, Jiang Jianfeng quickly stood out and blocked Yi Chen's body. He said with a smile, the child is not sensible. Don't blame me. I will take him away. Jiang Jianfeng just wanted to pull Yi Chen. A cold sword stabbed him and blocked his way. The old lady saw his master's sword. Master. The old woman shook her head helplessly. Jianfeng, Jiang Peirong broke into Jiang's house in the morning. She has been very kind and has let her go. In the afternoon, Jiang Perong's son also broke into the Jiang family. Although I want to let him go, what he has done has made him unable to be merciful. In any case, he will give an account to the Jiang family. The old woman's voice was higher, more like an order. Jiang Jianfeng's eyes narrowed slightly and looked at Yi Chen. There was also a long sword in his hand. The old woman pointed to Bai Jianfeng. He had no choice. Yi Chen is Jiang Perong's only son. What's more, he is optimistic about Yi Chen. He can't let him fall in the Jiang family. He must protect Yi Chen today. Anyway. Even after the event, he personally asked the master to punish him. Family law, confinement, he recognized it. But Yi Chen must not have an accident today. The old woman and all the people were slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jianfeng would shine his sword for an outsider. Is he crazy? Sword edge, do you know what you are doing? The old woman said coldly. Jiang Haishan also said, young master, you are on the wrong team. Don't make mistakes again and again. If you bring Jiang Perong into the Jiang family today, the old man is already very angry. If you continue to be stubborn, the master will not be able to cope with it. You should know his temper. Jiang Jianfeng's eyes were extremely dignified. He did not pay attention to everyone, but looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you go first. Here I block for you. Where to go? Almost instantaneously, a dozen people were in a circle, surrounding Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen dares to move, he will die. Jiang Jianfeng just wanted to move the sword to make a way for Yi Chen. A slender hand held his sword. Hold it tight. Uncle, I don't need your help. I remember your feelings. But today, it's Jiang Fenghua and I have a grudge. Yi Chen's indifferent voice falls. Jiang Jianfeng's action is worth calling his uncle. Presumably, in the morning, Jiang Jianfeng protected his mother like this. He can tell who is right and who is wrong. Jiang Jianfeng was stunned when he heard Yi Chen calling out those two words, and his eyes were a little excited. He looks at Yi Chen's hand holding the sword. Because of the force, the blade of the sword has cut the palm of his hand and has oozed blood. This represents Yi Chen's determination. He hesitated for 3 seconds, and finally drew out his sword and retreated to the back. Well, if you can't carry it, I'll do it. Jiang Jianfeng gives everything to Yi Chen. He saw strong self-confidence from Yi Chen. He thought of the blood dragon on the sky. He was willing to believe Yi Chen once. At the gate of the Jiang family, only Yi Chen is left. The meaning of bleakness is covered. One man is in charge and 10,000 men are not allowed to open. Yi Chen glanced at all the people, and the voice of Cold Frost sounded, who is Jiang Fenghua? A strong man of Jiang family couldn't help it any longer, and said with a smile, you are a villain who really takes himself seriously. If it wasn't for you, the evil and your father, how could such a thing happen? Evil seed? Yi Chen smiles, his smile does not have the slightest temperature. The next second, in situ into a shadow. Too fast. It's too fast for everyone to react. Chapter 396. The gap between separation and separation environment and aerodynamic environment is like heaven and earth. And Sanglong's illusory body will show his strength only after the separation and reunion. All people only feel a strong wind sweeping, when they feel something wrong. Yi Chen has appeared in front of the strong man of Jiang family who is talking. 5 fingers as if tearing the air, clasped the man's neck. The dragon has scales against it. If you touch it, you will die, and you will die. That person's eyes sun stares big, whole body chi strength surging, just want to move, late. Yi Chen's real chi broke out and his neck broke directly. Blood spray, ferocious to the extreme. A corpse was thrown in front of Jiang Haishan and the old woman. Provocation. Naked provocation. Who could have thought that Yi Chen would have killed a man easily even if he was outnumbered? Jiang Jianfeng's eyes widened in the distance, just like a sculpture. This is still Yi Chen that day. The strength is so strong. Even if it is him, it is impossible to kill people easily under the eyes of so many powerful people. This boy's growth speed is too fast. Jiang Jianfeng is really scared. This boy is only over 20. Looking at the whole China, who dares to be such a boy at this age? Jiang Haishan and the old woman's eyes shrink, and they can see at a glance the strangeness of Yi Chen's body method. The key is that the body method must rely on strength. Who is Jiang Fenghua? I'll ask for the last time. If you don't give me the answer, everyone will die. Yi Chen's bloodthirsty voice rings out. There was a red light in his eyes. Although Jiang Haishan and the old woman made him feel a bit of threat, he was not afraid. If he could not defeat him, he would use the power of that great power. For mother, it's worth it. What's more, the broken sky sword means that after his all-out strike, these two people may not be able to block it. At this time, Jiang Fenghua stood up, and the sword in his hand released a strong breath. He said coldly, I am Jiang Fenghua. What can you do for me? It seems that the word evil touched your glass heart. Isn't it true? Your mother, a bitch, has a bright future. Don't marry a trash and disobey the wishes of the old man and give birth to you. Even if you step into the martial arts road, your family will only become the laughing stock of martial arts. Change can't change the fact that you are rubbish. Your blood has defiled the Jiang family. The reason why Jiang Fenghua dared to stand up and say this is because he is surrounded by Jiang Haishan and an old woman. The reason why Yi Chen was successful just now is because of surprise. Now they feel and release. As long as Yi Chen hands on, his head will fall. What is his fear? Besides, he was sure that the boy was going to die. It is an unforgivable crime to destroy the plaque and kill the people of the river family. Jiang Jianfeng can't save him. Yi Chen's cold eyes fall on Jiang Fenghua's body, eyes are full of bloodthirsty and killing. He was like a hungry wolf, furious to the extreme. Step by step, he went to Jiang Fenghua, kneel down, which hand my mother cut off, I give you the whole body. Otherwise, you don't have a whole body. Jiang Fenghua seemed to hear some of the funniest jokes in general, and arrogantly raised his right hand. It's a pity that I had used 10 success forces, maybe one punch would have disabled your mother. Yi Chen no longer nonsense, astride, with towering anger, into the arrow to the river Fenghua. The terrible air wave, only for a moment, was exploded. More than a dozen strong men of Jiang family directly blocked Jiang Fenghua's body. Boy, look for death. The atmosphere in the venue was very cool. As the voice fell, the air seemed to solidify. Yi Chen looks at these more than 10 people, eyes cold, burning sky palm directly sacrifice. A flame of virtual palm suddenly formed. In an instant, the strong wind surging, the air came in bursts of roar, like the explosion of Xianlei. Rolling like the essence of the general air waves, this palm, mercilessly swept away. Yi Chen is full of flames. Step into the clutch, coupled with the martial arts left by the ancient power, enough to crush. At the moment, the whole body of Yi Chen is covered by a flame, with powerful momentum, almost everyone feels palpitation. The air waves are rolling, and everything is just like the essence. With Yi Chen's palm, the world suddenly stops. At this moment, Yi Chen seems to be the embodiment, becoming the core of the whole world. In the face of such a terrible palm, those strong people of Jiang family were stunned one by one. What is strength? This is strength. The power contained in this palm is frightening. How can they resist such tyranny, not even the right to hide? Bang! More than a dozen people turned upside down in an instant, and some even vomited blood on the spot. Break their ribs, all their hands. Even the body also inexplicably gushes out the road flame. How can you be frightened by the evil river? The sudden blow was like a heavy hammer, which split his heart. He even subconsciously stepped back, hiding behind the old woman and the sea. Come on, kill this son of a bitch. Jiang Haishan and the old woman looked at each other, and their eyes fell on Yi Chen's body. Boy, don't be stubborn. Stop. Go away. Yi Chen body rushed out, straight take the key of river Fenghua. Jiang Haishan and the old lady could not sit down any longer, so they hastened to move. Two palms mixed with bursts of air waves suddenly burst out. Not only that, there are even two very strong pressure, such as the mountain toward Yichen pressure. Yichen sneers, the whole body strength condenses above 1 point, the double fists burst out suddenly, in a twinkling of an eye, it is to bang on that pressure. The pressure is gone. It's like thunder. At the same time, these two fists didn't stop at all. The real chi shot out cold light in the fist and directly collided with those two palms. The whole earth trembled violently as the fists and palms collided. A substantial air wave burst out in all directions. Yichen retreated a few steps. But the next second, the body rushed out again. He doesn't want to love war. Killing Jiang Fenghua is the key. He was defeated in strength by the two top Jiangs, but in terms of speed, crushing. Canglong's phantom body decided to step out, its momentum was like lightning and its movement was like thunder. That strange body method, let a person dazzled, prevent carelessly, that extreme speed, let a person be dazzled. Breaking through the palm shadow of Jiang Haishan and the old woman, Yichen blinks and comes to Jiang Fenghua's side. Two people face a change, want to stop Yichen, already too late. Zizizi. Yichen has appeared in front of Jiang Fenghua, his body suddenly stops, and the sole of his shoe rubs against the ground, making a sharp and harsh sound. It is as powerful as Mount Tai. This moment of Yichen, momentum is still climbing to the top. In the eyes full of shock, Yichen grabs 5 fingers, directly clasps Jiang Fenghua's wrist, powerful force bursts out. The dragon chants, Jiang Fenghua's arm is broken directly. Turn into a blood mist. Your hand, my Yichen wants it. Jiang Fenghua watched his arm shatter. He wanted to resist, but he was shocked to find that there was a blood dragon around him. He's not even qualified to move. The whole gate of Jiang's family spread his heartrending scream. His hand just broke. No right hand. How can he practice? But soon, a cold voice sounded again, what's it called? It's just the beginning. Click. Jiang Fenghua's other arm is also pinched by Yichen. Blood mist. Yichen at the moment is the devil in his eyes. Are you? What does Jiang Fenghua just want to say? Yichen hits again. It hit him in the stomach. Almost through. Badly mutilated. Jiang Fenghua flew out, but in the air, a dark shadow fell, and Yichen's 5 fingers clasped his neck. Death spread. Jiang Haishan and the old woman's face changed, just wanted to move, an old figure came out from inside. Everyone was stunned, because the old man Jiang came. The sky of the Jiang family is coming. Jiang Fenghua seemed to see the savior, and even said, Master, help me quickly. This is a madman. Mr. Jiang stopped his steps, staring at Yichen with his eyes fixed on him. His majesty was released, and he said in an angry voice, that's enough. Stop it. Let go of Jiang Fenghua. Yichen Emil, the cold ice sun swept a glance river old man's son, sneer a strength spurt. Jiang Fenghua's head was directly taken off by him. The headless body fell to the ground with blood. Then, a light words fell, you are what thing? What right prevents me from killing him? Chapter 398. Brush brush. A sword cut through the air, tear away, strong breath burst out. They didn't leave any hands. Straight take Yichen ki. Just for a moment, the sound of crisp collision, endless ears, all over the sky flashing fire. Don't be afraid of the sword of the dragon. He even poured the blood dragon into it. At this moment, Yichen is sweeping the storm, to sweep the entire Jiangjia. To his surprise, Jiang Haishan and the old woman's strength, if we talk about the realm of cultivation, are even close to the late stage of Liha realm. There is a big gap with him. Even though Yichen's sword skills are strong, he is also tired in the face of the peak strength of 2 top-level strong men. The body is constantly retreating. Finally, the sharp sound exploded, and suddenly, a red light flew out. Yichen's sword of chopping the dragon broke free. Jiang Haishan and the old woman's eyes show a trace of joy, directly toward Yichen's neck and heart. Once stabbed, Yichen will die. Jiang Jianfeng's look changed. He just wanted to help Yi Chen, but he was blocked by an old man beside him. "Don't interfere, young master." Jiang Jianfeng glared at the old man and said angrily, "Dad, it's too despicable for you to use two experts to deal with Yi Chen. You should be able to see the value of Yi Chen now. Killing him is the loss of Jiang family. Even the loss of Chinese martial arts and Taoism." Master Jiang's eyes shrink. Naturally, he realized the value of Yi Chen. He just wanted to open his mouth and let them stop. A roar shook the earth. "Sword!" I see the sword flying back to Yi Chen's hand. Instead, the breath on Yi Chen's body completely changed. "Even close your eyes." Jiang Haishan and the old lady feel something wrong, but they don't stop. The cold light is flying away. At this time, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A sense of bloodthirsty spread out. Qianlong cuts the sky. Roaring through, faintly, a virtual shadow of a blood dragon suddenly darts out, and the sword of chopping dragon turns into swords. Break everything. Boom! The place where the sword's meaning reaches, completely explodes, and the sword light soars to the sky in an instant. This sword swept out, fast to the extreme, like thunder across the sky. The blood dragon is roaring. In a flash, the sky was full of sword chi, and the cold was pressing. The violent wind is like the howling of evil spirits. Just at this time, Jiang family array on flickers, flustered Jiang Perong rushes in. Looking at the picture in front of her, her body is stiff. Bang! When Yi Chen's sword falls, the sword in the hands of Jiang Haishan and the old woman turns into Taoist fragments directly. It's spreading all the time. Even so, the intention of breaking the sky sword never stops. Like a dragon running towards two people. Two people have long been aware of something wrong, just want to block, but found too late. This sword is extremely aggressive. Poof! Jiang Haishan and the old woman spit out a mouthful of red blood, the breath is weak to the extreme, and it is like a broken kite flying out. Bang! Two people's bodies heavily hit in front of Mr. Jiang. The ground is sunken, and it splits in all directions. At this moment, everyone's expression seems to be completely frozen. Who would have thought that Jiang Haishan and the old lady were defeated? Although the strength of these two people is not the strongest in the Jiang family, it is not that ordinary people can shake. And now, under that evil kind of sword, seriously injured two people. Jiang Perong was in the same place, dead and silent, staring at Yi Chen. She's a little confused about the situation. The moment she entered the Jiang family, she was shocked. She saw Jiang Feng was ferocious head and body, but also saw her son's own hand to two high-ranking strong with a sword posture of serious injury. Are these all made by Chener? She knows that Yi Chen's martial arts strength is good, but she doesn't know that there is such an adverse weather. At the same time, the gate of the Jiang family was as quiet as the grave in the middle of the night. All the people stare big eyes, just like sculpture, stupidly in place. All people look at Yi Chen, only fear. Even the swords in their hands were shaking. Is this still a kind of rubbish in the legend? One sword breaks two people. If such Yi Chen are all rubbish, what are they? They're not even shit. Yi Chen feels that the real chi of Dantian disappears completely. He takes back the sword of cutting dragon silently. His cold eyes fall on Jiang Perong and turns into a trace of warmth. Mom, why are you here? Jiang Perong didn't know what to say for a while, but she said in a trembling voice, Chener, you come to Jiangjia. Yi Chen grinned and walked toward Jiang Perong. I said, just get back some debts. Now, even the interest and capital are all taken back. Let's go. With that, he was like a man who was okay, ready to take Jiang Perong away. No one dares to stop. Just as they were about to step into the array, a voice of exclamation rang out, Did I let you go? It's Mr. Jiang. Yi Chen stopped, did not turn around. Light way, you also want to stop me? For Mr. Jiang, Yi Chen has no chance of winning at the moment, but if the other side really ignores his mother's hands, he will also use his cards. If you want to move from Laochen to me, you should turn around and step on me, he said. Countless eyes fall on Mr. Jiang, because the other side's attitude represents the next direction. If Mr. Jiang wants to kill Yi Chen, naturally, he can do it. The strong men in the Jiang family's deep courtyard have not done so yet. Even with the strength of Master Jiang, Yi Chen cannot stop it. Mr. Jiang took a look at Jiang Peirong, and then his eyes fell on the cold and proud back. A few seconds later, a majestic voice sounded, "Yi Chen, I can let go of the past and forget the past. I can even let your family step into the Jiang family and restore their identity." At this moment, everyone's expression is frozen. The old man even compromised. He never compromised. Is Yi Chen's strength conquered the old man? Let him forget the past. Jiang Jianfeng clenched his fists, and his blood was boiling. His heart was filled with joy. Jiang Peirong is also a blank in her brain. She never thought that such a day would come when this dignified father changed his mind. This is not his style at all. Before everyone reacted, the old man's voice continued to ring, "But, you have to hand over all your martial arts skills today." Hearing this, Jiang Peirong and Jiang Jianfeng's smile solidified and their faces turned pale. It turned out that the old man valued not Yi Chen, but Yi Chen's secret. Indeed, Yi Chen's current strength can break out such a powerful force. The biggest reason is that against the sky's martial arts. If this martial art can be obtained by the strong people of the Jiang family, and practice, it will definitely make the strength of the Jiang family to a higher level. The old man still values interests. Just then, a burst of laughter came from the cool and proud youth. The mottled shadow of the tree hit the young man's face, and his mood could not be seen. Suddenly, the laughter disappeared, and Yi Chen said, "I only say 3 words. First, we don't care about the identity of your Jiang family. Second, if you want to investigate, Yi Chen will accompany you at any time. Third, in a month, I will tell you that the Yi family is the real overlord of China. Mom, let's go." With that, Yi Chen took Jiang Peirong's hand and disappeared into the array and disappeared in the sight of all the people in the Jiang family. Only the people of Jiangjia in petrochemical industry are left. Chapter 399. Mr. Jiang's face darkened completely. He has already given Yi Chen and Jiang Peirong to step down, but he didn't expect that the boy didn't know how to look. Yi family? Among the top families in China, there is no one surnamed Yi. Is this boy going to set up a family in Beijing? The real overlord of China? With this mother and son? Crazy people talk about dreams. Which of the top families in China has a history of thousands of years? Other people have accumulated thousands of years of information and strength. This boy should be completed in a month? Arrogant. It seemed to notice that Master Jiang's face was not right. An old man said, "Master, Yi Chen is so crazy that he even wants to build Ye's family in the capital. It's ridiculous. You don't need to use force to wipe it out." Mr. Jiang did not speak, and his dignity was released. This time, he was really angry. Seeing this, Jiang Jianfeng said in a hurry, "Dad, what Yi Chen Gang just said is just angry words. You don't think about it. How can a top family be built in 1 month? His words are too grandiose. You give me 1 day and I will persuade him. He is willing to hand over his martial arts skills." Jiang Jianfeng really took Yi Chen down. Why not cherish such a good opportunity? Although the old man's request is too much, after all, martial arts is the secret of the warrior, but this is not room for maneuver. Why should Yi Chen be killed with a stick? Mr. Jiang took a look at Jiang Jianfeng and finally said, "Such an arrogant person, I would like to see how he makes the Yi family the overlord of China in a month. Whether he can live for 3 days is a question. Jianfeng, I'll give you 1 day. If Yi Chen doesn't come to Jiang's house before 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to hand in his martial arts skills and make amends, he will bear the consequences." Jiang Jianfeng's face changed slightly and nodded, "Dad, Yi Chen will come. You can rest assured." Mr. Jiang snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and went directly to Jiang's house. Beijing Normal University, classroom apartment. Jiang Peirong poured a glass of water for Yi Chen. She didn't know what to say. After all, Yi Chen shocked her too much. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Perong was still concerned. "Chener, are you hurt?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Mom, don't worry, those people can't hurt me." What Jiang Perong wanted to say, but she didn't say it at last. Seeing that her mother was so hesitant, Yi Chen said, "Mom, I gave up the opportunity to enter the Jiang family just now. Will you blame me?" This is what Yi Chen is most worried about. After all, he knows that the Jiang family is of great significance to his mother, and this is no doubt that he broke his mother's desire to go back. Jiang Perong sat down on the sofa and said seriously, "Chener, mother doesn't blame you, but supports you. The Jiang family is really not so important to me. Over the past 20 years, the Jiang family has completely chilled my mother's heart. If the man asked us to go home without strings, I might take it. However, I am wrong. The man has not changed in the past 20 years. In his eyes, there is no flesh and blood relationship, only interests. For a warrior, martial arts are the most important. Even if you promise him, your mother won't agree." When Yi Chen heard this, he breathed heavily. It is estimated that in this world, only mothers can support their children without hesitation. "Chener, what you said just now outside Jiang's house is not that impulsive." Jiang Perong decided to wake up her son. "There is no doubt that you are very powerful in martial arts. But building a top family is not a master. The situation in the capital and even in China's martial arts circle has been stable. The forces of all sides have formed constraints and balance. If you rush out forcefully, you will inevitably encounter the interests of some people, which will only be disadvantageous." Jiang Perong was born in a big family. Although she didn't like to practice, she was very clear about the overall situation. Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny in my word-by-word serious way, "Mom, I am not joking, a month later you will know. Our family doesn't need the protection of the Jiang family. I want to tell everyone that the Yi family is the top family in Beijing." Jiang Perong is still worried. She has countless puzzles in her heart. Where does Chener's martial arts strength come from? Where did he go in the 5 years of his disappearance, and what is the spirit liquid? For the first time, she felt strange to her son in front of her. Chener is too dazzling at the moment. Yi Chen knows the doubts in his mother's heart, and he will explain everything clearly, but not now. He put down the water cup in his hand, staring at his mother with dark eyes, and asked, "Mom, what are you going to Jiang's house for today? If I'm not wrong, is it related to Dad, and Dad should not have returned to Jiangcheng?" Hearing this sentence, Jiang Perong's eyes were wavering. Why Yi Chen knew he was right. "Mom, you also know my strength. It's better to rely on ourselves than to ask for the Jiang family. You can tell me where my father went?" Jiang Perong clenched her hand tightly and was sweating. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Jiang Perong bit her teeth and made up her mind to say, "Chener, I can tell you, but don't act rashly before you are fully prepared. If you will, I will tell you the truth." Yi Chen nodded, "I promise." "Well, actually after coming out of the ghost prison, Lin Juelong appeared. He took your father away and said he wanted to know something from him." Jiang Perong's words just fell, the evil spirit of Yi Chen's body covered. The cold air even cracked the wall behind him. Lin Juelong. Lin Juelong again. At that time, the old account of Yunhu Villa had not been settled. "I dare to do it this time." His eyes sparkled with anger. "It's frightening." Aware of her son's anger, Jiang Perong quickly explained, "Chener, don't worry. Your father must be of great value to the Lin family. They won't hurt your father rashly. Now the top priority is to know your father's whereabouts." Yi Chen fell into meditation, and then took out the phone, called Yi Lingtian in the dark hall, but Yi Lingtian's crouching for a day had no news. Lin Julong is like evaporation from the world, and never appears again. Yi Chen was a little agitated and called Lei Shuwei, the dragon's soul. He only threw out a sentence, "Lei Shuwei, Lin Juelong has taken my father away. I must know his whereabouts at all costs." Lei Shuwei at the other end of the phone was stunned. It was the first time he heard Yi Chen's serious tone. He immediately said, Mr. Yi, the location of the Lin family in China is a secret. I really don't know. But I know one person who knows for sure. Who? Yi-Chen excited way. The one. It seems that the top power of China has nothing to do with the martial arts and Taoism circles of China. However, as long as there are some things that need to be recorded in China, the Lin family cannot escape. The authority of number 1 can check all the information of Huaxia. If you want to know, you can only go to Zongnanhai to see him. Chapter 400. Yi-Chen Mao's son slightly shrinks. Last time, Lin Juelong was also told by him. If you want to know the location of the Lin family, you have to find that one. Lei Shuwei, can you contact that person for me? I want to see him. Yi-Chen decided his mind. He thought it would not be so easy to see the one, but Lei Shuwei said directly, Mr. Yi, it's just that the one will see you recently. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, there will be a car to pick you up at Beijing Normal University. Do you have time? If Mr. Yi really doesn't have time, it may be delayed for a few weeks. Yi-Chen thought for a few seconds and promised, okay, tomorrow. The phone hung up. Yi-Chen didn't have too many accidents when he wanted to see him. The ghost prison was broken. In addition to the incident of Beijing Normal University, there was too much movement and silence, and someone would contact himself. It's just that he didn't expect to contact that one. Jiang Peirong saw Yi-Chen hang up the phone. She guessed something vaguely, and said curiously, is there a whereabouts? Yi-Chen nodded, Mom, don't worry, if Lin Juelong dares to move my father, I will certainly make him regret for life. Jiang Peirong looked out of the window, lost in thought, and said, I hope the Lin family didn't target your father. I really can't understand. Your father is just an ordinary person. What should the Lin family know? Why is it your father? Hearing this, Yi-Chen thought of the black stone in his pocket for the first time. Reincarnation Cemetery, 100 talents, this is enough for everyone to watch. And his father gave it to him. However, according to the information he had along the way, Lin Juelong didn't know the existence of the stone. He was more like looking for other things. Is there something wrong with the Yi family in Jiangcheng? What did Yi-Chen think of and asked his mother, Mom, do we have genealogy or something like that in our family? Why have I never met my grandparents and other immediate family members? Jiang Peirong shook her head, your grandparents died earlier. As far as I know, that is to say, ordinary people had a little money a few decades ago. As for the rest, I don't know very well. Do you think there is something strange about the Yi family in Jiangcheng? Or mystery? What's more, do Yi family have ancient books or something like that? Jiang Peirong didn't know why Yi-Chen asked, but she thought about it for a few minutes. Suddenly, she thought of something and said to Yi-Chen, there are several special places. First, you and your father are not Jiangcheng people at all. Second, your grandparents died together, as if they had agreed, even without any sign. Third, their funeral and ceremony were special. On that day, a group of strangers came. They said that they were going to be buried in the birthplace according to the rules of the Yi family. They talked to your father and showed a letter left by your grandfather. Finally, your father asked them to take away the ashes. Yi-Chen heard his mother's words and frowned. He has a faint feeling that the Yi family in Jiangcheng has cheated everyone. Mother's spiritual roots and blood are against heaven. If father is really the blood and spiritual root of ordinary people, then his blood and talent will be affected. However, judging from the words of those great powers in the reincarnation cemetery, although his accomplishments are low, they are not any ordinary roots at all, but even more rebellious existence. Even more than mother. But why didn't my father do anything? Has father been hiding? It's not right. The love between father and mother is obstructed by Jiang family. If father really loves mother, he will never hide his strength. It can be seen that father really does not know everything. Yi-Chen wants to get bigger and bigger. He scratched his hair. Jiang Peirong sees Yi-Chen like this and says, Chinner, don't think about it. You can go down with me to buy some dishes. We'll make something to eat at noon. Mother hasn't tasted your craft yet. Although she is also worried about Yi Tianjing, she firmly believes that her husband will not have an accident. Yi Chen put aside the impatience in the heart and nodded, good. At the same time, the place of formation, the Lin family, is an antique house. Yi Tianjing is trapped here. However, the Lin family didn't use any bracelets, and even the door was open. In the eyes of the Lin family, they simply disdain Yi Tianjing to escape. Yi Tianjing naturally tried to escape, but just after he took a few steps, he was hindered by a strong pressure and array power. The more he ran, the more he hurt. Even several times hematemesis coma. In the end, he gave up. He pinned all his hopes on Yi Chen. Since Yi Chen can rescue him from it, he will naturally find this place. It's just a matter of time. After a while, the door was pushed open and Lin Juelong appeared in the room. His body exudes a strong breath. Once close to Yi Tianjing feels shortness of breath, very uncomfortable. Lin Juelong came to the window. As soon as he stretched out his arm, a gray bird fell into his palm. He didn't look at Yi Tianjing, but said faintly, "Do you think you look like this bird?" "No freedom. I'm stuck in the palm of my Lin family." Yi Tianjing snorted coldly and did not speak. Lin Juelong continued, "Our Lin family can control the lives of most people in China. Yi Tianjing is no exception, Jiang Peirong is no exception, and even the old man of Jiang family is the same, as long as we want to. In my opinion, you are not even as good as this bird. If you don't, it may be the end of it." The next second, Lin Juelong's arm pinches, and the struggling bird becomes a blood mist. Lin Juelong reached out his bloody hand, looked at it, and immediately sneered, "Yi Tianjing, I asked for the last time. Did your father explain anything to you before he died? Or give you something? If you don't say it, you will end up in the same way. There is a limit to my patience."